I don't know if you're going to have fun, but I'm going to.
As long as one of us is.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's Monkey in the Morning. I'm Monkey. He's Jack. Say hi, Jack.
Hi, everybody.
That would have been a more enthusiastic sounding intro, but I had to suppress a cough.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, it sucks. It is what it is, you know. Smoke for as long as I have. It's something you deal with. I'm putting my problems out onto you.
That's the cancer you're coughing up.
That is, it is. And that's what you need to do with cancer. You just got to cough that shit up, especially if it's skin cancer.
I don't think that's how that works.
I saw it on an episode of Scooby-Doo. It's real, I promise.
I don't think that's how that works at all.
How you been, man?
Oh, not too bad. How about yourself?
Pretty good, actually. No real complaints. I feel like I'm being stabbed in the back.
Oh, yeah? By who?
I don't know. I swear somebody's got a voodoo doll. It's the only thing that makes sense.
I mean, have you pissed off any Papa Docs or?
I have pissed off so many people I couldn't even begin to categorize them.
Oh, well, you should stop doing that.
It's my superpower.
Apparently.
No, I do not, as far as I know, really have cancer. I just think cancer jokes are funny because I'm a horrible person.
If you can't laugh at it, you're just going to cry.
Yep. Jack, speaking of that, that's kind of why we're here tonight.
Because we're going to cry?
No, because we're going to laugh.
Oh.
A lot. I'm going to laugh a lot. I don't know if you will. So let me just set this up for you. We are reacting to a reaction to a reaction to a video.
Okay.
Shoe0nHead put out a video called, hang on, I kept it up on my screen so I could get the title right. Downfall of the Democrats, the truth about the 2024 election. And she was not kind to the Democrats in it, which predictably pissed off a whole bunch of little soy boys and Hassan wannabes. And in the case of this guy, a Vouch wannabe, we just haven't seen his lolly folder yet. I don't know the guy has one. I'm just assuming based on what he looks like. That's so fucked up. But seriously, you tell me at the end of the show, tell me if you think, yeah, he's probably got a lolly folder. Anyway,
I mean, come on, probably.
So Shoe makes this video where she goes over a bunch of the reactions to her video, which includes Vouch is in there, but he didn't actually watch her video, even though he titled his video that he was reacting to it. What the hell's that guy's name? Actual Jake used to be part of Bible Reloaded.
Oh yeah, did the other guy die?
Did he?
I thought one of them died.
Last I knew, one of them went trans, and that was the last I paid attention.
Well, technically dead naming. So
Actual Jake and me, we've had a few run-ins together because that guy's a fucking retard.
Leftist retard, yeah.
And then one of the people she responded to was this guy named Hutch, who I've seen before, but I've never paid attention to. But since I was watching Brit Reacts, reacting to Shoe0nHead, YouTube said, hey, this guy's reacting to Shoe0nHead too. Maybe you want to watch his video. And the video is titled Shoe0nHead Responded to My Video. And I thought, oh, should be easy enough to watch because the part that she had him in was very short. It's like 5 minutes of her 40-minute video. No, this motherfucker goes over her entire video.
Why?
Content. I'm not going to judge him for that. I do similar stuff, but if you're going to name it Shoe0nHead reacted, it shouldn't. Why wouldn't you just rename it, reacting to another Shoe0nHead video or something like that?
I don't know. Okay, first of all, we have to distinguish what we do from what this guy's doing.
Sure.
We're entertaining and funny.
That is true. Hang on. I want you guys to be able to get a look at this guy. I don't know if we have a setting. Oh, yeah, we can do this one. It's still not.
We've never been over here before. I'm scared.
We have, like, twice.
I don't remember it. I blacked it out because it was so scary.
Okay, here. We'll just bring this into full color. There we go. So you guys can get a a little glimpse at him real quick before I put us back over there, because fuck this guy. So anyway, there's our little friend Hutch. He's got 187,000 people who follow him on this platform. So clearly he's somebody who has something worth listening to.
Is his real name Hutch, or is he like part-time posing as like a curio cabinet?
I really don't know. Other than seeing the little bit of clip in Shoe's video, and then about the first 20 minutes of this video, I've not watched this guy before.
Okay, before I say anything else,
yeah,
is Shoe0nHead singing "Party in the USA"?
No.
Okay, thank God, because I was gonna have to rage quit if she was. I was like, I'm out. There's boundaries even for me.
I was watching this video, and this is going to be one of those videos, guys, where I've seen part of it, and then there's going to be a moment that flips, and I don't know what else happens. I did not make it to the part where he starts responding to her responding to him.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, this is going to be confusing as shit. But I didn't make it that far. But I made it far enough where it's like, I just need to stream this shit because it's going to be funny. Now, you'll notice we are a minute. Well, you guys probably can't see it on screen. We're a minute into this already because he's one of these people. I don't know who the original person was who did it, but now it seems like every goddamn video I watch has coming up.
And stream starting soon.
And he plays a minute of an argument he's going to make later in the video, and it's not even a good argument.
I hate that.
And I'm like, you're not that important that we need a please stay tuned. And if you are going to do that, at least make it interesting.
No.
So I've jumped ahead to where he actually starts the full thing. And yeah, I guess here we go. I almost titled this "The Bedroom Feminists Have Returned."
Voters responding to Democrat criticism by Shoe0nHead.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Shoe0nHead channel. I am your host.
Is this too loud?
She's a little loud, yeah.
All right, we'll turn it down just a tad. All right.
Shoe0nHead. You may know me on Reddit as generic far-right Fox News bigot, or perhaps you know me as Commie Mommy.
Can I just say this is why I prefer reaction videos to reaction streams? Because that's what they all do now. They just react on stream and then they cut it up and call it a video. Just play the part you're actually going to respond to. This was always my problem back in the anti-SJW days. People would play the whole goddamn video when they only had like 10 seconds worth of commentary for it. They want to react to one part of it, but damn it, it makes it longer and makes that algorithm love you more.
Got to pad that.
Oh, fuck.
The timing. Come on.
And we're going to run into that this whole fucking video. Don't worry, though. I'm not like him. I can comment on literally everything.
Buckle in, kids. It's a long one.
Because unlike the left, I'm not pretending to be a man. I am one.
Yeah. Oh
you people need help. Anyway, my last few videos about the election got a lot of attention, as well as brought a lot of new people to the channel. So everyone say hello to the new people. Please welcome the new people. Please be polite to them. Educate them.
Why are you playing this part?
Yeah, this doesn't seem to be serving you at all. This is an advertisement for her channel.
Yeah, and fuck, I mean, I should say this just in case our little soy boy here sees this. For the record, I know Shoe barely. We've had some interactions on Twitter publicly. I think we've exchanged one DM with each other. I've criticized her as much as I've credited her ever. I enjoy her content most of the time. She's still a socialist, and that just means you're a half commie, sweetie.
Yeah,
it's like
a commie that can't commit.
You stopped reading halfway through the book.
Well, it's a long book.
Yeah,
80 pages.
That is a lot to read for a millennial. But politically we don't agree. We align when it comes to being anti-pedo, which is cool, and anti what's now called woke. It used to be anti-SJW, blue-haired fucking weirdos. That's where we align, and that's the content that I watch and enjoy. I told you I watched the Brit Reacts. I was watching a Brit react to her one where she was talking about the male loneliness problem. And I align with her on that too, because all she said there was there is a problem here and we need to look into it. And people lost their fucking minds, left and right. The left was like, men either brought it on themselves or fuck men. That was pretty much it. And then you're further right, your Tate types, not saying Tate himself, but Tate types, were like, she's just trying to grift off male loneliness. I've rarely seen somebody who upsets both sides like she does and still maintains an audience the way she does.
Well, she's a girl, so...
Is that it? Little titty privilege?
Yeah, it's itty bitty titty privilege. She's got that, like, waifu thing going.
On the off chance that Shoe watches this, you make little titty jokes. That's the only reason I did that.
And I'm going to comment on your little titties because A cups forever.
Anyhow.
Them on what to expect here. Just don't tell them about the contraption. But not all the attention I got from my election videos was good attention.
I really wish we could see his face. We're going to have to do this the other way, and I really don't like that. You have to see his face. He actually got confused by that when she just made a fucking joke, dude.
Well, he is a leftist. Jokes were disallowed, so he doesn't know what they are.
She made a joke, but don't tell him about the contraption. Like, what?
What contraption? Is the right wing up to something?
Here, let's get his full...
Please be polite to them. Educate them on what to expect here. Just don't tell them about the contraption. But not all the attention I got from my election video.
What? Huh? It's a joke, dummy. How you get confused by a joke? This motherfucker has the nerve to bring up George Carlin. And he was just confused by a joke.
Jokes does not compute, monkey.
I hate lefties.
Videos was good attention. So I've decided today I am going to respond to those critics. I figured it's been a while since I actually responded to...
See, just what I told you guys earlier without having to play her saying it because, you know, I can make content. Dark Conservatarian, thank you. Shoe's boobs are bigger than A cups, Jack. We're not going to have how big are her boobs arguments. It's not out of respect or anything. We just don't have time.
To a response that I've gotten on YouTube. Very old school, very 2012 YouTube.
We're responding to a response of a response to a response. How many layers deep are we here, guys?
All I need is a rant sona and I'm set.
Okay, now I get why he's confused by jokes.
Yeah, because he's not funny. He's a leftist. They're not funny people.
Nice try there. Nice try.
So that is what we're going to do today. I'm going to respond to criticism rationally and calmly. I will be reacting to people's reactions of 2 different videos of mine.
You know
What's
what?
up?
I'm thinking he's reacting to this entire thing so he can hear the little kids cheering.
Maybe.
Yeah, because, you know, it's not very often people cheer for him, so it helps his self-esteem. But then they're the little kids, too.
Mine, America is in Shambles and Downfall of the Democrats. If you haven't seen those videos, I will put them down in the description so you have more context.
Again, I recommend watching both of those videos. People are like, I hate Shoe. You'll probably like them all except for the socialist part. Other than that, you'll probably actually enjoy them.
Highly suggest you watch them before you watch this video. Pause this video.
Don't worry, I can add context because unlike some people, we'll get to this later, I actually watch the things I talk about.
So go watch them. Don't worry, I will
Lower gain, please. Sorry, hold on.
Be right here.
Oh, thank God, his fucking audience noticed that he's fucking with his own audio. I missed this when he was playing earlier. I was playing a video game, Jack. I was minding my own business.
No, you weren't.
I was just going to play a video game, do a regular news stream, and then I found this shit, and here we are.
Well, now I need to see her in something skimpier to find out what size cups she's got.
I mean,
Bother me.
There's pictures of her out there in not skimpy clothing, but tight clothing.
I don't care enough.
Me neither.
I don't find her all that attractive because she is a socialist. But
that is a big turnoff.
Yeah, it's.
I think. Look,
Karl Marx while you're going at it. It's just weird.
I'm convinced women who are socialists are just that way as kind of a check on their man. Because if they ever got what they wanted and got a socialist or communist country, and then their husband pisses them off, they could just report them for speaking against the party and be done with it.
That's true, but they'll likely starve to death. Because let's face it, a lot of these socialist women are, what's the polite way of saying big baby laddies? Fanny pants.
A lot of them are, yeah. All right, back to this. He'll eventually speak, I promise, guys.
Yeah.
I've been here for 10 years. Will I be doing this in 10 more years? Will I be a 43-year-old e-girl? I guess we'll wait and see. Now, a lot has happened since my last video. It's been like, what, 2 months? That's like 10 years in internet time. There's so much going on in the news. It's honestly hard to keep up.
Now, I found out something pretty interesting about her recently, which is that she married so she claims to be socialist, right? Like just a straight up socialist, right? She's like an anti-woke socialist. It's a little vague to me. And she married someone who is very far to the right. I think I follow this guy on Twitter. I asked him if he wanted to have like a little debate like a few months ago, and it just nothing ever materialized from that. I'm not necessarily holding that against her. I am so.
You start off by saying, I found out something very interesting about her. One, I thought everybody knew that, honestly. I forget the guy's name.
No, I didn't know she got married. I didn't care either, though.
I've talked about her husband before, and I didn't even realize they were the ones that it was her dating him at the time. But do you remember me telling you about this guy who has he fakes a whiny voice for his videos?
Vaguely, yeah. I mean, a lot of these lefties do it naturally, but
he's not a lefty. He is pretty far right, actually.
Huh.
And somebody in chat has to know his name. I always forget his channel's name because it's something weird. It's not like Bob or Monkey or something like that. It's like a title kind of thing. But you're clearly trying to disparage her in some way.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's married to a right winger. Dun dun dun. That's the disparagement. That's the joke. She
claims to be a socialist, but she married this right-wing guy. Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but spouses can have different interests.
Huh.
Lady Monkey loves reality TV. I don't watch that shit.
So you're saying that in some cases, opposites attract.
Don't tell me it's doesn't. No, this is an actual right-wing guy. God, what the fuck is his name? I'll have to find it eventually. But I never remember it's him until I've even got recommended his videos, and I don't realize I'm watching him until I hear his fucking voice. He doesn't put his face on the channel. Anyway.
Curious how to make that work. I cannot imagine being with someone romantically that I disagreed with politically. Can you guys? I'm not so like.
I disagree politically with my wife about stuff all the time.
I think that's pretty common because, you end up, you're individuals, you're going to have nuanced views on different topics that may not even align with your own parties.
How narcissistic is it that I can't be with anybody who doesn't agree with me 100%?
These are the same people that are pushing for segregation because they don't think whites and blacks should mix. I mean, have to be around each other anymore. So, I mean, they're bigots.
Oh, Dom, you don't have to. He's just saying it means no offense to Lady Monkey. She seems sweet, but reality TV is an oxymoron. It is, but she enjoys the drama part of it. It's fun. It's mindless entertainment. I prefer scripted if you're going to do that, because it's kind of like watching Ghostbusters 2016.
Oh, wow.
Like, hey, okay, what's going to happen is there's going to be a scene. Make it happen. There's a reason we employ writers.
Yeah, that's why AI will never fully replace it.
Hi, Nuts. How you doing, sweetie?
Hi, Stargazer. Hi, Dom.
I get the appeal of reality TV. You know me, I love drama, but the dialogue is so cheesy, man. It's like watching an improv group who's not good at improv.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
nobody Balzac. Her and Greg broke up. She married some other dude.
Yeah, they broke up a long time ago. You know she's a mom now?
No, I didn't know that. She plopped the kid out.
I didn't know that either till watching one of her videos. Yeah, she had a kid sometime recently.
So she's trying to get fat.
Not every woman who has babies gets fat.
Just most of them.
It's one thing to be like relatively apolitical, but then have political leanings. For those people, I can understand. There's a lot of people, guys, that do not engage with politics every day. It's not a part of their like normal day-to-day lives. This
is how narcissistic he is. Can't have somebody who disagrees. As long as they're ignorant, I can pretend that they might agree with me if they did care.
Right? Look at that image too. That pause game is on point. He's like, dar. Because what he's saying is fucking dumb.
It's so fucking narcissistic. I am the most egotistical person I know in real life. And even I'm judging you, dude.
Well, look, Monkey, you don't live out on the West Coast in like Los Angeles area. By their standards, you're amateur hour, dude. No offense, but
the fucking ego. Only if I think they're retarded can I still date them if they're not me.
They can have their stupid, uneducated opinions as long as they don't talk about them. What?
Don't think about politics very much. They think about politics every 2 years or every 4 years is typically more common, right? Like a lot of people don't participate in the midterms. For those people, I can understand being with someone that you somewhat disagree with politically on issues like guns or even abortion or, you know, like taxes or whatever. For someone who's highly engaged in politics, how do you?
Yeah.
Was this a live stream? Because it looks like he's doing jump cuts.
That is a weird thing that's happening here. There do seem to be jump cuts in this live stream.
Is this all pre-recorded and he's just playing it like a premiere?
Maybe.
Does he ever address what the audience says?
I don't know. When I was listening, I was half listening as I was playing the game. And I don't remember if he does. But if you watch the jump cuts and listen to the audio, there's not a break in the audio. So I'm wondering if it was just if it was a live stream and there was just a little lag in his video.
Oh, I don't know, but it's kind of weird to watch because I mean, that last one was pretty obvious with his hands up.
Yeah, when he first started talking, even if you go back to when I was making fun of him for not understanding a joke, there's jump cuts through there. I don't know.
I was trying not to look at him because he's kind of weird looking. So,
no, he is a manly man.
Like
look, he grew a beard.
Oh boy, a beard. I know women that can grow beards without.
Yeah, he's on the screen right now.
Yeah.
I've told you guys before, if you want an audience on YouTube, just be vaguely masculine, grow a beard, and say communist shit. You will get an audience because they are so desperate for anything resembling masculinity. The DNC just made David Hogg a vice chair as he ran on a platform of being a man. That's how desperate they are for men in the DNC. On the left. They we need some kind of father figure, please. These are the people who are like, Fuck it, we'll just redefine masculine to mean Tim Walz and Doug Imhoff. Which is funny because Doug Imhoff largely resembles their definition of toxic masculinity.
Yeah, well, you just ignore the abusive shit that he's done.
Cheating on his wife, banging the nanny, you know, beating women.
Up some bitch, yeah.
Yeah, gotta smack up a woman.
Make that work. I cannot imagine that. Like I just want to ask her, like, how does make that work? Like
that thing he just did,
yeah,
where they put both hands up by their temples. Have you noticed a lot of these guys do that?
Oh yeah,
I've never seen like normal dudes do that. Well, I've seen a couple of gay dudes do that, but even they were far lefties. But it looks like something I've seen Hunter Avlone do it. I've seen Vouch do it. Hassan does it. Is that some kind of lefty thing that they've adopted? Like, oh, you have to think, man.
Until I started seeing these guys do it, really the only place I ever saw it was in memes. You know, taken from like movies and stuff where somebody will do that.
Huh.
Yeah, so what is that?
Dragot the Passport King.
Why is David Hogg so skinny? Thank you, Dragot. My guess, a lack of protein. And he's a little bitch. Anyway.
Agree to disagree on the fundamental way that societies should be structured? Like how does that translate to your like family dynamic? Like, do you have any
Well, here's why, and this is something that a lot of people today don't get, especially commies, because commies think you have to do everything my way.
Yeah.
It used to be we had different ideas on how to get to the same end. We wanted America to be great. We wanted America to prosper. And we just disagreed on the right method of getting there. You can't understand this because that thinking alone is so foreign to you. America prosper, but they had slaves. They should.
Bastards.
We're misogynistic, not like those Saudis. You can't understand it because you're going for a worldview that is opposite to, you know, common sense, decency, anything resembling not being a shitbag. So from your point, you're very narcissistic and dangerous point of view. I get it. I do. But as long as what you're looking for is like, we both want our kids to be raised well. I think they should go to this school. No, I think we should put them in this private school. That is, you still have the same goal, just different ways of getting there. Because the important thing in that situation is the child getting educated. And in his world, it's like, his wife say, I think they should go to public school. And he's like, no, they need to go to this communist education camp. And if you don't agree with that, you're a horrible fucking person who should die, fascist. And those can't go together, Jack.
Yeah, clearly.
I do think you're probably gonna. Here's the other thing. You don't have to talk about politics with your spouse. You really don't. The only time it really comes up in my house, Jack, is if there's a news story that we're talking about. Me and Lady Monkey spend very little fucking time talking politics. She's not as interested in it as I am. Doesn't mean she doesn't have opinions on all this stuff. This has to be the most important part of our life all the time. It's how I grift on YouTube.
Speaking of grifting, like, share, and subscribe.
Indeed. Give us money.
Yeah, we're poor.
Help me make money off of him making money off of her making money.
Yeah, and they're both probably rich. So.
All right.
Agreements on how your kids should be raised? I mean, we're getting really personal with it, but I just have so many questions.
No,
so what has happened since my
You
last?
don't have questions. You have judgments, dickhead. Just be honest.
He has questions that lead to judgments. Like,
No,
how can you be such an evil person?
He's starting with the judgment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the judgment is part of the question, because it leads to more judgment, which is it's sort of like being a witch hunter. You know, you see witches everywhere, and they're all witches until disproven. So you have to start with the judgment of that's a witch, and then you ask questions that are leading into their witchcraft, so you can find them guilty and judge them accordingly.
All right.
Last video. Well, Biden is gone. He is out of office. He has somehow completed a 4-year term, which means, that's right, Dave Rubin has to retire.
If Joe Biden completes a 4-year term, actually completes a 4-year term, I will retire.
It also means...
Sorry, Dave. You got to go, my friend.
Oh, no, it's like I'm moving out of the country if Donald Trump wins, kind of thing. He's not actually going to do it.
This is why you never make a bet or a promise like that unless you know you're going to win.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, that was a pretty good assumption.
It was. Look, we were on the same thing. I didn't think he was going to make past 2 years.
Yeah. I thought he would be removed or die in office, but it didn't happen.
But neither of us said we'd retire if he didn't.
No, I'm poor. I can't afford to retire. I'm going to be doing this shit till I die.
Make better choices. Like, if you're going to make a bet like that, make one like the guy in this video here will be wearing a dress within 10 years as his normal attire.
Oh, probably.
That's a much more safe bet. Dave, we'll go double or nothing on that. You can leave if he doesn't do that in 10 years. Never let it be said I'm not a forgiving guy.
It's true.
Once again, Trump.
I think the excuse that Rubin used was like, well, he actually wasn't in charge. It was like a puppet government. Other people.
And that is true. And if you don't believe that, you're just a tard.
Yeah.
People were doing it for him, so I'm not going to do that. I think is what he said.
Inaugurated. And this time, all our favorite characters were there. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos' wife's tits, Mark Zuckerberg. Frankly, it's disgusting seeing
That's why I watch you. She's funny.
billionaires so openly and brazenly support our government officials. They should be doing it behind the scenes like they've been doing for decades. Ladies and gentlemen, the elites have officially bent the knee. And it seems with the pop...
Okay, so she just made a joke about, Elon being right there with Trump. They should be doing it behind the scenes like they've done for decades. She is wrong. They've been doing it since the very beginning. But he's just shaking his head no. No rich people have ever been near the White House until now. Pay no attention to when they said this same shit about the Koch brothers under George W. Bush. Remember that? Everything was controlled by the Koch brothers. It wasn't George. It was those damned Koch brothers. Spelled cock for some reason.
Yeah. Let's ignore Soros and talk about the Koch brothers.
Popular vote came the sudden and long...
I mean, I totally disagree with this kind of framing just right off the rip. Like, we've never seen this level of kissing the ring. We've never...
What?
You mean like every celebrity did to Joe Biden, even though he clearly was in mental decline?
Well, he means it the other way of the president kissing the ring of the oligarch, Jack. Of the rich guy.
You mean the billionaire that doesn't need to get rich friends?
Yep.
That makes zero sense.
That more billionaires supported Biden, pay no attention to that.
Yeah.
That the left has been surrounded by billionaires all along, pay no fucking attention to that. That Soros could pick up a phone and get the president on the phone. No, it's never been like this because they've been seen in public together.
Oh yeah, that's the major difference there. That's what matters.
All right.
This is totally unprecedented. What we're going through right now, where, for example, you have the world's wealthiest man who is now a completely unelected bureaucrat who has a direct line to the president. It was the case that Doge they were set up in the White House.
you do realize that politicians, including the president, spend an extraordinary amount of time on the phone with billionaires trying to raise money, right?
No, that never happens till now.
Now, I will say this. Elon being the richest person in the world and having the direct line, it is the most public it's ever been. Because like when Bill Gates was the richest man in the world, I don't remember if I saw him actually with a politician. Doesn't mean he wasn't calling them, dickhead.
Yeah. Plus, Bezos is known to be very left leaning.
Oh yeah,
and he was the richest man for a while, but we don't talk about that.
He runs a newspaper that runs cover for the DNC.
Well, no, that's just how you're supposed to do things.
I mean, you want to talk about a direct line. We have the Covington kids. Remember that? Do you remember what news outlet broke that story? It was the Washington Post.
What?
The Jeff Bezos run Washington Post told us the story of these MAGA children. They made sure to tell us that.
MAGA children.
Being racist to that Vietnam vet.
The innocent man who was just banging a drum in their face. Bang a drum, just like, John Bon Jovi.
They got in his way and refused to move. They smirked menacingly.
Oh, that menacing smirk. Oh, brr.
Lonesome One says Hutch is the worst. I don't know about the worst, but he's definitely bad. I haven't been exposed that much to him. Thankfully, I'm not a kindergartner. Anyway, I'm not saying he's exposed himself to kindergartners.
We have no evidence of that, but
but I think it was reported that Trump's chief of staff pushed him out and said, if you want to report anything to the president, you have to go through me. We'll see how long that lasts. But
for the record, you wouldn't have to get pushed out of the White House to do that. People go through the chief of staff, even people who work in the fucking White House.
Yeah, that's just procedure. Also, Elon Musk probably has Donald's cell phone number.
Right.
They hang out together.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go through. He'd be like, fuck it, I'll move to Guantanamo Bay. I can still call the motherfucker.
Yeah.
Probably get him on the phone easier than he can get than the chief of staff can.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, well, who you can answer the phone for? Elon Musk is way more fun than your chief of staff.
Right?
We have never seen this level of private corporate interest and political interest overlap in this kind of way.
Oh, fuck off.
The Democrats literally let the insurance companies write a large part of Obamacare. We've never seen this kind of corporate influence on politicians.
That's
ever.
Such horseshit.
It was around here where I started thinking, oh, I've got to respond to this. But I wasn't sold yet.
So like, well, it's always been going on just behind the scenes. It's just, no.
Oh,
this has not.
She's right. Or you're right that she's wrong about it always being behind the scenes. It was out in the fucking open.
Yeah, just nobody talked about it very much.
And again, the only time it did get talked about, the Koch brothers, they were giving money to Bush.
We are in totally new territories here. We're charting a new path here. This is
what happens when what do you think he is? Like, not even 30, right?
I'd be surprised if he was that old.
This is what happens when you've had your political awakening by beating off to Hassan and you've not actually paid attention to anything in your fucking life, but you're going to go out there and talk like you know everything.
Well, that's one of the problems this generation has is they assume they know more than they do. I don't understand why, but it does seem to be a problem with, especially on the left, with not only not going to research stuff, but assuming they don't need to. They just know.
This guy's name is Jake. Is that what you're telling me? This guy's in his mid-30s? Okay, then you have no reason to be this dumb.
Yeah, that's just sad.
By now, you should have educated yourself on something.
Or at least made an effort.
Yeah. paid attention. Fuck.
Don't believe in that.
Unprecedented.
Long overdue death of woke capitalism. Rest in piss. Although I never did get to try those gay Oreos. You don't know what you got till it's gone. The inauguration was a beautiful celebration for Republicans, full of joy and whimsy, and a complete humiliation ritual for the Democrats.
I mean, if we're being honest, she's not wrong about that. It was a humiliation. Did you ever get to see when Kamala left?
Yeah.
Because Joe gets to go on Marine One again.
Yeah.
And she has to get into an SUV that looks disturbingly like a hearse.
Yeah. It looked like it was sort of like if they were taking your dog away to the mobile euthanasia clinic.
Yes.
Like, bye, Fido. Ooh.
And you see the Trumps and the Vances just waving to him with big smiles on their faces. It's funny as fuck. Anyway.
Bye, Joe. Thanks for all the nothing. Your legacy will be having dementia, aiding a genocide, and handing the country over to Donald Trump on a silver platter.
So I just want to acknowledge that Joe Biden's presidency and his legacy will be a complicated one.
No, it won't.
No,
Nope.
it really won't.
His legacy is going to be one of abject failure.
History books regard.
Go ahead.
Joe Biden will probably go down as one of the most destructive presidents in our history.
Yeah.
Joe Biden's presidency and his legacy will be a complicated one. How history books regard Biden, I think it's going to be, you can't have a conversation about everything that he did manage to get done, which was a lot, without having a conversation about how, particularly the final year of his presidency, his decision to run again really harmed the party and the.
I will let him finish speaking, but I just want to point out that talking about Joe Biden's presidency, his first worry is how they're going to remember the damage he did to the party. These are the people who told us. I mean, remember Kamala sitting in that one fucking fake interview she did, and behind it, country over party? It's always party first for them.
Yeah.
Always party first. Because they're commies and it's required.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, we'll back it up so we can get where he pretends he cares about the country.
His decision to run again really harmed the party and the country.
Okay, now I want to make sure you got to get that afterthought of the country in. It wasn't just the last year of his presidency. His whole presidency was a disaster. There was a fucking recession. Just because they didn't talk about it doesn't mean it didn't happen. They suddenly found nuance in the consecutive quarters of negative growth. They're like, oh, that just because we've always said that's what a recession is. Not no.
Not this time.
Not this time. Massive inflation, a recession. In any other context, if this had been a Republican, we'd still be hearing about the recession.
Oh, we'd be hearing about it for 4 or 5 more years.
We had to dig them out. We had to get a different car. Snubber, thank you. Can we even, what do they say, credit the good? Would this administration deserve that? Or wouldn't this administration deserve that? What good? Look, I think I've been pretty fair about stuff, Jack. If I think Biden did something good, I'd tell you I think he did something good. You'd have to give me specifics. But if you're looking at the overall of Biden's presidency, it's an abject failure. This man destroyed the economy in ways that, again, if this was anybody else, if they weren't trying to keep Trump out of office, it would have been all over the papers. It would have been everywhere. Like, no, my God, the economy's crashed. The worst thing since the last one. Because that's what they do all the time. All right, back to this idiot.
That's an inescapable thing that you have to acknowledge. But I just want to point out that the suggestion that Joe Biden did nothing really chaps my ass. If you would have told her during the primaries in
All right. I think it was around here where I really started paying attention, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna respond to this.
We're going to hear about his ass chapping.
Well, no.
Thank God.
thing really chaps my ass. If you would have told her during the primaries in 2020, Bernie's still in the race before Super Tuesday, nobody's dropped out yet. If you were to go to her and say, listen, Bernie is going to win the nomination for the Democratic Party, and then he's going to win the presidency. And then with a 50-50 Senate and an 8-seat majority in the House, he's going to pass the largest domestic stimulus package ever in American history. He's going to pass the largest investment in climate in the history of all countries in the world. He's going to forgive student loan debt for 5 million Americans, just like that. He's going to wipe out student loan debt for 5 million.
This motherfucker takes longer to make an analogy than I do.
Well, he's got to repeat himself for all the dummies in the audience.
He could have just said, if I told you that Bernie's going to win and he's going to do all the stuff Biden did, she would like it. But no, he's got to list through this bullshit, by the way.
Americans. Through the ARP, he's going to cut childhood poverty in half his first year. And again,
Gonna need some evidence on that one.
Well, they go by the poverty threshold, and Biden gave enough people or gave enough money out to say that, hey, you're not poor anymore. You see them all running around happy about not being poor anymore, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely how that works.
We're talking about America. I suck, Jack. I grew up poor.
I didn't get a word of that. What'd you say?
Oh, I said they're talking about American poverty, which sucks. I grew up poor. I know what it's like.
Yeah.
But it's not like poverty in the third world or even in most of the first world.
Yeah.
All right.
This is me telling Shoe0nHead in 2020, this is what Bernie is going to do. She would be like, oh my God, great news. Holy shit. We're actually going to do some progressive shit for once in my life. My contention is that the only reason
For once in my life, like Obama didn't fucking exist.
Yeah, well, I mean, linear time is not a real thing, so.
In my lifetime, that would mean Carter, Clinton, and Obama didn't do shit that was actually progressive. Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
And in their lifetime, that still includes Clinton. But whatever. Hey, douchebag, Hutch, was it? What would she say if you said, okay, Bernie's going to win the election? He's guaranteed. Promise you that. He's going to raise inflation to 13% by the new standard of inflation and have a recession. Do you think she'd be like, oh my God, thank God. Woohoo.
Maybe.
I just love how, like, again, even if I granted him his bullshit points he just made, this is why history's not going to care about that shit. Because what history tends to care about is massive things like the inflation that all that shit caused and the recession that it brought on, the absolute retarded failures of the transportation department. I can't remember if it was in this video or the next one or in one of the other ones I watched. But he whines because he tells us he doesn't like this one chick. I forget what her name is. But he says in 2022, in response to the train derailment things, she said, this is because we put in a mayor who had no experience. But in reaction to the plane crashes, she's like, we need to wait for an investigation. Well, let's wait. Let's check something out here. 2022 is how long after Buttigieg had been in there?
Oh, quite a while.
At least a year, depending on when in 2022 it happened.
Do we count his paternity leave or no?
No, we'll give him full credit for the whole time.
Oh, okay.
So for at least a year, and she's like, this is what happens when you have an inexperienced person in here. And he compares that to a president that's been in office for less than 2 weeks when it's happening. Yeah, that's the same.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, because linear time doesn't exist.
Thank you, Dangerous. 1, the stimulus created massive inflation, which increased poverty. No, it didn't. They didn't redefine the poverty threshold, so it was okay. Stop paying attention like that.
Yeah,
And
your paying attention is not productive here.
2, they spent tens of billions to build 7 EV chargers. Pete Buttigieg denies that. He won't tell us how many were built, but he said, no, that's not true. That's not true. And 3, student loans. We're okay. You're right, but you're wrong. He says student loans were deemed illegal and Joe did it anyway. Fucking moron. There was part of it that was deemed wrong, but there is part of it that was allowed to go through. It just depended on which part of the student loan economy it came from. If it was directly federal and he had the ability under, I don't even think it was DOE that they were coming through, but there were some that he was allowed to forgive. Keldrick, thank you. I bet several things chap this guy's ass on a regular basis. If this guy does watch this, he's just going to be really mad that I made pedophile jokes and now he's been called gay.
Well, I mean, they celebrate those things on the left, so I don't know what he'd be upset about.
The substance will never get addressed.
Since she's not doing that.
Hang on. Real quick. Thank you, Tyrai. More Monk and Jack right after I finished yesterday's episode.
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, we're glad to give you some content.
Yeah, for the record, it says 8 minutes and 34 seconds, but we skipped the first minute. So we're 7 minutes and 34 seconds in, and it is 50 minutes into our show.
We are so good at this.
Progressive shit for once in my life. My contention is that the only reason she's not doing that is because it's Biden. And she probably made up her mind about Biden back in 2020. And it doesn't matter what he was going to do. You could have told her back in 2020.
Okay, her criticism was that he destroyed the economy and handed the White House to Trump. Is that right or wrong?
We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about her bias toward Biden. Oh, bitch.
She's just Donald Trump totally didn't win that election. He's not the president right now. That's the only way you can have this take that he's having.
No, because he's a senile old man. Oh, wait, that was my take on it. I got nothing, dude. I don't know.
He's not disputing anything she's saying. It's just, if I gave Bernie credit for things I think Biden did, then you'd like him. You just hate him because he's Biden. No, he was a dementia-ridden asshole. And it won't be long before even the left will admit that this guy had dementia. Some of them have already started coming around.
Yeah.
Many are still trying to pretend that's not a thing, which, really?
Well, they're also trying to distance him from Senator Byrd and his comments about black people over the years and women.
But anyway, back to this. You just don't like Biden.
Bernie's going to win. He's going to be the most pro-union president in modern history. He's going to walk the picket line with people that are striking for the first time ever in American history. He's going to appoint
should not have done.
Yeah.
President should not be on a picket line like that, sir. If that had been Trump doing something like that, they'd all be yelling, Hatch Act. They'd be wrong because it's not a Hatch Act violation, but that's what they'd be yelling.
Yeah.
He's using his political thing to push this agenda.
Wildly pro-labor head of the NLRB who will implement policies that will make it easier to unionize all over the country.
Until Trump fires him.
Yeah. it should be easier to unionize. It's already incredibly easy.
Yeah.
I am glad they ruled that nobody has to join the union.
It's not as easy as it used to be because it used to almost be compulsory. If one person's like, we're going to start a union, fuck, now we have to.
Yep. I think that's bullshit.
It is, yeah.
They're not owners.
The nonsense that the National Labor Relations Board has pulled and the Democrats have pulled over the years to give undue influence to the unions. Talk about the influence in politics from rich people. Those fat fucking union bosses sure do seem to have a direct line to these guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, they destroyed themselves, and the only reason they existed and got as powerful as they did is because the government came in and protected unions in ways that never made sense.
Yep.
I need you guys to hear this because people do not believe it. Unions can lie to you. They can lie to you to organize. They can lie to you about the way negotiations are going on. There's nothing that stops them from lying to you. The only people in labor relations who are not allowed to lie to you are your bosses, who are not allowed to lie to you about the union. Tell me how that's fair. The unions can lie and say Walmart is literally stealing from every one of their employees every day, and there's nothing that Walmart can do except go, that's not true. They can't even go, these guys are fucking liars, because that would be negative against the unions.
Yeah, you can't disparage a union.
Nope.
Oh, my God, that's sacred.
How dare you say something like that about us?
How dare you? We'll sue. Oh, my God.
Unions are a cancer, and they need to go away.
I agree.
She would be like,
oh, wait, hang on. Got a donation coming through. Don't worry, Hutch. I really do want to hear what you have to say.
I'm indifferent.
But only to laugh at you. Tyrai, thank you. Things presidents shouldn't do. Sleeping in the middle of a local matter with the police and their friends, then having a beer with both on the White House lawn. Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Or looking at your watch while the bodies of soldiers go by. Not a good look.
Excuse me. The bodies of soldiers you got killed.
Oh, let's not point fingers now, monkey.
Nope, I am pointing fingers.
Yeah, right at Biden, the fucking scumbag.
Because you're not wrong to bring up the watch thing, but it needs full context. He got them killed and couldn't be bothered.
No, and he didn't care. That's why he blew up that aid worker with all the water.
He was looking at the rosary beads. To tell the time? Really?
Yeah, I didn't see any rosary beads. I just saw him looking at his fucking watch.
oh my God. Yeah, Bernie. I can't believe. Finally, we're going to be able to. But it's Biden.
See, we're
So what does she say?
Those jump cuts.
Thanks for nothing. Thanks for nothing. You did nothing. This is why I hate leftists. I'm sorry. I shouldn't take that back.
Oh, this is the part. I jumped ahead. So you guys will get to see his actual thing where he compares a year difference to 8 days or 12 days, whatever it was.
This is why I hate leftists. I don't know how else to say it. I hate them. I hate them. I think I actually hate them. Let me show you why I hate leftists.
Okay.
Here's a perfect example of why I hate leftists. Tina Turner, one of the favorite people that we follow on the stream. This was her reaction to the East Palestine train crash in 2022. What's happening with the railroads, airlines, and the supply chain is a result of a small city mayor being made the Secretary of Transportation as a means to pad his resume for president. Secretary Buttigieg is a prime example of failing up. That's what
she's 100% right. That there's nothing wrong with what she said there. Pete Buttigieg was a small-time mayor from South Bend, Indiana. His qualification for this is he was a logistics officer in the military. That's the same as running the transportation department. I don't know why he's upset about this tweet, except for he's dumb. Because if you're being honest, I mean, notice when I first told this, said it was about the railroads. I'd forgot she put in there the airlines and the supply chain, because This is when you're having the big backups with the airlines and the supply chain issue was still going on and not getting any better. What was the longest that the supply chain got back up into the Pacific? Like 3 weeks?
Something like that, yeah.
That if you brought a ship in, that's how long it took once you reached our coast until you could get into port to get unloaded. And they just couldn't. Hey, fuck, what's going? I'm gonna go on maternity leave.
She had to say about Pete Buttigieg following the East Palestine train crash. This is what she had to say about Trump in response to the DC crash. We should wait for an investigation to determine the cause of the crash in Washington before we place blame on anything or anyone. That's what the flight attendants union is asking. This shouldn't be controversial.
These are not even close to the same fucking examples. How are these even close?
Magic.
For the record, as far as I know, we still do not know exactly what happened in that crash. The only thing we know is that the helicopter and plane hit each other.
Yep.
Now, my guess is that the helicopter wasn't paying attention. Just because the way flight patterns and stuff work for airplanes, Jack.
Either that or there's an equipment problem, and we're not going to know until
Yeah.
they do the actual review of the black boxes and all the scientific shit that goes along with it. And I'm not even willing to say pilot error until we get more information.
And this is why I haven't spoke about it. Because I just don't know. And I've seen all kinds of crazy conspiracies on both sides. And the truth is, nobody knows shit. And that's all she's saying. We don't know. And he's like, look how nice she's being to Trump. Okay, at that time, again, let's go back just a second. This was on December 27th of 2022. So at this time, Pete Buttigieg has been in office for almost 2 fucking years. Almost 2 years. And you're comparing that to Donald Trump, to a plane crash happening when Donald Trump has been back in office for less than 2 weeks. Or what, maybe 2 weeks? I'd have to do the exact math on it, Jack.
Yeah.
But those are not even, and the 2 examples you're using aren't even close to the same to begin with. This was the point, Jack, where I was like, oh, I'm responding to this asshole. How do you make this kind of dumb fucking argument?
Apparently pretty easily.
And have an audience that is like, you are so smart. I'm coming to you for my political views.
Well, he's super serial smart, buddy. He said
Jesus.
so. He said so.
I fucking hate this woman. Her grift is so transparent. And this
Pot kettle what?
No shit. Her grift is transparent. You just compared 2 years of experience to a plane crash that happened less than a week ago. Not even a month into Trump's presidency. The people working at the FAA right now are still all people that were there with Biden. But don't mention that part, because if you would have told Shoe0nHead that Bernie Sanders was going to have an FAA that would lead to a plane crash, she'd be like, yay, or something.
Yeah.
See, Jake, that's how you tell jokes.
shit, like what she does, and to a certain extent what Shoe does, is so fucking easy. It's low hanging fruit. They serve the
lower hanging fruit than just lying, than making bad arguments that make no logical sense. I feel that's more low hanging.
I can see why you would say that, Monkey. And you're right. So I really can't dispute that.
Look, I'm no fan of Nina Turner. She is way far left of anything I agree with. But in this case, she's not wrong in either of those tweets. I fucking hate it when women are right. Excuse me. Leftists are right. Totally not a woman thing here, dude. Sorry, I'm being facetious about that part. I don't know if he hates women outside of the bedroom, but in this case, I don't know that he hates women. It just happens to be two women that he's bashing on, like Doug Emhoff. I can't help myself.
Well, did they learn their lesson?
Well, she's got two black eyes, doesn't she? That's a joke. It's an old joke. I'm not even apologetic. I'm really not.
Of validating every negative opinion about government that you have. They will validate whatever you think. None of this matters. It's all corrupt. Everything's rigged. And you eventually...
They're not very good grifters if they will validate everything the left thinks and you're on the left and you don't agree with them. Are you getting your own argument? Are you even listening to yourself?
That'd be patriarchal to listen to himself.
He'll tell you whatever you want to hear. This is the shit I didn't want to hear. All right.
Actually just end up in the same spot, which is like people feeling angry and apathetic and just totally disengaged.
You can't feel angry and apathetic.
You don't get to tell me what to do.
That's not how anger.
I don't really care, but
that's not how anger or apathy work. Anger can eventually lead to apathy, I suppose. But apathy is the lack of caring.
If I cared, I'd respond to that with anger.
Fuck.
I shouldn't say that I hate.
It's one of those things that gets thrown out in political discourse all the time. And no offense, I'm not meaning to just pick on our little frilly boy here. And for the record, I don't know if he's gay. I'm just saying he's gay in the 90s playground way. Totally gay. But they said it's said so many times in political discourse, it's going to lead to anger and apathy. Pick one. Or put an or in there at least. Dangerous, thank you. This is what Nina said about Pete's response following the East Palestine railroad crash. He shows a tweet from December 2022. The East Palestine derailment happened in February 2023. Shit for brains. Wait a minute. I didn't even check the timeline on this. Thank you for bringing that up, Dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's dumber than I thought.
What? He's either dumber or sneaky.
Bro, you made sure to put the tweet up there and didn't cut off the date. You go back through, re-edit your video there and cut that off so nobody else pays attention to that.
Well, his audience isn't going to look it up.
Fuck. I know it was around that time.
Hate Shoe0nHead. This is like the third Shoe0nHead video I've ever watched. I just hate the words that come out of her mouth and the things that she says.
Because I don't like him.
Because she's a meanie pants.
You guys should have saw it. I just stomped my foot like a child. This is like the third video I watched. I just hate what she says. It makes me all mad and apathetic at the same time.
It makes me feel funny in my no square.
The ideas that she presents and the things that she espouses generally. There, that feels a little bit more precise, right?
You know why they're mad at Shoe? In all sincerity, it's not because he hates what she says. I guarantee you he agrees with her socialist views. He hates that she points out that the Democrats have flaws. That's it. That's as deep as it fucking gets. And rather than acknowledge those flaws, he's like, la, 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 I hate her. La, 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 la.
Well, if you acknowledge the flaws, you have to acknowledge that there's a problem with the ideology.
Oh, it's so fucking annoying. Hey, Jack, can you take over for just a moment?
Yeah, I suppose I could try.
I need to go make sure Lady Monkey's awake.
Hi, guys. What you doing? Something fun? You having fun without me? I bet you are. This guy looks greasy. Greasy like Reese Witherspoon greasy. Do you know why? I don't. It just looks that way. In the method of transparency, I'm a shallow whore. So like, share, subscribe, toss us money, you know. But otherwise, what's going on, you guys? He probably hates her because she couldn't finger his butthole for the price he was asking. That wouldn't surprise me at all. She's not a hive mind is what he hates. Yep. What'd you miss? We're talking about this guy Hutch, who's responding to Shoe0nHead, responding to something else. And he's basically just trying to do some clout gathering and look smart, and it's not really working out. But did you get any sleep, Retro? I know you were trying to go to bed earlier. That's not very easy to do sometimes, I assure you. I, for one, do not care for sleep. Just got here. Who's this? His name is Hutch. He's some bread tuber type that wishes he was more popular and manly than he is. Going to court to finalize my divorce. Ex is forcing me to sell my house and wants half my 401k. Holy shit, dude. Good luck. Wish I could give you some words of encouragement. Love Shoes vid. She points out dumb flaws has caused them to act in the most unhinged manner. Yeah, because she doesn't have a hive mind. Oh, 3 hours. That's not bad. Chilling in Manila. Nice. Got exhausted catching planes and boats around. I bet. That's tiring, dude.
Sorry about that.
I like being new places. I don't like getting there. It's a lot of hassle. Morning, Man Squatch and Space Trucker. Welcome back, Monkey.
Thank you.
Folks. We were having a little chit-chat sit-down while you were gone.
Lady Monkey just likes to be up by 7 so that she can have coffee and relax a little bit before she goes to work.
Oh.
So if I'm awake, I make sure she's up.
Well, that's nice of you.
And I hadn't heard the bathroom, so either my hearing's getting worse too, or she used the bathroom upstairs.
Well, you are getting older, my friend.
I am not.
Yes, you are.
No, it doesn't
Your
happen.
birthday's coming up. You're going to be the big 5-0.
Thank you, FL. Grr, I'm angry and apathetic. So angry and apathetic that the other guy gets record support. Yay!
Right? I'd be so angry, but I just don't care. I'm angry and I don't care about it. What?
It's right up there with the guy we saw the other day who was an anarchist looking to set up a hierarchy.
Yeah, the irony is just, I don't know if it's disturbing or insulting to my intelligence at this point.
Yeah. It's not, I wouldn't take it as an insult to your intelligence. I would just insult theirs because they deserve it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. All right. Angry apathy boy.
Executive order after executive order, pardon after pardon, Trump got to work enacting his mandate on day one. But even as all this is happening, Trump seems to be on this bizarre side quest to conquer
Like, is she using mandate ironically there? Is she really calling this a mandate? Okay.
Canada.
Well, let's see. He won the presidency. They took over the Senate, kept the House. Yeah, that's a mandate, bro.
Yeah, I would absolutely say it was a mandate.
He the first Republican in quite a while to win the popular vote.
Yeah.
He swept all of the blue wall states. But it's not a mandate because you don't like him.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb.
Is she saying that unironically? Are you retarded unironically? And stop saying unironic when you mean, is she joking?
Well, to him, because everything is ironic. They're not allowed to have jokes on the left, dude.
I hate the overuse of the term irony, but I didn't realize that one day I would come to hate the term unironic. There's some irony there, actually.
There is in the actual definition of the word.
Yeah. Unironically, there's irony there. Anyway.
Canada and Greenland. But if we're going to annex Canada and make it great again, can we at least get their healthcare without the wait times or the assisted side? Can't there just be a normal?
No, if you expand access to healthcare to everyone, you either need to substantially add to your infrastructure to accommodate that, or you're going to see things like increased wait times. I would.
Okay. So I'll give him credit. He's the first lefty I've ever seen admit this part.
I'd like to point out that because of all the illegal aliens, I had to wait in a hospital emergency room for 7 hours with a kidney stone because they all had the sniffles and they weren't allowed to discriminate against them.
I like how the way that he did it, though, it sounds like he's saying, yes, we have to have the suicide, which you do because it's a way to keep the lines down.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you could just filter some of those undesirables out like Iceland and the Netherlands does.
Fuck, it wasn't that long ago that the left was actually having public arguments about how long we should keep giving people life-saving care. You're 80, you really don't need that cancer treatment the way that like a 20-year-old does. For the good of everybody, you should just die.
Yeah.
And then they'll bitch and tell me how low the life expectancy is.
Rather live in a system. Now, maybe that's possible. Maybe we can do that. Maybe there's a system that allows for like even more investment in healthcare or whatever, and we can reduce these wait times. But if you ask people,
the only way to do that is to force people to doctor.
Well, they're not opposed to slavery. Remember, they are Democrats.
Canada, just generally speaking, you're going to find some exceptions, but the overwhelming majority of people that live in Canada, that live in England or Italy or Spain or Germany, places where government subsidizes healthcare for everyone, they're going to tell you, I'd rather have our system where maybe I need to wait a couple weeks to get an appointment, but I don't get a bill. If you limit.
You mean people like shit they don't have to pay for directly? Shocking.
It's weird how freeloading works.
How many of them that waited too long for a diagnosis and they were beyond repair would agree to that, homie? I'm just curious. I'm asking for the socialists. Okay.
The pool of people that are afforded access to healthcare, your wait times are going to be lower. Go figure. If people are priced out of healthcare, if they don't want to go to the doctor because they're afraid of a big bill, even if they have coverage isn't that great. And so they're like, I don't even want, like, my shoulder's kind of hurting and I don't know what's going on there, but I don't want to see a doctor because I might get a bill for $250. I just don't want to do that. And so a lot of these people, even though they have like coverage,
what are you talking about?
They just don't go to the hospital. If those people are no longer worried about getting a bill, they're going to go to these hospitals. There's going to be more people. There's going to be higher wait times. And that's just the way it is.
You better hope you get in line with your deadly thing before the guy who has a minor shoulder injury that he could have just put some fucking heat on. This is the kind of motherfucker that when he coughs just a little bit, runs to the doctor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Real quick. Thank you, Keldrick. Wait a couple of weeks? Nah, homie. You mean wait a couple of months?
Months, yeah.
Yep. Look, patient stacking is a real problem with socialized medicine. Yep. They push stuff off. Like, okay, you're not that super sick yet, so you're not a priority. There's no preventative care, really. You have to have special private insurance for that shit. But look at all the problems in the UK. Bear talked about it when he was trying to get some of his screenings done. He had to wait months for that shit.
Yep.
Canada's not any better.
You now have a bureaucrat rather than an insurance company deciding whether or not you get care.
Yeah. Look, the prices could be cheaper. Sure. There should be transparency in how much everything costs. Sure. I'll give you that one. But at the same time, maybe some tort reform so doctors aren't constantly paying out malpractice settlements for shit they didn't actually do. because of frivolous lawsuits, that might help with the pricing as well.
Oh, don't worry. Once they're under government contract, you ain't going to be able to sue them anymore.
That's true. They'll never be able to be fired either. So even shitty doctors will never go away.
But this right wingers for decades have been trying to demonize, and it works on stupid people who don't.
Homie,
You get to tell us the earth is flat.
you just told us a couple minutes ago that a tweet was in response to something that hadn't happened yet. Should you really be throwing that stone in your little glass house?
No, dude, he's like a sovereign citizen. You know, he can see things other people can't, man.
Yes.
He's deciphered the code and cracked the matrix, man.
Look, if you can look at what socialized medicine actually is, like, you might have to wait a couple of weeks. No. I had a friend who had a possible brain tumor. It took 6 months in Canada, and this is more than a decade ago. This is like 2 decades ago, just to get in for a screening, just to get a CAT scan. 6 months. She was having massive seizures, Jack.
Wow. As he said, her husband, or my husband rather, had to wait over a year for life-saving surgery in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people come here and get surgeries done or get screenings, because you're probably going to die. You don't want to fuck around.
If you can look at what socialized medicine really is and be honest about it and say, yes, I still think it's better than the U.S. system, fine. But they're never honest about it.
No, they can't be, because it makes them look bad. Because they're looking for a lowest common denominator standard of care for everyone, as opposed to getting the best you can.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's look, under any system, there will always be people who get less.
Yes.
There will always be poor people. There will always be rich people. It doesn't matter what system you're looking at, there will always be those things. Because people aren't built the same. Some people are born deformed or get sick or whatever, or they're just gullible and they'll give away everything for magic beans. There's going to be issues for people. And you're never, ever going to solve that. And it's the basic failing of the socialist system. And they can never, ever talk about that.
Yeah, here in a capitalist system, the system we had before Obamacare and now definitely after it, there are people who get hit with some really fucked up hospital bills, Jack.
Yeah.
And it is a flaw in our system. I don't have a great answer for it, but I'm at least willing to admit that it's a problem. These guys, it's all sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah.
Fuck you. How dare you call anybody stupid?
Well, we used to have more social charities in place. Like the church, especially, was a good one. But people don't go to church anymore. They don't join organizations. They don't go out and connect with people anymore. So there's none of those safety nets. Plus, the government shut a lot of things down.
Dangerous. Thank you so much. Does she seriously mean landslide? Actually, what he said was, she had said mandate, and he said mandate, but point taken. Says like 90+% of counties swung towards Trump. There was not a single one that she flipped over. Not one flip was to Kamala.
No, if anything, there were ones flipping to Trump.
Yep. He massively closed the gap of heavily blue areas. Yeah, New York even went way further to Trump than anybody thought it would. By the way, I had to wait 9 months to see a blood pressure specialist. God damn, that's a GP here.
Yeah, that's wow. Real quick, I got a couple here. Thank you, Volt Potato. Dankula has talked about how you need to talk to a receptionist to get their approval before you can even get an appointment with a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
In a few months, the receptionist decides if you get care or not. Always be nice to receptionists and secretaries across the board. Make that a habit. You will get a lot further in life. Also, thank you, Okie Native. You can tell one of these people ever served or they would have experiences with socialized medicine. The VA, it's terrible. I don't use it anymore. Oh my God, yeah, I've heard so many horror stories about the VA.
Look, I've told the story before about my mom. Military brat, we had government insurance, and it works just like socialized insurance does. And my mom would probably still be alive if we went to private doctors.
Wow.
For over a year, Jack, she was going in complaining of the symptoms, and they kept just telling her, no, you're just a little overweight. You're a smoker. That's all it is. Because those doctors aren't there for caring about patients. They're there so they can pay off their medical school till they go get their private practice where they'll care about patients.
Yeah, because then they're financially incentivized. Did you see what happened at Walter Reed the other day?
No.
A bunch of the pipes burst and flooded the building.
Jesus.
It was a fucking disgusting mess, too. Like, that place has been kind of falling apart from the sound of it for a while. But they haven't been doing any basic maintenance from the look of it. So I'm not surprised. But you know what? Just shut the VA down and just start writing vouchers for the vets. Just pay for the stuff they're going to get done in the private sector. Have them submit their bills and be like, here you go, and be done with it. That should have been done 30 years ago.
Yeah, that was an idea that Trump floated back in what, 2019, I think is when he was talking about it.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Look,
Yeah.
I never heard anything good about the VA system. Nobody ever comes out and is like, oh my God, I got the greatest care. They were so nice to me. No, everybody bitches about it. They don't do anything. And if they do, it's shitty.
All right.
Talk to Canadians or Europeans and ask them, like, hey, what's your experience? Right wingers have been demonizing like the wait time things for like 3 decades. It's fucking delusional. Because again, like it's like
this is what I'm talking about. Just admit it's a real problem.
Oh no, we can't talk about that.
They've been demonizing it. No, pointing it out is not demonizing it.
Yeah. And like Evolve just said, like Dankula was talking about this, and you have to get an appointment months in the future. That is a serious problem. The British system, NHS, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
If you are in the waiting room, you have to be seen within 4 hours. So the ambulances will park outside and just sit there for hours. It's called patient stacking.
I remember the first time I went to a private doctor, Jack. I'd been going to military doctors my whole life, and then Dad gets out of the military and we move up here and I have to go to the doctor. I was shocked how quickly I got in. You would have an appointment, say, for noon at a military hospital, right?
Uh-huh.
You might get seen by 3 o'clock, maybe, with an appointment. We're not talking about going to the ER. We're talking about an appointment.
Wow.
You might get seen in 3 hours. And when it only took 5 minutes for me to get into my appointment, I was like, wait, did you have no other patients today?
I didn't finish my book yet.
I was genuinely mystified. Anyway,
understandable.
I'm just demonizing the system by pointing out the reality.
90, 85, 90% of Canadians, when you poll them, are like,
he has no idea what he's talking about right here. Thank you, Frosted. Go easy on the guy with the anger and apathy thing, Jack. He's had a bad case of narcolepsy lately, and it's really aggravating his insomnia.
Nice. Okay. I think what he's getting at is if you poll these people, they like their system. Yeah, it's the only one they've known.
Yeah, because they've had it for 60 years. Of course, they don't know any different. To them, that's a good system. But to anybody that's ever lived over here and experienced our healthcare, they're like, that's fucking horrid.
And all they ever hear about is how expensive our system is and how people are dying in the streets waiting for their coverage. It's amazing that so many people die from poverty and not getting medical treatment, yet our death rate just isn't really going up.
Yeah. As much as these little commies hate our country, I'm glad I'm an American.
You might die, but at least you won't die broke. Yes, exactly, Peter.
Right.
Like, we would much rather have our system than America. even with like slightly longer wait times. It's not like
Well, they also don't make the kind of money we do.
Yeah. Well, there's that. It's more of a subtle class structure still in a lot of those countries that they don't like to admit to. There's still that somewhat of a hierarchy that because it's really hard to move up in social strata in Europe. It's not here. Poor people become rich people become poor. It's not quite the same in a lot of European countries still. Because most people are just flat out poor, and then there's a handful of rich people because they've been living under that system since the feudal times. Real quick, though. Thank you, Tyrai. Jack, my VA does take care of me, but Lebanon VA of PA is in the top 5 systems in the country. Now the disability system, you have to jump through hoops and hoops to prove what is in the military medical records are legit. That's asinine that you have to do that. I'm glad you're getting taken care of, but that's absolutely ridiculous that you have to go through all that nonsense. And
Keldrick,
go ahead.
I have one from Keldrick here.
Oh, go ahead.
Keldrick, thank you. The longest wait I've had in private doctor's office was 20 minutes, and that was for an appointment I set up that day. That's about my experience, yeah.
Yeah, and I start getting irritable about the 20-minute mark because I'm like, come on, I got shit to do.
Hoko, thank you for that feminist $12. The voucher program for the VA is called Community Care. I got same-day approval to go to a med shop for my back. Thank you. My eyes finally let me have that word there at the end. They couldn't do anything but give meds. Now I'm waiting for VA referral to others. We have to take care of the vets, Jack, and our military personnel and their families that needs to. But we don't have a good system in place. We basically have socialized healthcare for these folks, and it sucks.
Yeah, and it sucks because of the bureaucracy more than anything else. Just move it to a voucher system. It'd be so much better. Thank you, Okie.
Canadians never.
Sorry, I did not mean to click that. Go ahead.
I have some acquaintances in ye old England. I asked them what the NHS is really like. Their response was, I don't know. My family has money. We pay for medical.
Yep.
Yeah, if you live in the UK and you're well off, you get your own private shit going. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble.
All right.
America, even with like slightly longer wait times. It's not like Canadians never complain about things, but they don't want to switch places with America. They don't.
Why do so many of them come down here for surgeries?
Let me ask you this. How much of their time has the government spent demonizing their system? Anyone? Do you think the Canadians or the UK government are constantly just shitting on how fucked up their system is and how it needs to be changed to a whole new system?
No.
Now, how long have we been hearing about how much the US system sucks?
My entire life.
Yeah. This really became a thing under Clinton, is where we really start first hearing about it on a massive scale.
Yeah.
And
there are always people complaining before that, but it really ramped up with Clinton.
And we've had 30 years of people telling us we need socialized healthcare here.
Yep. They want Hillary care.
Not just fixing the existing system, because somebody says UK does. Everything I've seen of the UK where there's a politician bitching about the NHS, it's not to get rid of it completely. Not saying none of them do. But it's surely not the overwhelming policy of whatever ruling party there is that each election that we need to completely scrap this system because it sucks. We need to do what the Americans do. We constantly hear, I mean, he's done it already here repeatedly. We need to go, we need to be like Canada and the UK. Yeah, go live it then, dude. Go on. Don't go talk to Canadians, homie. Go live up there. Go get seriously injured in Canada and see how great it is not to have that bill after you're dead.
To anyone in England, right wingers, left wingers, and there's a very tiny percentage of people. It's typically people with so much money that they can afford all kinds of private insurance or whatever.
Irate Bear, he's just really rich.
Yes.
They're going to be the ones that are going to be like, I'd rather have America because I can just go get an appointment tomorrow or whatever, because they can afford it.
Healthcare system that doesn't put you in debt or offer to kill you if you are in debt. Speaking of healthcare, an Italian-American Tucker Carlson fan from New York murdered a healthcare CEO. And it wasn't me. His name is Luigi Mangione, and he's currently the most thirsted after man in the world. Mama, I'm in love with a criminal. Ugh, women are so cooked, dude. Why can't they just be normal and make fan cams of the Unabomber like me?
I do appreciate her sense of humor, even as being a dirty socialist.
Now, I don't condone murder. That's it. I don't condone murder. Murder.
Thank you.
Murder's bad. Kai.
Fucking thank you. I realize she's not your typical leftist, but she is a leftist saying I don't condone murder, and that is so refreshing, especially in this case, where even people on the right were going, I kind of get it.
Murder's bad.
Editor MG, thank you. Oh my God, what I walk into. June is cool. I watch her stuff. I enjoy it, but like, I mean, she really is a socialist. She wasn't joking about that part, and that's wrong. It's not a bad opinion. You're just wrong, June. Hopefully your man can fix you.
Murder is bad. But honestly, I don't even know what killing a healthcare CEO even does. It's a job position. The job position will be filled again. The goal should be get rid of the job position altogether. But it's
That's how you know she's actually a socialist. But she is right on that point. Killing that guy, all you did is some other guys getting that job. Has United Healthcare gotten like really permissive in because we were hearing 30% of claims are denied. Has that changed since this asshole killed that guy?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's really depressing that it took this for a conversation about the absolute scam that is the American health insurance system to go mainstream.
Stop. No, it was literally under Obama. Obamacare came about because of the scam of the American healthcare system. Why do they always think when something happens? It's the first time anybody's paid attention to this stuff.
It's the first time they've heard about it. That's why.
It's not. She's old enough to have been around when the Obamacare stuff was going on.
Yeah, she's looking kind of haggard. I agree, but yeah, I don't know, man.
It took him getting murdered for somebody to pay attention. Literally, presidential candidates talk about this shit. You had the Democrats. Yeah, in 2016, the Democrats all talked about their healthcare plans that were going to give stuff to everybody because of how fucked up the system is. And they're going to give it to illegals.
Well, of course they are.
Yeah.
I mean, they're saints, you know.
See, this is what I mean by I enjoy her stuff, but she pisses me off at times.
Well, she's a woman, so.
Stream. Lord knows I've been shouting about it for long enough. But you know who?
What? The idea that like the idea that like the debate about healthcare hasn't been in the mainstream of the American.
Oh fuck! Me and him are going to agree.
It's by accident, I assure you.
Our broken clock is right for a change. It's noon, you guys.
Cultural zeitgeist. It's been in the mainstream for like 50 years. Luigi Mangione or whatever, he wasn't the one that got people talking about healthcare. You know, like we've been having this conversation about healthcare in the like American healthcare system for literally multiple decades, predating civil rights. You know, for
wrong, not in the way we're talking about. Stop it.
Decades. He like maybe made the conversation more front and center for like what 3 days, but I mean, what do you think was the big conversation in the Democratic Party in 2015-16 during the primaries? Medicare for all, and blah, blah, blah. You know, like I might be nitpicking a little bit here, but
That's not nitpicking. She made a horrible point, and this is you're finally getting one right, and you're calling it nitpicking. Unlike him, I'm not afraid to say I hate something. I hate this guy.
Like, don't credit this kid who murdered this guy for getting people to talk about the issues that matter.
Who doesn't need healthcare anymore? Jimmy Carter, because he's dead. He died at the
first time I watched that, I laughed so hard at that joke.
I think we made that joke. Something similar, anyway.
ripe age of 100, and I know what you're thinking. Vaxxed? But at his funeral, we all saw this.
Oh, I want to see his take on this.
He's Hitler! He's Hitler! He's Hitler! He's Hitler! Oh, hey, buddy. I'm sorry. I seem to recall this man scolding the black community for voting for a racist, sexist fascist. And here he is, chatting it up with that very racist, sexist fascist. Gee, it's almost like they don't f***ing believe it. Like the...
Okay, here's the nuance. There was an interview that Ilhan Omar gave recently where she was talking about...
Why did he say her name like that? It's Ilhan Omar, you fucking weirdo. Ilhan Omar? You're not a newscaster. You can say it like the American that you are.
No, he's got to sound an intellectual monkey.
So he's going to give us the nuance of laughing with a Nazi.
Yes.
I can't wait for this one. You can't marry him, but go to a funeral and have a few yucks.
About people that chose to show up to the inauguration. And she made a really good point. There is value in someone like a former president showing up to an inauguration of someone even like Donald Trump. And
what?
Yes, the value is you can subvert him then. Yeah, you're infiltrating. You're behind enemy lines, right? Right? That's where we're going with this?
I'm not even to that point yet. Oh. She's talking about the funeral where the two of them are yucking it up together. And he switches it to there is value in a former president showing up at the presidential inauguration for the country. Once again, homie, these two things are not like each other.
You don't know. You don't know. You're thinking again. Stop it. It's not fair.
Obama didn't show up next to Trump and just quietly nod his head. Mm-hmm. They were actually laughing together.
What? Well, Hitler was very likable too, monkey.
Jesus fuck. Oh my God. You can make the argument that, hey, they were, just being civil and, funny's funny. But no. Why are you comparing this to a state event?
It's easier.
Oh, God damn.
Fits the narrative.
I guess.
The value of that rests in what is one of America's bedrock principles. One of, if not arguably, the most important principle of American democracy is the idea that we peacefully transfer power every 4 years.
Oh, I was going to go with guns and speech.
Obama was laughing with Trump at a funeral because of the bedrock foundation of a peaceful transfer of power. Did I follow his logic?
Yes.
It's not logical, right? It's not just me.
No, I mean, it's... Look, this guy's an idiot, monkey. I can't keep up with all the retarded shit he says.
Maybe he'll bring it around. I should give him some. No, he doesn't deserve any grace from what we've seen already. Give him some grace. Maybe
I'm with NM 190 here. He's gonna talk J6.
All right, let's just see if he'll bring it around and wrap this. Put a nice bow on it.
Obviously, that didn't happen in 2020. But the value...
right after it was said in chat. He's got to make it about January 6th.
Geniuses, okay. Man. We have smart audience.
you there is if someone like Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton or Joe Biden show up to Donald Trump's inauguration.
This wasn't the
downside
inauguration.
of them not showing up is you can actually like speed run Americans altogether losing faith in our.
It wasn't the inauguration, shithead.
Well, no, he moved it to the inauguration. So he's done with that funeral nonsense. That's too difficult to address.
If you're going to address what she said, address what she said. She literally just said it on your screen. You don't even have to guess what she was talking about.
Nope, not touching that one with a 10-foot pole. Let's just shift that goals post, huh?
Fuck. Editor, thank you so much. At least she's honest. I've been watching June as long as I've been watching you, like 8 or 9 years. I don't know. June is one of the first people that I found online. I found or on YouTube that I followed for real. I followed Undoomed and Bearing. I don't remember which of those first, and then Shoe. And I actually started following Shoe because of a video she made. People gave her a whole bunch of shit for stealing a joke from Undoomed and Bearing. Both of them have made the joke, except she actually made it first. And that's why I followed her, because the joke was funny, and I don't care who made it first, but funny's funny. Funny goes a long way with me, Jack. And this guy ain't funny.
No, he's really not.
Dumb will make me angry and apathetic.
Oh my God, you can do it. Angry and apathetic.
Yep. I'm going to be angry and apathetic.
Institutions and our democratic principles. So you can argue that even if you think that Donald Trump has fascistic tendencies, that you could actually do more damage by not participating in the peaceful transfer of power.
It was Carter's funeral, fucknut. Why are you talking about the inauguration? God damn.
So my point is that you can hold both.
My point is, look over here. Look over here.
The shiny things, monkey. Shiny things.
Those thoughts.
Sorry.
Power. So my point is that you can hold both of those thoughts in your head at the same time. Barack Obama can sincerely believe that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, that he has fascistic tendencies. And at the same time, it could be the correct decision for him to make to show up to that inauguration.
I think there's blood coming out of my eyes.
You should probably get that addressed.
What the It wasn't. She told you it was Carter's funeral, fucker. You think Donald Trump was sitting next to Barack Obama at the inauguration?
Well, I told you, he moved it. See, he didn't like the setting she described. So in true leftist fashion, we're just going to rewrite history a little bit.
Okay, I watched part of the video that she responded to of him responding to her.
Uh-huh.
And one of the parts that she didn't put in there in her response, he is talking, or she's talking about how the Democrats haven't learned anything and they're just ignoring everything. And to make that point, she brings up some tweets that went viral of people blaming it on sexism, racism, that kind of nonsense. And this idiot says, and I'm not making this up, you can go watch it on his video, that, hey, the Kamala campaign went on Pod Save America. And I didn't watch it, but I'm sure they're actually looking at what the problem was.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. I was like, are you fucking with me right now? I don't know why this part surprised me so much. Jesus Christ. Okay.
To help preserve faith, because we need our institutions and we need these democratic principles to endure beyond Trump. Now, if you're like a sitting member of Congress and you show up for the inauguration, then I think Ilhan Omar makes a good point where it's like, it's not as vital for someone like Bernie Sanders. It's not as vital for someone like John Fetterman or whatever to show up to the inauguration. If they don't show up, people aren't going to be talking about how like this is a threat to the peaceful transfer of power.
I don't want to repeat myself. It wasn't the inauguration, dickhead. They were laughing at a funeral. And look, it's Carter's funeral, so I understand laughing. But it wasn't the inauguration. God damn.
If Barack Obama skips the inauguration, if Bill Clinton skips the inauguration.
I'm not really sure what this stream.
Oh, I was like, what the hell is that voice? He's got a text-to-speech thing going on.
Oh, I was wondering about that too. I'm like, that's weird.
Is about to be honest, just here to say hi to Gassy Mexican if he is still in chat.
Okay, so this was live, Jack, because he just reacted to that.
Yeah, that's weird that there's those little jump cuts. Maybe he went back and edited it afterward.
Maybe.
Because those jump cuts were pretty fucking suspect, man.
All right.
Anyways, you guys understand it's complicated. I understand the arguments where it's like, it doesn't look good of like Barack Obama, him sitting there and like schmoozing with Trump and he's putting on a performance. Do you guys understand that? Do you think Barack Obama, hold on.
Community for voting for a racist, sexist.
Do you think Barack Obama is legitimately enjoying this conversation?
100%.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to actually be. He would have to be a much better actor than he is because we've seen him go off script.
I've told you guys this before. These people don't hate each other as much as they want you to think they do. I mean, Obama talked mad shit about George W. Bush.
Yeah.
And now they're like besties, man.
Yeah, they hang out.
Do you think he's enjoying himself? Yes, because that's his genuine smile.
Yeah, and they're both very, very wealthy men. So,
what does that have to do with the inauguration? I need that explained to me.
Do you think he legitimately respects Donald Trump? Do you think he's legitimately happy in this moment?
Yes.
He's sitting there without his wife. He is putting on a.
That's probably why he's happy.
Yeah. Michael let him off the leash.
Show. This is not for him, not for Donald Trump. It's for the American people. It's for.
You think Barack Obama knew he was being recorded in that moment, and so he fake laughed for the American people?
Yeah, I don't understand that. Obama really hasn't been super involved in stuff out in the open in a while, other than a little bit of campaigning. So I'm not buying it. It's just a lazy excuse to justify what is happening on the screen because he can't wrap his mind around the fact that maybe Orange Man is not full on Hitler.
Yeah, let me help you out there, soy boy. These people lied to you. They knew they were lying to you when they did it, but they were hoping you would vote for them if they lied hard enough. And your dumbass is now here going, I don't believe it. What I really believe is that this is some massive deep state kind of make the public think everything is okay by laughing because I knew the camera would catch this moment. Are you fucking insane? Okay, homie, then explain Kamala when she comes in and won't even pay any attention to Joe. What was she portraying in that moment for the American people? You think he watched it? You think he even paid attention?
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
For Americans that are watching this, he is an institutionalist enough to put on that face and do this because he's doing it in service of that principle.
Or Trump said something funny and he laughed at it.
What?
Which is more likely?
Obviously Hitler can't make jokes, so
Thank you, Frosted. Nah, he just told me a funny joke. A funny Jew joke, sorry. Oh, okay.
the peaceful transfer of power. So even though Donald Trump himself didn't do this in 2020, he didn't show up to the inauguration. He tried to incite.
Just so you know, Donald Trump, he's absolutely right. He did not show up to Carter's funeral in 2020. It was a dick move. I agree that Carter didn't die in 2020, but Trump did not go to his funeral then. Yeah.
Oh, no, we've moved the goalpost, Monkey. We're not talking about the funeral anymore.
I know. I'm just pointing out that this was at the funeral. So to say Donald Trump didn't do this in 2020 means he didn't go to Carter's funeral, you fucking retard.
Did he go to that Hero Cop's funeral in 2021? Brian Sicknick?
He did not. He bastard.
What a monster. What an insurrectionist monster.
Mob. Rather, he did incite a mob. You know, that was the first time we didn't have he is still choosing to do that in this moment because he believes in that principle. The idea that like everybody knows Barack Obama loathes Donald. They loathe each other. With Trump in this moment, he's using this moment.
Actually don't. Do you remember when they had the Catholic dinner thing? And Kamala refused to go.
Yeah, because she's a bitch. Yeah.
In that thing, even Chuck fucking Schumer, who Donald Trump has shit tons on.
Oh, yeah, because the guy's a piece of garbage.
But what did Donald say? He goes, I actually like this guy.
Yeah, he doesn't hate him or anything.
Because these people don't get that Donald really is an old school politician, and so is Barack.
Yeah.
These are people who will put on a show for you. But when it's over, it's like, we do have to work together. And most of them, they don't like each other. He doesn't get it because I couldn't even date somebody like that. They may hate each other's politics. Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Scalia were fucking really good friends.
Yeah, see, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. He can't understand why couples can have different political views and get along. He's not going to understand this.
No.
He's not going to understand that you can have friends, people you associate with that you go over to their house for dinner that have different political beliefs. How dare you? You hang out with fascists because all your enemies are fascists.
Yeah. And that's what June is trying to point out to him, and it just broke his brain.
Yeah, he's not going to get it, man. He just isn't capable of understanding or getting along with people that are outside his realm of cooperation. He would never work or hang out with people that disagree with him. That's why I think he lives out by California somewhere.
The audience has me calling Shoe June, goddammit.
Well, you didn't call her June.
I'm
going to just start calling her Junebug.
As an opportunity to make himself look powerful. Look at this guy. This guy has to sit beside me and laugh and smile and schmooze. He has to do that because I won. Because
what?
I don't think that's how any of that works.
He could have ignored him like Kamala did to her boss.
Yeah. Like she does to her husband most nights.
What the fuck? He's got a whole narrative in his head. There's no getting her. No, There's no way Barack Obama could have legitimately laughed at Donald Trump making a joke. He's not funny, damn it.
No, he was like, and then I grabbed him by the pussy, Barack. Barack was like, I have to laugh at that uncomfortably. No.
I'm the president now because I'm the power. He's loving that. Like today, that day for him felt like total victory. And Obama was willing to put on the show.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter's funeral felt like total victory for Donald Trump. 1 down, 4 more to go.
What is he?
Jesus.
I don't have the words.
He does not respect Donald Trump.
He's Hitler, he's Hitler, he's Hitler, he's Hitler. Oh, hey, buddy. I'm sorry. I seem to recall this man scolding the black community for voting for a racist, sexist, fascist. And here he is chatting it up with that
Oh, this is at the funeral. But still,
Jesus Christ.
He just realized that he moved the goalpost so far, even he didn't know he moved the goalpost. What a fucking retard.
Hey, homie, obviously you didn't watch the inauguration because there is no moment in the inauguration where these two are sitting together like that. That's not even the tie Trump wore.
No, he even admitted that this was at the funeral and then started talking about the inauguration. He
Yeah.
did this to himself.
Yep. He's got a narrative, man. No, he clearly hates him. He was only smiling because it was the inauguration. It wasn't the inauguration? Shit.
still that it's still a part of that. It's still.
Oh, everything I just said still applies, even though none of it applies.
It's all connected. It's interwoven like a tapestry of hate.
Your argument was that he was doing it for the good of America, for the peaceful transfer of power. The only time in America, Jack, the only time power transfers when a president dies is if they're sitting president, which Carter hasn't been for 40 fucking years.
I don't think he knows that.
Oh, this guy is a treat.
Still obviously a part of that.
Very racist, sexist, fascist. Gee, it's almost like they don't believe it. Like the Biden administration literally just named an aircraft after George W. Bush. George W. Bush, the literally Hitler from 20 years ago.
Thank you, June. Shoe, thank you. Yes, exactly. A lot of the rhetoric about Trump is not new. You can take it word for word from what they said about George W. Bush.
Yeah.
20 years, we're going to have like a Navy fleet named after Trump. It's all fake. It's all big fake gay club and we're not in it. At the end of the day, these people would rather see the country burn to the ground than actually help the citizens in it. Literally.
Breaking now at 11.
You got to appreciate that sense of humor.
Yeah, I give you credit for that one.
16 people confirmed dead.
Look at him.
It's just a cartoonish.
He is literally shaking. Hang on a second. Watch his reaction here.
The country burn to the ground than actually help the citizens in it. Literally.
Breaking now at 11. 16 people confirmed dead.
It's just a.
Oh, God. How did I not watch this guy before? I feel like I've missed out on years of content.
I have a feeling you haven't missed much other than this guy's a retard.
Yeah, but that's my bread and butter, dude.
I know, but it's frustrating. This man is not smart.
The cart.
You got to take him as the joke that he is.
That's true.
Yeah.
Cartoonish caricature of politicians. It's so easy to. Everybody's corrupt. They all want us to burn. Blah 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 blah. There's no like. Do you seriously think like everybody serving in government, all these former presidents, every sitting member of Congress, they would rather the country burn than to?
Hey, homie.
If it makes them a nickel, yeah.
I know you've pointed to George Carlin before, so you're familiar with the concept of comedy, but I need you to go look up the definition.
It's an alien concept to leftists. I'm telling you, man. They are so far removed from having a sense of humor that they're not allowed to anymore. It's just so verboten to actually laugh at stuff.
You mean literally every one of them? All of them? They all want everybody to burn? Literally? Really?
Yes,
really?
literally. Yes, all of them.
Fuck.
Let them burn.
Yeah.
Disco Inferno.
If you ever watch this, homie, I want you to just go back 2 minutes to where when she says that, I stop it and start laughing because it's a joke. There's some truth to it, but she's not being perfectly serious and literally, no. God damn, you're an idiot.
Humor is meant to hurt feelings, and that is the worst thing that you can have happen. Is have somebody hurt feelings.
I mean, he was literally shaking a second ago, so his feelings are really hurt.
Oh, they're super duper hurt, and that is unacceptable. He needs to be in a safe space for a little while.
His feelings got Parkinson's.
Ouch.
To help people? Do you seriously believe that? There's like a certain amount of like acceptable hyperbole in discourse, and people like her just.
And I am the arbiter of it.
It's unacceptable. I hate you, Mom. I mean,
why won't she say what I want her to say? Bro is not, I mean, he made one good argument and then he stepped on his dick doing it. And that was just about her not understanding how long this has been going on. But the rest of this has just been trash. Just trash.
yeah.
Take it to such extremes, and then people take it at face value. Like,
Dead.
Hey, lefties, I have a nice beard and testosterone in my body. Come follow me instead.
I don't think they will, Monkey. I'm sorry.
You don't have to settle for man-ish.
Or man-let.
Man-like. He's the tofu of men.
The California wildfires, new fears.
I mean, how is she tying this to the wildfires? Like, what is this segue here? Hold on a second.
He really didn't get the joke, did he?
She's tying it to wildfires because it's government policies that have made the wildfires so bad. That's all.
I don't know how you missed that. That was such an obvious joke.
Because he's retarded.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry.
I'm going to start whispering retarded every time I say it, like they used to back in the 50s. He's retarded.
He's one of them idiots.
We don't talk about cousin Jed.
He's a maroon. He's chained in the basement.
What a maroon. I use that from time to time because I love that term.
Yeah, it's funny.
What a maroon.
Second.
To the ground and actually help the citizens in it. Literally.
Breaking now at 11, 16 people confirmed dead in the California wildfires. New fears, the massive.
You could just shut up and let her talk instead of guessing what she's going to say. I don't know if you know this, but you're watching a video where she's giving her opinion.
Huh. That sounds weird. No, not doing that.
Fires will only continue to grow.
There's no water coming out of the fire hydrant.
What do you mean you ran out of water? You're California. You're next to the goddamn Pacific Ocean, for fuck's sake. It was.
By the way, she said Pacific Ocean as a joke, homie.
No, he's going to correct her on that, I'm sure.
Is he going to pull an Ed and tell me you can't put out fires with ocean water, and then they put out the fires with ocean water?
Probably. But it's not ideal to use salt water, but
where do you think they fill up those 1,500-gallon buckets?
Neighbors' pools.
Let's see. Which way is he going to go?
Okay, yeah. No, I definitely hate her. This is stupid. This is fucking
glass houses, homie. I just pause and say that again.
I mean, I'll agree with him. This is stupid if he's talking about his stream. But I don't think he is.
He just spent a 2-minute rant about the inauguration, which wasn't even brought up by anybody because he misunderstood what was he. No, he didn't misunderstood. He just is stupid.
You at least in my pool. yeah. They're supposed to compensate you for that, by the way. They can't just steal your pool water.
Yes, let's salt the earth. Let's salt the earth and destroy the soil. I don't think
it's literally what they did, shithead. Hey, you do realize that the salt water from the ocean goes up into the air and comes back down to the ground, and that if you live near salt water, there's salt everywhere?
I don't know if you knew this, Monkey. It's a rare fact. A lot of people don't know. When water goes up, the clouds retain the salt.
Oh,
that's how we get salt. You see the little girl on the thing of the salt with the rainwater?
Oh, is that her?
Umbrella? She's out there collecting the salt because she flies up. A lot of people don't know this. She has superpowers. And she shakes the clouds and the salt comes down. And it's like sky dandruff. You know, it looks like snow, but it's not. It's actually salt coming out. That because California never has snow. So it's just the salt. And they have a big net that catches it and filters it with iodine. And that's how salt is made. I'm 90% sure that's factual.
Yeah. I told you about my argument with Ed, and I wasn't even talking about that because my argument has always been California's water problems in general can be solved with the Pacific Ocean. You just have to have the the will to desalinate.
Yeah, but they don't want to spend the money on desalination because it'll hurt the look of everything.
But then it was like 2 days later, somebody linked the article that the winds had died down, so they were using the helicopters and the buckets, and they just dip them in the ocean.
Yeah,
That's
it's right
not-
fucking there.
It's how they get the water. And Dom in chat just said he lives in Australia. They have no problem putting salt water on a fire. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but it works. I mean, you have to dump a lot of salt water to actually salt the earth.
Yes.
That's a term with a specific meaning used in warfare, not necessarily people dumping water on the land. I mean, what a fucking retard.
Debate. I think she's being genuinely serious right now. You're right next to the ocean. Just grab the ocean water and throw it on the fire, right?
Like the firefighters did. Those fucking retards.
Like this is content for stupid people. Holy shit.
He meant his video, right? Because if you're saying your video is content for stupid people, I would just amend and people who want to laugh at you. Because there is that value in your stream.
This stuff is so easy to like look up. Like if you were really curious enough, it's not a joke. You're calling it a joke. Like,
oh, okay, homie, why don't you look it up? Where do they get the water for the big buckets? This is so easy to look up. You don't even have to do it. Don't worry about it. I'm telling you.
Gavin Newsom created a pact with the Sky People to give them special water that wasn't going to hurt the minnows or have salt in it.
I was just told I forgot to whisper retard. You're right. I did.
Oh, well, that's hard to do when somebody's such an obvious one.
It would be one thing if he made this while the fires were still burning, but it was quite the big deal when the helicopters could finally fly. They weren't doing it beforehand, and this is why I wasn't talking about that in the tweet that Ed decided to be a retard about. There was too much wind to fly the helicopters. It was unsafe. But once the winds died down, they're like, the helicopters are finally up. And he's doing this, what, a week after, 2 weeks after that started? You know, you're just dumb. Look it up. Pot kettle. I should rename this the pot kettle stream. Because goddamn, dude.
But this is such bullshit to me. Like people think that you can hide behind irony and edginess or whatever. Give me a break. That reminds me of people who say like,
no shit, right? John Oliver, yeah, all of their favorites.
The other unfunny guys on late night.
The thing is, she's not being ironic. It's literally what they did.
No, Monkey. They only use fresh spring water to put out fires because of their bad forest management.
Like, you can say it's a joke, bro, but you know that 90% of the people in her comments are taking that literally, right?
Getting so bad, people.
I took it literally because the fire department did it. I know I'm repeating myself. I can't help it. This is one of those points where people who don't know what they're fucking talking about really need it drilled into their fucking head. In an ideal world, they wouldn't have had to do that because they would have had fresh water. But it wasn't an ideal world because of the politics of California.
Well, in an ideal world, they would have done forest management and controlled burns, but here we are.
God damn.
Oh, that 90% of the people in her comments are taking that literally, right?
Getting so bad, people were using almond milk to put out the fire. California moment. Thousands of people have lost their homes.
California moment, yeah. Raging wildfires with 100-mile-per-hour winds. She's literally like, all you got to do, like, if you really.
And no water. That's the overall point she was making, is they had no water. Somebody was out there spraying almond milk to try to keep the fire down because they had no water. He's like, but there were winds.
Water is for winners, Monkey.
You see, milk is a little bit thicker than water, so it sprays better in high winds. That's just physics. Jesus Christ, man.
really want to learn, like, okay, why did they have trouble with water pressure in these hydrants? Specifically,
because there was no water in the holding tanks.
Because the reservoirs were all shut down by order of saving the minnows.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
in the Palisades fire. To my understanding, the Eden fire,
Wait a second.
they didn't
Hang
have
on.
that problem.
He just said my understanding.
To my smooth brain mentality.
I mean, it is technically his understanding, but that is a gross misuse of that word.
With water pressure or whatever. The problem with the Palisades fire is that it was an elevated position. You had to, first of all, the fire,
That's all, folks.
Johnny Hellcat, thank you so much. Water is for closers. That's right.
That's right.
I don't blame him for going into Porky Pig mode there, because what else is he going to say? Hey, there's no water in Pacific Palisades because it's raised, and we've never figured out how to get water up.
Yeah, we don't know how hills work. How to get water up a hill with, say, pressure or anything.
These palatial mountain or estates up there, they're just naturally that way because you can't get water to water the lawns and take baths or anything like that.
Yeah, because something.
My understanding is that it's because it was elevated. How do you think they put out normal fires, you fucking retard? Oh, they carry buckets.
Yes, there are bucket brigades. Well, first they try and exorcise the demon with a local priest, wizard, or shaman. And then when that doesn't work, then they form a bucket brigade. Start with sand because the water's wet and you'll get, you might get soggy. And then they go to the water when if the sand doesn't work.
You missed a step when they called it a Nazi to try to make it go away.
Oh yeah, they do that first before they summon
Yeah.
the religious or magic users. So if calling it a Nazi and fascist doesn't work, then they go around and start throwing stuff at it. Because a lot of them are Antifa, they start with trash, honestly. And that just seems to make the fire angrier and bigger. So they shout at it some more. And then they throw rocks at it, like they do the cops, and maybe try and mace it a little bit. And then they go to the sand because by that point they're backed up a lot. And sometimes they even throw poop at it. And then they'll throw water on it. And sometimes that works. Other times they just burn to death.
Well, water, you don't really want to put out fires that way because that's how the Nazis did it.
Yeah, those bastards.
Dark Resurrect, thank you for that feminist $12. The stutter of trying to form a lie. A common leftist tactic. Indeed. I honestly think he was getting ready to say this stupid shit, and then he's like, but wait, they have water in their houses. Wait.
Clearly they walk down the hill every day, get a bucket of water for the day, and that's how they do it.
It's so fucking stupid.
I really hate how uneducated these people are, but they pass themselves off as the smartest people around.
Yeah, it's fine to say I don't know, but they can't.
No, they'll never admit they don't know something. They're always an expert in everything.
We were told this guy's mid-30s, so I can't even give him the arrogance of youth. He's just a fucking retard.
Yeah. You gotta whisper that.
Hydrants was like up on elevated, like on hills or whatever. And it was simply the fact that there was like that was the biggest fire, was the Palisades fire. It was enormous. It was like 28,000 acres.
And then Obama went to the inauguration.
Yeah. Well, Obama was at the inauguration. He was doing some sorcery to try and help. Because witches help out the left quite a bit. No, I guess he doesn't know how rivers go downhill.
No.
Sometimes. And then there's like reservoirs of water up on hills sometimes. Like, because the hills aren't just like a 90-degree angle,
Thank you, Cryptic. Elevated makes it easier to pump water. What the fuck is he talking about? Pump up a hill requires booster pumps, and that's not the issue. Yeah, their water system, the problem with it is there wasn't enough water in it.
Oh, he can't address that because socialism means everybody has lots of abundance. And California is about as socialistic as it gets.
Him trying to explain what was wrong with the fire is actually, it is amusing me more than it should.
I feel like I'm losing brain cells every time he talks because he keeps saying dumb shit. That we figured out how to get water up hills a long time ago. That technology is probably 80 to 100 years old in its most primitive form, granted, but I doubt it's changed a whole lot. Pumps haven't needed to change.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows this, but my water comes from more than 200 feet underground.
What? You mean you can raise water out of the ground? I'm writing a letter to the sky people right now. The cloud people must be alerted.
Oh, fuck.
Is there something like that?
Water uphill? Yeah. Let's not tell them about aqueducts, guys.
Literally every well brings water from below where it's at.
And normally, like, so firefighters in California, when they're battling wildfires, a crucial part of that firefighting process is air support. Having the ability to go in with helicopters and planes and drop flame retardants on these wildfires.
I was just picturing the fire chief calling in a UAV and a missile strike. Air support, it's very important. Boom. Real quick. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. I guess water pumps don't exist in this guy's world. I don't think he knows what they are, honestly.
No.
If you told him that there's a water pump on that, he'd just be like, I don't know what those words mean together. It's like talking to Zoolander.
Thank you, Cryptic. Sump pumps have been a thing for a century. Yeah, not in this guy's world. They don't exist. Literally, if you have a small house fire in Pacific Palisades, they will bring in a helicopter to dump flame retardants on it.
I'm retarded. I guess they'd be like, I'm flame retarded because they're flame retarded. They're gay retards.
Dipshit. When they hooked up to the fire hydrants and water wouldn't come out, what do you think they were expecting to come out of there if all they do to get rid of fires in the Pacific Palisades is helicopter drops?
Oh no, they were expecting foam retardant, that foamy shit. That's what they were expecting. I think I saw that on the Three Stooges once.
Thank you, Batman's Pet Goldfish. Archimedes' screw was invented in 300 BC. No. Look, the only way we figured out how to fly water to it, but we have not figured out how to pump water to it.
Oh, I've got this figured out, Monkey. Archimedes, I mean, that's a European dude, right? They are decolonizing water or firefighting by not using water because that's what white people did.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Jesus Christ. All right.
It's water or whatever. They literally couldn't do it that night because the winds were like hurricane force winds. So the helicopters couldn't get in there to support them like that. And so now
support them in what? Yelling at the fire if they're not expecting water to come out of the hydrant? How are they doing it?
Wizards, I told you that already.
They always go to this wind thing.
No, the shamans were on the helicopters. And what are helicopters powered by? Giant fan blades, which are solar powered. Right?
So, I'm not sure that's entirely correct, but I bet you could make him believe it.
I know I could make him believe that. Be like, yeah, those wind farms, that's how we get helicopters to work too. It's the same principle, man.
And I don't know if you caught it because of where I paused it, but he snuck in there when he said the helicopters bring in fire retardants. He goes, like water. Yeah, where'd they get that water from, homie? I didn't think so.
Now you have increased demand because of that, and on top of the fact that it's just a enormous fire.
They had increased demand for water because the helicopters couldn't fly.
So
So
they had increased demand for water because there was a goddamn fire, you idiot. It's not like everybody was at home using their taps all at once.
holy shit.
I hate this man. He is stupid.
He is. I was not even expecting it to be this dumb. I knew it was going to be dumb because I'd seen part of it. But fuck.
Yeah, but he entered a whole new realm with this Palisades fire thing. Real quick though, thank you, Keldrick. Did he borrow Obama's teleprompter? The fuck was that? I know, dude. I know. He is trying to make sense out of something that he can't make sense of. Because it doesn't work with his logic, and he can't admit that.
Dude, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick because I'm going to probably do this whole video. So if you need to bounce or you need a bathroom break or anything, let me know and we'll do that. But I need one right now, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, alrighty. Hey, Eagle. Yeah, this guy is a real treat, man. Wow. He got on the Palisades fire for some reason because she made a joke about it. And he is just not an educated individual. I don't claim to be a terribly smart individual. I went to college. That doesn't mean anything. I've seen plenty of dumb people come out of college. But holy shit, go outside in the world and work a couple of regular jobs and pay attention. You'll pick up on how a couple things work, at least in the vague sense. This guy, I bet you could convince him that there are no wires in the walls. Oh, no, I don't need an electrician. I don't have any wires. Need to be aware of wind next to a fire, just as a student tried to light their own farts. Yes. Oh, man. Doesn't help that LA is one of the worst situated cities in the world. They have basically leach water from all the surrounding areas. Yeah, a lot of California like that. They're leaching off, especially like the Colorado River. Southern California leaches off that quite a bit, as I understand it. We're trying, Chris, because if there's one thing I can't stand, it's somebody that's dumb and arrogant, because that is an incredibly bad and very dangerous combination. I bet this guy has a lot of followers. 25 grand. Jesus, Eagle. I hope it works. We never accused you of being smart. Yeah, I know. I don't claim it either. I'm not claiming that because then you have expectations for me.
I had a thought while I was going to the bathroom.
Oh.
Jackie, let's say you own a home, right?
Okay. I don't, but I'm poor. Give me money. What?
A fire's coming towards it.
Okay.
And the fire department tells you, hey, we can either put this fire out and then you might have to dig up some of the ground and put in new topsoil to have a nice lawn again, or we could let your fucking house burn down. Which one do you think you would go with?
I'll just be like, look, I'm going to pave my lawn anyway. Go for it. Save my house. I don't give a shit. I live in Ohio. The only thing the salt would do is melt the ice in winter.
Yeah. And when that shit runs off, it doesn't seem to kill my grass. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have a. It's fucking ridiculous, man. This guy is just like I was telling the audience. He's dumb and arrogant. He doesn't know how stuff works, but he's going to pontificate anyway because he thinks he knows everything.
Well, and this is why I really don't get why he didn't just do the part where she's responding to him, because we haven't even got to where she responds to people responding to her yet. She had taken like 2 months off, so she was doing a breakdown of the news first, and then she goes into the people responding to her. We haven't even got there yet.
Yeah, we are only like 8 minutes into this guy's video or something, right?
It's 24 minutes. Yeah, we're not on schedule for our timing.
Yeah. Every frame of pause. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Every frame of pause. You guys are amateur hour. No, seriously, this guy has enraged me already. I I don't know if I could deal with him responding to her responding to him.
Mess says you don't even have to replace the topsoil. No, and I hear you because you really don't, but that is their whole word. It'll salt the earth. Yes, salting the earth can make it so you can't grow shit there.
Yeah, you have to use a lot of salt, though. I mean, that's a term. That's a term of art more than a term of literal. This is so aggravating. The lack of understanding, it again goes back to the arrogance thing. He assumes because he's heard the phrase that he instantly knows what it means.
Mm-hmm.
So saltwater must destroy all the... You could probably damage some types of soil. I don't know much about California's topsoil concerns out there, but I highly doubt that a couple gallons of salt water is going to destroy everything in the state. Otherwise, would have happened a long time ago with their piss poor management out there. But the fact that he's like, I know better than all of you. So distasteful. They wonder what these guys wonder why they can't get laid. It's because you're fucking obnoxious. And even lefty chicks don't like that.
My point with my question, though, was if it was as bad as they said, if even a little bit of ocean water gets on your lawn, it's going to kill everything. Would you rather have to replace the topsoil or your entire home? I don't know about you, Jack.
No, you're
much rather replace the grass.
Yeah. Like I said, I'd just pave my lawn anyway, so I can park there. I don't like mowing the lawn. Also, thank you, Cryptic. I do water treatment for a living. The water coming to the hydrants are supposed to be potable. If the reserve is emptied for maintenance, a backup source is supposed to be used to provide water. The water superintendent should lose his or her job.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that should be fired over this. Thank you, Cryptic. But yeah, we used to drink out of the hose all the fucking time, which was probably super unhealthy. But the water is, you're supposed to have water in the hydrants, and that was the entire problem to begin with.
But they can't just say that, because if they admit that, then they admit that there was a problem in government, and the government doesn't do anything wrong unless Trump did it.
Yeah, because it's very socialistic out there, and it's their little model.
Yeah. The logical male, I almost called him the cynical male because my eyes are fucked up. Logical male, thank you. Any of these guys who are criticizing Shoe, I swear to you, could you read that one?
Yeah.
My eyes are fucking with me real bad right now.
Any of those guys who are criticizing Shoe, I swear to you, in the back of their mind, they all want to bang her. Notice there are no female critics. They're just really fat. And ugly.
I'm not sure Shoe is his type, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. And I don't mean that she's not, the right weight, or he likes blondes. You guys know what I'm saying.
Just a little too old for him.
I'm calling him gay.
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
have issues.
Maybe if she whips a wiener out. I don't know if Boxy Light here has a wiener though.
Well, she had a baby, so I'm guessing not.
Anything. Pete Buttigieg had a baby.
No, Pete Buttigieg bought a baby. Stop it.
Like I said, he had a baby. I got a baby now. Don't ask where it came from. I cut you.
Issues with the hydrants, no matter what. That was an unavoidable problem. The current infrastructure that we have was just not built for that level of demand for water.
Maybe that's why you should do forest management then, like controlled burns.
Even if you go with the Democrat excuse of that one reservoir being down for maintenance, it was still there, and that water would have helped because it's built for that area, you fucking retard.
Now, look, you're thinking again, Monkey, and I'm going to need you to not do that. I'm going to need you to get all the way out of your brain and stop looking for the flaws in his logic, because the government's never wrong. Trust the science.
I just need to correct you there. I'm not looking for flaws in his logic. They are jumping out at me.
Yeah, again, you're not supposed to see them to begin with. They're supposed to be invisible. The fact that you can see them is a problem. You never acknowledge what the state has determined that you should not see. The party doesn't like it, Monkey.
Laughing Man said this guy is highly regarded. I know. I was shocked by his follower count because he's a retard. He's actually kind of making Hassan look smart here, and that's incredibly hard to do.
Yeah, Hassan is mostly just biased and anti-Semitic. But this guy's probably should wear a helmet for his own safety.
Oh, but you see what he does though. He screams and yells a lot, and I got a puberty beard. They are desperate for men over there.
All of this is just a Google search away. It's not.
And I'm not going to do it.
Well, if you only look at leftist sources, then it is only a Google search away.
Fuck. And I know you haven't done the Google searches because you would have known that they use the salt water in the aircraft you said they just couldn't even get.
To like familiarize yourself with, you're not going to become like an expert in water management overnight, but you can get kind of the broad strokes if you're curious enough to do a little homework and maybe.
Okay. I dare you to do a video backing up all of your bullshit about how water can't go up and that all fires in the Palisades are fought with helicopters, and there's just not a system for using a fire hydrant ever because it kills all water pressure throughout the entire area. Do a Vosh stream and just use Wikipedia if it helps you.
That's all you could use.
If you just do a little homework, you'll be smarter than me.
You won't be a management expert. You don't know me. You don't know what I can do.
Faithless says total accidental cell phone. Yep, and he doesn't even know why.
Yeah.
Although he knows he hasn't looked this shit up. I guarantee you this idiot just heard somebody else say this shit.
Oh, yeah, he's not.
I mean, don't
like most of these guys, they just copy off each other. They don't actually have any independent research.
Rely on like headlines and shit that shows up on your Twitter feed. It's not that difficult to inform yourself if you really want to.
Lives.
All she said was that there was no water and they could use the Pacific Ocean. Neither of those things are in dispute except for in your fucking head, dude. This is like the fourth time we've seen him go off on a tangent about shit she didn't even say.
Well, he also thought he convinced himself that Jimmy Carter's funeral was the inauguration. So it appears to be very easy to distract and confuse this man.
When we get there in a little while, when he actually responds to her responding to him, I'm just going to ruin it. Her original video, she opens it up with a montage of stuff about Trump winning. She doesn't say a word. There's music playing and Bernie Sanders talking and headlines. And then it cuts to her little, where she does the words across the screen.
Uh-huh.
And he goes, I hate this argument that we have to become more like the Republicans and do things their way. She hadn't even made a fucking argument yet. She literally hadn't said anything.
Yes, but he built this beautiful straw man, Monkey, and it was right there. And he hadn't had a chance to use it yet. He wanted to use it. He's like, I love this straw man. I really want to fight him right now.
The clip of Bernie is him just basically saying the Democrats aren't going to help you, which is true. But anyway, we'll get there in a little bit.
Were destroyed, but thankfully the Biden administration sent $20 billion to rebuild California. That's amazing. Just kidding, that was for Israel. But thankfully Trump has...
Go ahead, get mad, Lefty.
Like, how does this not make you upset? Like, the Biden administration did announce they were going to fully fund.
There you go. Hey, if you want to get a liberal on your side, just bash some Jews.
Yeah. Let's not talk about Ukraine and how much money they've got. And how nobody's trying to rebuild North Carolina. But you talk about them Jews.
Tell me how wrong she is. Tell me how just a little Google search will fix that. No, you agree with her on this one, so there's no criticism. How could this not make you mad?
California's rebuilding effort. It's going to be a it's going to be well north of $20 billion in assistance for California. Do you know who is threatening to withhold that aid? It's not Joe Biden. It's Donald Trump. How
But she's talking about what Joe did, dummy.
Hate fact.
Even if you want to say that Trump is stopping what he was going to do, she's talking about what he did.
How do you cover something like the LA fires and the federal government's response in terms of like emergency fund allocations? How do you cover that and not discuss the fact that Donald Trump is over here saying, we're just not going to give you the aid unless you do voter ID? Just what? This is so vapid.
This was decided a long time ago that the federal government can put limits on the funds. You don't have to like it, homie, but it is true. It's why we had a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit for so long.
Yeah.
What is this content? Who is this for?
Frozen foreign aid for 90.
Maybe it gets better. Maybe she mentions the fact that Donald Trump is the one that's saying, maybe we don't give you that aid. Maybe. Come on, please. Don't let me down. Please. Don't let me down. Just bring it up. Please. I'm begging you.
Days. Except for Israel. How are the Democrats doing?
Wait, hold on.
That's amazing. Just kidding. That was for Israel. But thankfully, Trump has frozen foreign aid for 90 days. Except for Israel. How are the Democrats doing since losing to Trump? Are they
Nope. She just doesn't mention it.
Maybe she should go off on an unrelated tangent. No, wait, that's you.
Doesn't even mention it.
How does this relate to the inauguration? Tell us, dude.
Biden released aid, authorized emergency aid for Californians immediately. He might have even done it preemptively in California. I could be wrong about that.
He preemptively gave them money for a fire that hadn't happened.
Like you do.
Are you serious? This wasn't a hurricane we saw coming.
Well, maybe Joe Biden is like secretly Nostradamus.
Did he know the arsonist? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Hunter Biden lost a lot of paintings.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But maybe I think that was actually for the hurricane in North Carolina, but it was within hours. He authorized FEMA to go in there and emergency aid to go out to Californians affected by these fires immediately. And Donald Trump they're waiting on a bill from Congress, a spending bill. And Donald Trump's the one that's saying Democrats, now they need this aid.
Okay. The best that you could say is that in the long run, maybe 20 billion will be spent in California. What June is saying is that they immediately just went, here you go, Israel, $20 million. And you don't understand what that joke was even about. I am now offended that I saw you ever bring up George Carlin. You are too stupid to watch his content. Jesus fucking Christ, man. And I was wrong. He did not go down the anti-Israel thing. I am shocked. I have to be honest.
I think we're all kind of shocked by that one.
To California, so he's just outwardly saying like he's going to cynically use aid to California as a negotiating tactic when they're going to come up with this first reconciliation bill. Don't
worry about it, man. They had a concert for him. Did you see that?
Yeah.
They had a concert for millionaires to rebuild their homes.
Nothing for North Carolina though.
And they had a Nirvana up there. And apparently the drummer guy, I forget his name, Dave, whatever.
Yeah.
Said that from now on, that anytime Nirvana gets back together, they will only have a female singer, which has kind of been the tradition since Cobain did the world a favor.
Yeah.
But somebody tagged me in it on Twitter, and I went over there and I'm like, oh my God, she sounds horrible. And it's like Cobain's alive.
But she probably doesn't look as smelly.
He's just
real-
openly saying.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Real quick. Thank you, Evolved Potato. He's just not going to mention all that rebuilding is going to be done by the California government without any input by the people that actually own the properties. Oh, or is he the only one that gets to bring things up that are off topic? Good point. And I think we all know the answer to that one.
They need this aid. We can use that to our advantage to extract concessions.
Yeah, with that democracy you care so much about. FEMA was just being like, oh, they got a Trump flag. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Get bent.
Is
Tell
explicitly
me how much you care
outwardly
about
not
politics in federal emergency refund or relief funds.
Oh, you know how much he cares.
even making a tiny
Because he's retarded.
Yeah, pretty much.
attempt to hide the fact that he's doing this. He's just doing it very openly.
Taking a step back and reevaluating their tactics and their platform. Are they looking for a real populist candidate to put up for 2028? What is their plan?
On screen, it comes up, says, Democrats eye Harris 2028 presidential run as they devise political comeback. For anybody who's just listening along.
Oh, God damn it. So let's get into these responses I got to my videos, shall we? Okay, I searched Shoe0nHead reaction, and I'm scrolling through these videos, and it's like, anime girl, anime girl, anime girl, anime girl, anime boy, anime girl, anime girl, anime girl. I feel like I'm scrolling.
I did not realize that there were a bunch of VTubers who do response videos, apparently.
I have heard about that, but I don't really have a lot of free time right now to look into this shit, and I don't really care about VTubing that much.
Yeah, me neither. And honestly, if I see it, somebody sent me one today, or well, yesterday now, I guess, that had some good information in it, talking about how DEI is dying and they're just going to rebrand. Apparently, there's a new term, bridge, out there.
Oh, God.
But I couldn't watch very much of it because there's a little anime girl in the corner, and even though she's not moving, her titties are still bouncing.
That's funny.
And I'm not judging the person who sent that to me, but I couldn't pay attention. I had to turn it off.
AP should look into that. Making titties.
He might like it. He needs to have his little avatar's titties bouncing.
Through the porn history of the average Shoe0nHead fan. Oh, by the way, I will link the videos I react to in the description down below, so you can watch the full videos, the full criticism if you want to. But if you do go,
I just want to remind you that the people that I do know that responded is Destiny, I think, is one of them. I know Actual Jake is one of them. You can watch them, and if you want to yell at your screen a lot, I recommend it, but otherwise probably not. Because they're all as retarded as this. Okay, hashtag not all. There's this little gnomish looking guy who's clearly not from America, who's not horrible. He's not great, but he's not horrible.
Go to any of these people's channels, please be normal in the comments. We are all just people who have.
I am not your dad. You be you in your comments.
Yeah, it's none of my business what you fucking do. I don't care. It's not my job to hold your hand everywhere you go.
Don't be surprised if you say some horrible shit and get banned, though. I don't want to hear you whining about that.
Yeah, that's all on you. We're not responsible for anything you do.
Yep. That just
not your dad.
I'm so tired that has become the thing. Like, everybody behave. I'm not your dad. You shouldn't be an asshole, but I'm not your dad.
Different opinions at the end of the day. If you have the urge to call them like a libtard soy boy cuck in the comments, write instead, you are a fine, distinguished gentleman. Have a wonderful afternoon. See? It's not that hard to control our anger.
This is a 17.5-minute video from a rich white person talking about how both parties are the exact same.
Yep.
What a fine, distinguished gentleman. I hope he has a wonderful afternoon.
That is a long setup for a joke, but it's well played. Oh,
it's literally true. It's literally f***ing true. He sized you up in 2 seconds. It's literally.
What?
Destiny and Shoe0nHead have both been on the internet for a long time. They're well aware of each other.
Yeah, it's not like that's the first time they've ever interacted, I'm sure.
Jesus fucking Christ, homie.
True. It's literally true. It's literally true. It's a video from a wildly affluent content creator about how both parties are the same, and you should not bother me.
It's actually not about how both parties are the same. She even makes the joke that if the Democrats would put up a populist candidate the way that Republicans have, who had socialist ideas, then they would win. She's literally saying they're not being the same. That some of the stuff overlaps is regardless of her overall point about why they lost, you dumbass.
Meaningfully engaging in politics.
Who is her main audience? It's going to be all conservative types. Every single one. Every single one of these centrist people, their audiences are always conservatives. 100%.
I have clashed with Shoe's audience before. I promise you they are not mostly conservative.
No, I don't think so either.
They haven't been mostly conservative since she came out and was like, I love Bernie.
Yeah.
I promise you. I will bet a sex tape on it.
Not his, just somebody's. What a destiny!
It's going to be.
And he's who is her audience? Most of these centrists. Okay, even if that were true, is that specific to her? Shoe really does have a weird audience.
She does, but it's because she's a girl, and some people find her attractive for whatever reason.
Devil's Advocate says Shoe's audience is mostly horny guys. No, it's not. There's plenty of those, don't get me wrong, but there are a shit ton of women in her audience, and they are angry
lesbians.
Trust me, I pissed off the Shoe army before.
90% conservative. Yes.
Based on what?
Every single time. All of them.
Yes.
Centrist.
You can go through and read her comments to get at least an inkling of who's watching her. They are not hardcore conservative comments. And that'll come up later in this video.
Type people. Okay, all right. Destiny has said that Kamala Harris is to the left of him on economics. Kamala Harris. That technically...
It's literally true. It's literally true. Literally true.
Well, shut up and let her make her point.
It's just patently, literally true. It's demonstrably true. It's not controversial. It's true. It's literally...
It's literally true. It's literally true. Not controversial. Literally true. Literally true. Literally true. Literally
demonstrably true.
Have you forgotten what the topic was? It's literally true.
I'm just gonna keep saying it till everybody knows that it's literally true.
Literally. It's like so literally.
So literally.
Literally true.
Destiny to the right of me on econ. Destiny has opinions that fall to the left and right of where I'm standing. I have opinions that fall to the left and right of where Destiny is standing. So who is the centrist here? Or is that...
And who do you think has made more money, Shoe or Destiny? And he's got the nerve to call her
probably Destiny. Actually.
And yeah, oh, absolutely Destiny. I guarantee it. Unless she's got some side hustle that nobody is attached to her.
OnlyFans.
But she's the affluent white one who's telling people what they should think.
Well, she's the affluent white woman.
Centrism when you're a YouTuber who makes fun of both sides.
I think when Destiny uses centrist, he means specifically enlightened centrist, but I'm not going to speak for him. But yeah.
Yeah, make that excuse for him, you little dick.
Yeah, enlightened. That's not the word I would use with Destiny.
If he plays it, she's going to say something here in a minute.
And yeah, sure. Sorry, lefties and liberals and Democrats in my audience. You don't exist. You're all Republicans now. Take your complimentary Trump hat and liberal tears mug. Also,
I would be willing to bet just so much money that 90% of our audience are right-wing adjacent in some...
I'll take that bet, but I get to decide if they're right-wing or not.
Yeah, right-wing adjacent monkey. That's anybody that disagrees with him.
Either like they...
Click too quickly.
Vaguely anti-establishment or full-on MAGA, but it's going to be, for the most part, it's going to be 90% right-wing adjacent. Yes, I would bet really good money on that. Obviously.
As a left-wing YouTuber, shouldn't having right-wingers in your audience kind of like be the goal? Who are you making content for if not? Do you just want to preach to a choir? If you want to watch someone who agrees...
Yes, 100%, yes. That's what this little douchebag in the corner wants, is to preach to an audience. He wants to be hailed as the smart, enlightened one.
Oh, he is such an intellectual giant.
He's with you 100%.
Oh, and for the record, I want to be the smart, enlightened one too, but I hope the audience corrects me if I'm really stupid.
Yeah, no shit.
Just talk to
I
a
wanna share
fucking
the
mirror.
truth.
I don't understand this criticism. I like that there are people with diverse opinions in my audience. It's so freeing. I'm not audience captured. I can say I
Amen.
want to bring back Ronald Reagan from the dead so I can kill him with my bare hands, and the right-wingers in my audience would just be like, haha, she's so funny. It's nice.
Yes, because they hate Reagan now. Do you understand that? Because
The fuck is he talking about?
The right wing hates Reagan now.
They've been comparing Trump to Reagan for like the past 2 weeks.
I've been doing it since 2016.
Yeah.
A lot of people have for different reasons. Is he economically the same? Not even close. But yeah, this is just some shit he made up. Thank you, Cryptid. Yay, I'm white again.
Yay.
It's like when I get Jewish again. I love when I become a Jew.
Oh man, you do drift into Jewery very frequently from what I've seen online of
I
what
do.
people say about you.
that's not a brave.
Wait, I just want to pause. This person in his audience says, this is unreal. I agree, but probably for totally different reasons.
Yeah.
Thing to say. Everyone before Trump is like the deep state. You understand that? Everybody before Trump, everybody before their God King is like a traitor to Trump in their minds.
Satsu was right. History started for these people with Trump.
Yes.
Jesus.
He broke them. They could not grasp the concept of Trump. There's just too much there.
His pause game sucks.
Yeah.
You understand that? It's not a brave thing to say that you want to reanimate Reagan and kill him. Your audience, if they're MAGA, are going to be like, yeah, damn, he gave amnesty to 3 million illegals.
Nice we can listen to alternative viewpoints.
Was he being hyperbolic or stupid there? I can't tell.
Yes.
Okay. I just feel the need because he's retarded.
A little bit.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
Never mind. All right.
Points. I can fix her. Frankly, I know for a fact a lot of left-wing channels would kill for the audience demographic I have. Are you kidding me? How do we reach young men on the right? How do we get young men to listen to us? Skill issue.
It's hard for me to know.
I like her taking her bow right there. That's funny. But she makes a good point here. If you are trying to change minds, which, by the way, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I'm just telling you what I really think. But if that is your goal, and with this last election, that should be the goal of every Democrat if you want to win.
Yeah.
Then you should be wanting conservatives in your audience. So how else are you going to reach them? Are they just going to fall out of a tree and suddenly become Democrats? I mean, I know it's a normal way, hitting your head. But
no, we were told this by Hassan, re-education camps.
Re-education camps.
No, they literally do not want anything to do with those people unless they are re-educated. Then they're not forgiven. They're just assimilated into society.
Bro, I honestly can't tell with a lot of these people. I wish I could just get them in a room and get them like shit.
I let that play for a minute just to see if he was actually going to address her point that she made about why wouldn't you want them in the audience? And notice he just lets that go.
Yeah.
All right.
Hard for me to know, bro. I honestly can't tell with a lot of these people. I wish I could just get them in a room and get them like shit faced and we could just like have a conversation where it's like, do you understand, like, you know that like all your fans are conservative, right? You know that like everything you do is conservative, right? Can you tell that? Are you aware of that?
Okay, first of all, getting drunk with Destiny and having him all up in my face like, you know you're a conservative, right? You know your audience is conservative, right? Sounds like a fucking nightmare. I think I would throw up and cry.
That's fair.
And probably get you doxxed naked online.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd definitely try and get in your pants.
It's all especially funny coming from someone like him, who's also constantly called a centrist and a right-winger and a Nazi because he has opinions that fall outside of the left-wing internet bubble. Like, I have seen people say these exact criticisms of Destiny.
Yeah, stupid.
100%. We saw it during, especially after the Kenosha riots. after the Rittenhouse thing. Like, he's just a conservative. He's a grifter who's been just trying to. He's now one of them, because this is what the left does anytime somebody has a disagreement.
Yeah, and you're never allowed to deviate from the accepted narrative of the party.
And that was the point I was waiting for her to bring up, because yes, literally these same arguments have been made about Destiny. But with her, it's different. I can't imagine why.
The internet bubble. Like, I have seen people say these exact criticisms of Destiny.
Yeah, stupid leftists are the ones that.
I'm gonna call that one a cell phone. Even he agrees he's stupid.
Well, it's nice to know he's self-aware.
That say that. It's idiotic leftists are the ones that say that.
That his audience is.
Many of them say it because he's a strong capitalist. He believes it, and has had many arguments with the left. That's one of the other big ones that gets him in trouble with them. And because he didn't just blindly support, running down a kid in the dark.
Full of incels and right-wingers. Destiny, at the end of the day, we're not so different, you and I.
People like Tim Pool, I know, are intentionally lying 100%. But for somebody like this, like all of the other centrist types that get swept up in the middle that end up just being like mass conservative propagandists, I'm not sure.
What? I'm sorry. Mass conservative propaganda?
Yes.
This is a chick who just a few minutes ago was telling us the joys of socialism, Jack.
Yeah, well,
mass conservative propaganda. Bro, it was in the same video you're watching.
Yes.
No.
You just said that people in DC would rather the country burn than help them. And then you segued into a segment about where you implied that Biden hasn't done anything for California but sent $20 billion to Israel, which is just a complete mischaracterization, like blatant lie, like a total falsity. It's just not.
She made a joke.
Not allowed to make jokes, Monkey. All statements are super serial.
She was making a joke that is based in reality. But no, it's only funny when John Oliver does that for me.
Nonsense, this idea that Biden did nothing for California while he's sending money to Israel. So yes. And then you didn't even mention the fact that Donald Trump is holding up aid to California. Yes, you are like, what else do you call that?
She didn't mention Biden Trump when she was criticizing Biden. That bitch.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to mention Trump at all possible times when you're criticizing someone on your team. You have to mention Trump. Ooh, certain.
If you feel like she should have mentioned Trump there, that's fine. But that's on you to do. This is this shit that I've been dealing with. If you ever make YouTube video, guys, that somebody will come in and go, how come you don't talk about this? You go fucking talk about it. I talk about things I want to talk about on my fucking channel, on my fucking show. She was making a joke to highlight how fucked up our government is. And you're like, bitch. Oh, sorry. You probably are not man enough to ever call a woman a bitch. I would never do that. I'll rape them and beat them and kill them, but I'd never call them a bitch. That's misogynistic.
Yeah, he's a male feminist, Monkey. He wouldn't say that word much.
For the record, I don't know if he was a male feminist. I was just doing the male feminist.
I'm pretty sure he's a male feminist.
I'm pretty sure he's a female feminist.
I can't tell
like
you.
Shameless propagandist. Give me a break.
I am so tired.
This is a guy who has videos on his channel defending Hassan and just called her a shameless propagandist.
Tired of defending myself.
I can do whataboutism too, dickhead. Get your finger out of your nose. You're on camera. You nasty.
Like this though. Frankly, I've seen what makes someone a progressive to these people. So I don't really mind when they call.
Okay, Shoe, listen. Somehow you found a way to watch one of my previous videos. I'm flattered. Welcome to the channel. If you find your way to this video, this is what I want to ask you. Can you do any kind of a segment in any of your future videos where you talk about the fact that Donald Trump is cynically weaponizing essential federal aid to Californians, thousands of them who have.
Will you do the topic I want you to do?
Yeah. Just ignore what Biden did to North Carolina.
Lost their homes, who have been forced to relocate, who have had their entire lives upended. He is deliberately holding up that aid in order to try to extract political concessions from them. Legislation.
Why is it going
Will
off
you
on this
cover
again?
that, please? Okay, you don't want to be called a propagandist. Could you cover that?
You don't want to be called a propagandist. Spread my propaganda.
Yeah. Or is he going to talk about the Maui fires too?
No.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. My bad.
Jesus Christ. We gave him credit for being self-aware, but only when it comes to how dumb he is, apparently.
Well, look, it's growth, man. Short little spurts of self-awareness every now and then are better than nothing, I guess.
Devil's advocate, exactly. It has nothing to do with her point. But see, this is what happens. This is destiny brain right here. Don't pay attention to what's being said. Grab onto one thing and just hammer it home. Doesn't matter what else is said. You didn't bring up Trump, and that's all that matters now.
Has she disavowed white supremacy yet today?
I don't think we don't talk, so I don't know. I don't know if she woke up in the morning and did her "I disavow white supremacy" prayer like a good liberal.
Oh,
so I'm guessing she did. I'm guessing.
I hope so, because if you don't say your Hail Marys or various rituals of the left, you're going to get kicked out of the club.
Over here on the YouTubes, thank you so much. Batman's Pet Goldfish, holding up federal aid to make sure that local government doesn't misuse it. What a radical concept. Actually, what he wants from him is for them to defend democracy. They want voter ID there in California. And I really don't care. Maybe it's just me, Jack, but I don't look at the Pacific Palisade fire the same way I look at what happened in North Carolina.
With different types of disaster, different financial situation for sure.
That's not to say the people in Pacific Palisades don't deserve some help, but for the amount of money that's in that area, and the notice we didn't see Bob Smith might lose his house. It was James Woods, right?
Yeah.
And it's not that I'm not sympathetic to them losing their homes, but when you're talking about the toll on human life and stuff, those people in North Carolina still don't have places to sleep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rodline. Who is this? Did the small bus drop this guy off? He was too retarded to find his way on. What was his name again? Hutch? I think it is Hutch.
Hutch.
Okay. But yeah, I don't mean to downplay the Pacific Palisades fire, but especially in regard to the kind of damage that was done to the entire area. These were poor people to begin with. Oh no, that millionaire is going to have to live in a hotel for a little while until his next mansion is built, or California builds their 15-minute city.
Potato, potato.
Could you tell your audience this is something that Trump is doing, and more than that, it's disgusting that he's doing that? Then you can beat the allegations of being a propagandist. That's all you got to do.
Do my propaganda, and you're not a propagandist.
Yeah. It's never enough. There's no redemption on the left. You're just going to be ignored if you're lucky.
When did Trump say Trump ties relief? Oh man, my fucking fat fingers. To voter ID. I'm just curious on the time frame here. Trump has two asks from California: voter ID and water flow. How dare that motherfucker want water flow after a fire?
Yeah, I mean, he did sign an executive order to release the reserve water so that the minnows can fuck off like a monster, like an ecological terrorist or something.
Well, I was just wondering on the time frame because his video came out, I think, yesterday. Her video's from 4 days ago, and it was on the 24th that Trump said that. So it's entirely possible that she had already had this one in the can before Trump made that statement, before Trump would even talked about tying it to it. But not in his mind.
You're tied to this concept of linear time, monkey.
Yeah, I know. I'm a crazy bastard.
Yeah, you're married to these bizarre notions that history flows in one direction. Weirdo.
Just call balls and strikes, right?
Call me conservative. I'll take it, Destiny. Conservative, centrist, whatever. Someone did die. One of the bullets hit Cory Comparator as he was protecting his family. It's one thing to make fun of a failed assassination attempt, even a successful assassination attempt on a politician. If we can't mock or criticize the people in power, there is an issue. But it's another thing to mock a innocent Trump supporter that died. The guy didn't have any power. He wasn't a politician. He was just a dude. I don't like...
He wasn't just a dude. He was a guy that was posting a ton of inflammatory shit on his social media, who was at a rally for one of the most inflammatory candidates of all time. But
so he wasn't innocent. He gave opinions.
Yeah, like a piece of shit. How dare he?
So he wasn't innocent in deserved to die, is what you're saying. Yeah, this is where
if you give your opinion and Destiny doesn't like it, yeah.
A dude wasn't just a dude and deserved to die because he posted inflammatory shit online. My brother in Christ, you do that. I do that. We all do that. All right.
True. If you deserve to die for inflammatory shit said online, you might want to duck. Destiny of all fucking people, really? By that logic, Destiny being killed is justified. Yes, 100%. Because it was. Notice he didn't even say Nazi or fascist. He just said inflammatory.
Well, to him, what he says is just common sense, but everybody else is being inflammatory and hyperbolic because they're wrong.
I'm done with this one. I'm done. I don't know what I expected. I honestly expected better. I did not expect this. Hopefully the next person.
Well, in fairness, probably a year ago, you would have gotten better from Destiny. I'm starting to be with the people who said his wife leaving broke him. I really do think something horrible went on there.
But then the Trump derangement syndrome.
But see, even with Trump derangement syndrome, he would give more nuanced takes a year ago than he does now. It's just insane how TDS he's gone.
Is more sane.
Well, he can't accept the fact that she left him for like a really ugly dude.
A feminine looking dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
This is called America is in Shambles. I'm excited to see what this is.
Build Back Better, Agenda 47. Let me introduce you to the Shoe New Deal. Bring back the red Pizza Hut cups.
What is this video? Is this?
She's doing a skit. She's making dumb jokes, you idiot.
Sure, I want to bring back. Yeah, first of all, I do want those cups back. They were fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Are we just going to be like, America's in shambles and we're just going to, I'm a shit poster. I don't care because nothing affects me. Right. Like,
here's an idea. Shut the fuck up and watch it.
You're asking a lot there, buddy.
Look, I'm somebody who says stuff while people are still talking as I cut them off and stuff all the time. But I try not to do it before I've even heard the argument. What is this video? Amazingly, if you hit play, you'll find out.
I don't know. It sounds dangerous. Might be ideas that aren't acceptable in there.
God damn, I hate Jake. And not this Jake, that Jake, actual Jake. Ever since the Bible Reloaded thing fell apart, those two became completely obnoxious assholes.
It's just like disaffected beams or something? This is what we're doing?
I love how he's so confused about the concept of an opening skit. I don't understand. Where's the 500 paragraphs of text? I've been very busy, as some of you know now, and as some of you guessed, I have recently had a baby. And as it turns
Whoa.
out, that takes up a lot of your time. And
Ugh.
wait, why did he go, ugh? Why did he?
I had a baby. Ugh. That's the left for you. Procreation. Ugh.
Well, to be fair, she does look a little chubby there.
Somebody had sex with a girl. That's so icky. She probably had cooties.
Well, no. Now remember, if you have sex with girls, from what I remember of Nick Fuentes, that's gay.
Makes you gay. This motherfucker would having children. Oh, fuck.
He go, oh, nearly 40-year-old man. Come on, Jake. Tick-tock. Time to settle down and have some children. Those sperms are drying up. Oh, yeah. He's winning. I shit.
Oh, yeah, he's winning. Cope?
I feel like it's
This isn't a video about how they won. Oh, no, this is before that. I'm sorry. This is the one right before he actually wins. But Cope, hey, Jake, she was right. And there are a lot of people who think that the assassination attempt is what helped him win this election.
Oh, it didn't hurt for sure. It rallied his base.
Yep. Cope. Yeah, how you coping these days, Jakey? You fucking douche.
Raised his ear because he turned at the last second to look at some.
in defense of 40 plus people. I'm not sure our like sperm counts. When does your sperm count really like fall off? What?
It was a goddamn joke.
Seriously, does he not? He does not understand what jokes are.
She didn't say your sperm count would lower. She said it was drying up. You fucking retard.
It's clearly a joke.
Oh my God. And he's actually breaking up this point, which hopefully we'll still get. And if it gets lost, I will reiterate it.
Age, the sperm count.
This he can Google. How they put out fires, he just couldn't figure out how to do that.
Drop a lot. 40. Don't laugh. It's not.
And he proved himself wrong trying to disprove a joke. That's embarrassing.
This whole thing is embarrassing, dude. This guy's not smart.
He's
another one of these vouch types that think they're geniuses, and he's literally a bedroom feminist sitting around thinking he's a genius. Nobody's ever told him otherwise, and he's expounding on that on the internet for us to rage at because he's so goddamn dumb.
Yeah, if it were me and I was going to challenge her joke, I would just point out that even with lower sperm counts, we can still have babies well into our 80s if we wanted to.
Yeah, because but again, that's her entire joke is.
Yeah. Thank you, Dangerous Spaces. We keep getting told Trump supporters are in a cult. Cult members are by definition brainwashed. So people who have been brainwashed deserve to die. Stay classy, you shit stains. Yes. It's not your fault, but you do deserve to die if you disagree with Destiny. Apparently, I don't fucking know. Don't worry, Destiny is not the only one. I'm gonna ruin this for you, Jack. He's not the only one that's gonna suggest the guy deserved to die.
Oh, of course not.
The tolerant left.
I'm
getting it. Zoe, thank you. What happened to the Bible Reloaded? What made them fall apart? The Bible is a pretty long book. Surely they should still be doing it. They sued somebody, and that's really what made Bible Reloaded big in the first place. They had a following before that, but that really blows them up. Very much the same way with Ethan Klein. Ethan never gets as big as he does if he didn't get sued by that weirdo.
Yeah.
But these two idiots, instead of fighting it out after raising money to fight it out, settled. And they got some pushback from that and disappeared for a little bit. Then one of them became trans. And then Jake here got mad because people made fun of his trans friend. That is the very abridged version of it. That's that little Bible they give you at the airport. Do they still do that?
I don't know.
I just remember every so often you'd go somewhere and somebody would hand you a little red Bible. It was like 12 pages long. Like, this one I can read.
Not funny. I just see a big bold font. 40. It's great.
Stop picking your nose.
Being racist literally saved his life. There's a lesson in that.
There's a lesson in being racist. Cool, dude.
Like, she lampshades that's just a joke. Wink, wink. And then
she dog whistling. So the part that he broke up there is she's saying that Donald Trump turned his head at just the right time for the bullet to miss him, to look at an immigration picture. And then she makes the joke, racism saved lives, or saved his life. And he's like, oh, she lampshades it, but she winks. She really believes that. How fucking retarded do you have to be? It was clearly a joke. And if you've seen her videos, I mean, she does that when she's emphasizing a punchline. She'll do that little pause thing there. No, she really means it. She really means it. Fuck it.
It's part of the dog.
The dumbass.
Yes.
And Zoomer Coomer that's in her comments down here does not think she's joking. Thinks she's dog whistling, which she is, and is totally like, yeah, I love being racist.
He's losing me a little bit here.
Being racist is good and makes me survive bullets.
He's losing you a little bit? I mean, you don't get jokes either, so maybe that explains it. I don't know. God damn it.
Or some shit now.
A lot of it.
Oh no, I'm going to influence vulnerable Zoomers into believing racism makes them bulletproof. What are you saying, bro? The dog whistles. The dog whistles. Call a joke. There's no dog whistle. There's no mask. It's a joke. It's a joke about racism. Yes. Somehow new.
Sorry on this one, Shoe, but I have to point out that going all the way back to the late 80s, they started telling us there are no such things as jokes. Even jokes, clear jokes, you really mean them. That's the only way to tell a joke, is if you actually believe it. That's why you can't tell a racist joke, because that means you actually are racist. You can't tell a sexist joke because it means you're actually sexist. It's the left. I didn't do it.
That roof would be unguarded, laid down and aimed a rifle at the former president without being noticed. This was insane incompetence, or they let it happen.
Oh my God. And now she's doing conspiracy theories. She watches Fox News now all the time. You could see it.
I'm leaning more towards the former, because if you look at our bridges and airplanes, America's in shambles. First of all, why the fuck would I watch Fox News?
To be clear, we went 4 years on Biden's watch without any air traffic, any domestic commercial crashes. I mean,
well, we've gone since, I think 2009 was the last one. So we've gone a lot of presidents without it. But if you're going to try to blame the government's role in that, it would be the FAA, and this is still Biden's FAA. Just saying. Yeah. But never mind.
Boeing's got some problems or whatever, but honestly, they did a pretty good job in terms of.
How many problems did Boeing have where they had to emergency land so they didn't crash?
I don't know. How many doors fell off?
How many fleets did they have to ground, including military fleets, Jack?
Yeah.
Granted, that's not the FAA, that's the military, but still, you're not really going to try to paint this as you just used Nina's tweets from a little bit ago, pointing out how shitty the transportation department was. Fuck.
Travel safety.
Tucker Carlson isn't on there anymore. Also, I love how he paused before I finished my sentence. Said a thing he thought epically owned me, then unpaused, and I continued and said the opposite of what he thought I would say.
Yeah, which is true, because she said either there's gross incompetence or they let it happen, which, by the way, The only two logical conclusions. So when she said it was either this or this, she was right. Unless you think they competently let a guy get up on a roof with a rifle in plain view of them.
I mean, I'm not prepared to rule that out just yet.
So she wasn't wrong in what she said. So him doing that and pausing it, is she going into the conspiracy now? Even if she had, that part of it was true. Those are your only options. And then he immediately does go, oh, she believes in conspiracy because she watches Fox News. Yeah, that's the only way you can believe in conspiracies.
Now, how else would you be exposed to the conspiracy if not for wretched Fox News, which really isn't that right wing?
Yeah, I know that Senator Whitehouse spends all of his time watching Fox News. If you're not a political nerd like me, he's the Republican or the Democrat who goes to a whites only beach club, and constantly rails about dark money that has made the Supreme Court what it is. These people secretly pulling the strings.
Not like that cabal that meets at Bohemian Grove.
Full on conspiracy theory, and the press has actually reported on that positively. Anyway.
Fan fiction of me that believes in Fox News conspiracies turned out not to be real. The man is out here fighting ghosts. He's fighting his schizophrenic thoughts. He took too much cough syrup and I appeared in the corner of his room talking about Fox News. People were laughing about how some of the cops protecting Trump were women and like, come on now, that's sexist. They were making these awful memes like this.
So, and then you just do the sexist joke. You go, that's sexist, but I don't care. You know what you're doing, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, she's making she's probably about to yell this. She's making a fucking joke.
Yep.
You humorless prick.
He's a good party member. He doesn't believe in jokes.
I do know what I am doing. I am making jokes. I am making jokes about sexism and racism. Yes. Again, no mask. No dog whistles. I am blatantly just saying these things. White Women for Harris meeting raised millions. Broke Zoom.
Yep.
But when I want to have a whites only meeting, I'm called a racist.
Wow, cool, dude.
Again, they have no sense of humor. How do they live their lives?
They're very miserable people. That's why they're angry all the time, and that's why they want to hurt people, because they are sad, humorless assholes that don't know how anything works. They're mystified by everything. They try and explain it through the lens of the socialism propaganda that they've been fed, and it's incompatible. So they're frustrated and angry all the time.
Tons of people made this joke because it is funny coming from this group or this side that's like, white men bad. White bad. And it's telling that their saviors, remember, was white women Zoom, white men for Harris, all of this stupid shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it was perfectly fine to have these white spaces.
Oh, that was that.
That's a really sick KKK joke you have there.
This guy isn't even debunking.
I don't think you're going to get very far like browbeating about like edgy jokes in 20.
Oh, fuck. Okay, maybe what he mean, because this guy has already spent a whole long time on the joke about 20 billion to Israel. You even went into a second rant about it later. Oh God bless. But maybe what he's saying is you can't browbeat him. What you have to do is not get the joke and make an idiot of yourself that way.
Yes.
Let's see.
2024. I just feel like those fights are not. It's just never good. You're not going to win that fight. You know what I mean?
Anything. He's just like.
No. He just honestly didn't realize that other one was a joke. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to recognize them when you're not used to hearing them.
You made a joke. Okay. And you are in the wrong
2025.
neighborhood. That doesn't work here.
I just want to remind you that this guy held Carlin up as somebody to think highly of. You do know that Carlin got famous for pushing boundaries, right?
Oh, yeah, but that was against the conservatives.
Carlin dropped an N-bomb on stage as part of his act.
Oh, cancel him.
He also listed off a shit ton of other slurs when he did it.
Oh, the naughty words.
This 2025 shit. God bless, man.
We have fun here, sir.
Boyfriend writes her scripts. That joke confirms it, dude. It's so bad.
She was making these jokes when she was with Armored Skeptic.
Yeah, I haven't heard any new material here. She's been pretty consistent on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. It's got to be her boyfriend writing her jokes.
Bad.
A woman making a joke? I bet her boyfriend wrote that.
This is a guy who just found out she has a boyfriend. But he knows the kind of jokes he would write for her. And
Well,
then,
I mean, yeah, clearly.
I just realized what's about to happen here.
Confirms it, dude. It's so bad.
A woman making a joke? I bet her boyfriend wrote that. Wow!
He, in his terminology, unironically just accused her of that right before she points out people saying it.
Yeah, he had to look up from his vape pen right there. Like, man, my hipster cred is drifting away from me. I could feel it.
Fuck, bro.
Sexist much? Dog whistle? Also, kind of a random tangent, but like I've gotten this actually unironically in like innocent ways. Like, who writes your stuff? Give props to your editor. I write my own stuff. I edit my own stuff. I've been doing it for 10 years. I still use iMovie to edit. I do have an assistant who helps me get sponsorships and edits the sponsor segments. But if I could hire anyone to do anything, it would be to be the person in front of the camera.
Notice he hasn't stopped and addressed this yet. She just told you were wrong.
No, we're just going to gloss it over because it didn't happen.
Shouldn't you be
Anything that goes against me is not happening.
Shouldn't you start talking about like the State of the Union or some other shit that don't matter?
He's got to save one of those State of the Union references for his eviction notice because then he could go into court and be like, look, Your Honor, I'm going to use the Chewbacca defense eventually, but until then, let me tell you about the State of the Union and how it applies to this eviction notice.
Camera. That is my least favorite part. I love writing. I love editing. I hate this. Maybe I'll just pull a Daily Wire one day and do a little switcheroo and replace myself with someone else. I'll just tell Moist Critical to shave his beard. None of you will know.
I had never heard her compared to Moist Critical before, and when she said, "I'm like, oh my god, he would look like her without the beard."
He would look like the trans version of her. Like,
basically,
see the resemblance, but
yeah,
something uncanny valley going on here.
If I could be a VTuber, I would, and I give myself.
I don't care about the shoe girl, but if you laugh at a joke without speaking about it, that implies that you agree with the sentiment in the joke. No, I don't think so. Like, I still laugh at edgy jokes personally. There's a lot of jokes I make in private that
you fucking retard.
Wait. Then why wasn't that what you said to him? Why wasn't it, hey, edgy jokes aren't bad, instead of, I don't think that you can really browbeat people about this in 2025. He wasn't saying that as a good thing, Jack. So you're a fucking hypocrite.
Yes.
Like, I still laugh at edgy jokes personally. There's a lot of jokes I make in private that I wouldn't make in public. If you laugh at an...
There's a few that I make in private that I wouldn't make public, Jack, just because I'd lose my channel for doing so. I'm not ashamed of the joke itself, though.
Yeah, it's just a joke. It's not, it's not real.
And of course, in the proper company, you don't want to do it in a Sunday school class.
Well, yeah, the setting does matter.
Yeah. But he's ashamed. I laugh at those things, but I'm ashamed of it.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't laugh at that stuff. He's a fucking liar.
Edgy joke like about like race, does that make you a racist? No, I don't think.
Pink hair and
somebody says the N-word in private,
but that dude says it in public.
No, he ain't got the balls for that.
Oh, in his all-white neighborhood, I would beg to differ.
He locks himself in his bathroom, throws on a big old blanket to make sure nobody hears it. And then he sings along with Straight Outta Compton.
Big anime titties. All right, moving on. One of the bullets hit Corey Comparator as he was protecting his family. But there were people like mocking this, which is insane to me. Like it's one thing to make
He was a racist, so he caught a bullet for no reason at a hit, like a Trump rally, right? It's like being upset the Nazi got hit at a Nazi rally, right?
A lot of innocent people were part of the Nazi party. That doesn't make them necessarily evil people just because they joined a club. There's a lot of Democrats I have friends with. I don't detest them for being Democrats.
Even if we took him at his word that this guy was KKK, he wasn't at a KKK rally. And even then, it wouldn't be okay for him to be shot like that.
No, he went to a political rally. And yeah, you could say he was misguided in his politics and maybe just needed to be told the truth of the matter, something like that. But to say because he was there, he deserved to die, that's the most disgusting fucking thing. You don't know what that guy was like in real life. Come on. That's so fucking gross.
But that is the leftist brain. And this goes all the way back to, is it okay to punch a Nazi? We've gotten all the way up to it's okay to shoot a Nazi. And not even actual Nazis, just somebody you've decided is one.
Yeah. Well, if you've decided it, it must be true because you don't need evidence. You just inherently know things.
Violence always escalates, guys. And next it'll be them and their family.
But they don't understand that.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And
we've picked up one of our famous lags there. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, no, it's disgusting because they're going to justify it, but they're going to be on the losing end of it because who has all the guns?
Oh, they think they can outrun bullets.
Yeah, they probably do. They convince themselves that they have like holy armor or something. I'm going to refresh to try and get rid of the lag. Hold on.
Cool. Oh my God. Riot's coming this summer. I wouldn't be shocked by it, honestly. I think they're trying that with the what was the big story going around? The FAA thing. They're going to try to push government workers or former government workers into rioting in the streets. I can see it coming now. It's going to be a union thing rather than a race thing this time. If they can get a race one, they'll do that because it's the easiest one to do. But they're out there right now blaming Trump because there was that offer for buyouts of federal employees. And again, in that buyout, it said, except for public safety. But since it went to the FAA, it went to all government employees. But since it went to the FAA, like, see, he was trying to get rid of the FAA. And they came out and said, no, they weren't eligible for it. And like, you guys are just saying that because, like, no, the public safety was in there, you dumbasses. None of them will post the actual memo that they all got. They all just tell you what was in it. I need to refresh my drink. I need Jack to come back. I could talk to you guys from across the room. Fuck it. I'm not that professional. I'll sing to you. I've thought more about doing, this is such easy content. It really is. Remember Hassan, like, this is the hardest job in the world. This is the easiest shit I do. It is harder to respond to a news article than it is to this shit because they make it so fucking easy for me. They're like, hey, monkey, you want to relax today and not work? This is easier than my days off because they're so fucking stupid. And I have a quick wit and I'm smarter than them. Humble as shit too. But I do think sometimes maybe I should just do those 8-hour streams where this is all people do, react to videos and then cut it up and make it into its own video. And I'm just too goddamn lazy for that. I'm too lazy. The job's too hard. Welcome back, my friend.
It's good to be back.
Okay. I'm refilling my drink and then we'll get right back into the whoa, don't overfill. Then we'll get right back into our tard friend here. Aren't you glad I introduced you to this guy?
No, not at all. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Oh, he is my new favorite. Me and him are going to be fast friends.
Yeah, he'll be making reaction videos to us before you know it.
He ain't going to watch no 9-hour stream.
Oh my God, they're all justifying it. A innocent Trump supporter that died.
He's not innocent, actually. He went to a Trump rally, supported Donald Trump publicly.
Am I going in?
Show me where that's illegal, because that's what she's talking about with innocent. He did nothing that deserved death, is what she's saying. And you're saying, yes, he did. And you think you're the good person in this scenario. I'm just waiting for Gnome Bro. Gnome Bro's my favorite. I like Gnome Bro. Although I have issues with him that she didn't have. And we'll get to that.
Insane?
Pretty unhinged.
I'm crashing out, bro. I'm crashing out.
If you were a better person, you wouldn't be at a Trump rally. You feel me? So, yeah.
If you were a better person, like me, a person who thinks people who disagree with me should be shot and killed, then this wouldn't have happened. Unreal. Okay, on to the last response to this particular video. Let's hope this...
I will at least give him credit that he didn't defend any of that shit. Our little tard friend here is a tard, but so far he hasn't been on the you deserve to die train. Give him a few years.
This guy is a little better.
Welcome to America is in Shambles by Shoe0nHead. So Shoe0nHead is a person that exists.
This is my least favorite guy she responds to because he is the dude bro of the left. He's got the hat, the I totally don't care how I look, but I still perfectly trim my beard, and the medallion. I can smell the Axe body spray.
Right.
If you don't know who Shoe0nHead is, she basically postures herself as a centrist.
I literally call myself a left-wing What? Also, I didn't know they made a Vosh too. Who is...
Yeah, it is amazing how many she postulates herself as a centrist. She really doesn't. Everybody else calls her that shit.
This guy, Alec Gunter, Shoe0nHead's brain dead election analysis.
She used to be buddies with some of the left-leaning people, used to be in favor of Bernie Sanders, but kind of went full populist.
Bernie is a populist, so this makes no sense. Oh, she used to like Bernie, but now she's more of a populist. What? Are we just...
Shoot, let me explain. They think populist means Nazi. They think everything means Nazi.
Except Democrat Socialist.
Yes.
It's equating populism with right wing now? Is that what's going on here?
Basically just posturing for her incel.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with Shoe that I think it's a little like definitely what Destiny was doing with shitting on the guy who got killed at the rally. Like that was, and I talked about it at the time too, but to me, that's a little, yeah, it's a bit unhinged. Yeah.
Okay. You didn't have shit to say about Destiny during that part. You twice yelled at her about the whole joke about money going to Israel. Of the two, which one is like shittier? A man being murdered or her making a joke about something that actually did happen, money going to Israel? One of those clearly means more to you than the other. Yeah, I guess she's right that it's kind of shitty to say somebody deserved to die. Thank you for that. That you're almost human. Good job. I can't believe some of these people are real.
No, they're just scumbags.
Of course. I think Destiny, like, debate bro. I think that's, if I recall correctly, I think Destiny debate broed himself into taking the position that he would have been, like, accepting if it was like his parents at the rally. Am I remembering things correctly? I'm pretty sure because he was just like, he took the position that the guy not necessarily like had it coming or should have died, but he didn't feel any sympathy for the guy dying at the rally. And then
why are we talking about this during the Gunter part? Wouldn't that have been more appropriate during the, I don't know, Destiny part? Maybe I'm being nitpicky here.
somebody asked him like, well, what if it had been your parents? He would have been like,
a cynical man might think he's hoping Destiny will see this and see the defense that he gave to Destiny and not make it far enough to see him shit on Destiny.
Yes.
and he said like, yeah, well, I guess, you know, I'm pretty sure he said that.
Her alt-right incel followers.
The shoe simps, or as I like to call them, the SS.
And making them...
The girl's funny. I'm sorry. And look, he's making the face. Oh my God, she's making an edgy joke again. Untwist your knickers from your vagina. You'll be fine.
Feels smart because she looks at both sides, right? She's a centrist.
First of all, I don't make my audience feel smart. My audience is... They know this. Second of all, why wouldn't you...
I love that this guy bleeped out her saying fucking retarded.
Yeah.
It's in her video. Clearly it's okay. Or you'll be okay saying it. But I don't use those terms. Only when people aren't around.
I'm a good person. You're bad.
Do you think people like him who are like, I don't say those words in public, like when they get home and they close the door and they put the lock on and they walk in, they just start slurring?
I think they walk over, put their head in the refrigerator, and just drop N-bombs constantly. And then they go, oh, thank God nobody heard me.
Right? Maybe they keep it in a little jar so they can open it up later and hear it again.
Oh, yeah.
Both sides. Like, why shouldn't you be criticizing your side, too? Unless you're like a total ideologically cucked hack. You're not that. Right, Alec? Right?
Here's Shoe0nHead. America is in...
It's just interesting to me that the people that harp on, like, who claim to... you know, be like straight shooter, respected on both sides. I just call balls and strikes.
I am totally not respected on both sides. There are some lefties who listen to us, Jack. Very few. I am just a straight shooter, though, and our audience, the right wing, gets mad at me when I say certain things. I know I'm not respected on both sides. Just in case anybody was wondering. I have Twitter to remind me almost daily.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter tells us pretty much every day that we're wrong on both sides.
Yes.
It seems like 90% of their smoke is reserved for the Democratic Party specifically.
She addresses this in one of her videos, and I don't know if it's this one or not, but she's talking about when she gets criticism. How come you're not pushing the left stuff? And she goes, you literally have that. If you want to hear that, turn on literally anything else.
Yeah.
I get
fast. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I get that with Trump. Like, how come you don't go after him? One, I do. And two, everybody's going after Trump. The entirety of legacy media is after Trump, including Hollywood.
Yep.
But I need everybody to do it. Fuck you. You do it. Go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. I just want to remind everyone that Destiny cheered when he found out the man who died was from a swing state. He's a despicable creature. He really is. He's just a self-righteous asshole. And it's weird that he may have put his wiener in Lord Southern. I find that really weird.
That I know of, we don't have confirmation that they did it, but they totally did it.
Yeah,
they were in love, Jack.
Oh, God. When he wasn't sucking peen or something.
Oh, man. She might have tasted somebody. Never mind.
I know, right?
I'm not.
And who knows whose it was? It could have been Fuentes's.
I know. There's an indirect line there that bothers me.
That tastes like Nick.
Too familiar with Shoe's content. So if anybody in here is like regular viewers of Shoe's who can attest to what kind of content she makes, if I had to guess, I would assume that she spends way more time specifically criticizing the Democratic Party and Democratic Party politicians than she does like MAGA.
She actually doesn't spend that much time criticizing any politicians. A lot of her content has been more of the cultural variety. Like she did her thing, The Lonely Problem with Men. She's done several videos where she watches like the internet dating show kind of things.
Oh, so you're saying she's a Trump supporter?
She's a Trump supporter.
If
I
she's
just love
not criticizing him. She's a supporter, clearly.
He's like, I'm not familiar with her stuff. I'm not really familiar with it, but he's been telling us what she is all along.
Yep.
You know her. You've already told us that, and now you're like, oh, I mean, maybe I don't really know her. Hang on. Satsu's texted me. But he's spoke like he has some kind of knowledge on her. Now, how far in we? 44 minutes. He's like, I don't really know. So if you guys have some kind of something that proves me wrong, but if I had to guess, you do have to guess, jackass. You just told us you have to guess. What you should have said is, based on the 3 I've seen, this is what I think. Because you're an idiot, because you didn't pay attention to what you actually watched. You just took it personal because you're on the left and you're an egotistical shitbag who can't take any kind of criticism of your side. You are not 13. You shouldn't be this thin-skinned.
No, 13-year-old would have much more intellectual.
So
yeah. God bless. Sorry, my finger keeps twitching on me.
Like furthermore, like when she says like I'm criticizing my side, I'm not sure if her and I are on the same side. I don't think.
Maybe she said I'm criticizing my side. She didn't say she was criticizing your side, asshole.
Well, everything's about him.
It's entirely possible that you're both left-leaning, but not on the same side. Just ask Stalin and all his enemies. They were on the same side, weren't they, Jack, until they disappeared?
Look, we don't talk about that.
Oh. She votes Democrat. That's the side she's talking about.
I think we're on the same side. I don't think she views like the Democratic Party as being like her side. So I'm a little bit confused about that.
She just votes for him. Yeah, sure.
In shambles.
My fellow Americans, I regret to inform you that it is that time again. Election time. Every 4 years, we have to deal with this. Are you voting for the red pedophiles or the blue pedophiles? The red drone strikes or the gay?
Okay, right off the bat, the red is way worse. See, she's like immediately.
Red pedophiles way worse than blue pedophiles.
I think the fact they're pedophiles is the problem.
Yeah, that brings them to an even playing field.
Yeah, an even wood chipper.
An even playing field filled with landmines. But Jesus Christ, he literally just... Those Republican pedophiles are worse than the Democrat pedophiles. Yeah, I understand you believe that because you're a lefty. And your pedophiles are not just tolerated, but loved.
Hollywood celebrities.
He stops it after the do you love red or blue pedophiles, red or blue drone strikes? First of all, it's worth Joe Biden's drone strike killed an innocent aid worker.
Yeah, that dude will never do that again. Bastard.
Joe took that option away. No, that dead civilian, he's much better off being killed by a Democrat. You dumb motherfucker. I'm not real familiar with this guy. I've seen him again. It's about as familiar as I was with the idiot we're watching before I started watching this. But yeah, little dude, bro, who's completely retarded.
Playing the centrist angle, and there's no comparison between the two.
Oh my God, do they all not know what a bit is? I'm doing both sides bad because I'm a candidate running against Kamala and Trump. Do they not know what a skit is?
No, but that's like a genuine thought that you have, though. Like
that joke you were making is a genuine. I believe you can make jokes and not be racist, but you can't. If you make jokes that you totally believe it, for the record, she's right. I mean, both sides are full of shit. Understatement, thank you. To be fair, due to YouTube being vague, people unnecessarily censor a lot of every video talks about grape and essay and has more bleeps than a rap song. Yeah, and I've been preaching ever since I've started hearing people say that. Stop saying that shit. You sound retarded. And we've been getting away with it. And it's not like YouTube doesn't notice us because I've gotten hit. I got hit for that stupid ass commercial, Jack.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
No, remember that one with the black guy who made the political ad where the KKK came running in with like garden implements?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we have like a big following at YouTube, but somebody's definitely paying attention and they hear me say rape and sexual assault and pedophilia. These people are just pussies.
Like, you genuinely believe that there's very little difference between the parties and you're just getting by both. She's not joking about that. I mean, it's like it's an ironic bit or whatever, but she's that's what she believes, right?
Dead Palestinians.
You could take her word. Never mind.
Palestinians or dead Palestinians. We're tired of it. They should just pick one.
Okay, well, the dead Palestinians thing was pretty true. I'll give her.
No, the pedophiles, no. The drone strikes, But fucking Palestine, she's dead on that one.
Well, tiny hat people are involved, so.
Fuck. Why are these people like this?
For that.
Sexist joke, racist joke, ableist joke. Palestine. There's just no way Trump is losing. It takes.
That's a visual bit you had to watch. But she's dead on again.
Something like, I don't know, Trump getting shot in the head at a rally in Pennsylvania. Oh God, we're coming up to the Trump rally part. Please be normal. Please be normal. But there's one thing to.
Okay. You want to let's find out what the audience thinks. Is he going to, 1, say the guy didn't deserve to die, or 2, it's gonna be 2. He's gonna say he deserved it.
Make fun of a failed assassination attempt, even a successful assassination attempt on a politician. If we can't mock or criticize the people in power, there is an issue. But it's another thing to mock a innocent Trump supporter that died. Please give me some hope for left-wing YouTube.
There's like mocking people in power, that's fine, but like, I mean, I didn't glorify the Trump assassination. I don't think. Well, anyways,
you watch whole large parts of it, but here where you literally have nothing to say, you decided to cut in on something that's been played now 3 times on the stream. You don't interrupt properly. You need to watch a lot of my streams, bro.
Yeah, Monkey's
I'm doing the thing.
This.
I really should. I'm gonna do they still do those master classes?
I don't know, but you should do one.
I'm gonna do a master class on how to properly interrupt a video that you're watching.
Thing I said I wouldn't do, which is like police edgy jokes. But
please,
the Trump supporter that died, he was most likely a fascist, and I mean he was.
Wait.
Now I'm doing the thing I said I wouldn't do, which is like police edgy jokes. But
none of the 3 people who have said this that guy deserved to die were joking. There's no hint of irony. They're not. Where do you get your policing edgy jokes? Okay, Jack, maybe I'm too sensitive. That is a possibility that happens once every time, the stars align. Did you hear any sense of humor out of Destiny or Actual Jake or Gunther here?
No.
I'm policing edgy joke. No, you're calling out shitty people and you can't even bring yourself to do that because they're on your side. God bless. If it was edgy jokes, even I'd be like, it's fucked up, but it was just a joke.
Yeah.
Please.
The Trump supporter that died, he was most likely a fascist, and I mean he was at a Trump rally, man. What do you expect? Like, he probably wanted trans people to die.
Probably. He probably had these opinions, so it's okay for him to die. Even if he did, which you don't know, but even if he did, that doesn't mean he should be fucking killed. He's just a guy. He's a guy who can even change his opinions one day. Who knows?
Well, no, he's not, because they killed him.
Yeah, I went to a Bernie Sanders rally because I had nothing better to do that day.
Well, you went to a communist rally. You should have been shot.
Apparently, I
tell ya.
blinded myself with the commies by being bored one day.
Good Lord, man. We just got to hear Gunther's full thing. Are you still with me that there was no joke there? This is what these guys really believe. That's what he gets for going to a Nazi rally.
Yeah, he wasn't joking. He seemed to really believe that.
Those edgy jokes.
I know for a fact a shit ton of people in these people's audiences used to be Trump supporters, used to be transphobic or whatever. Every single fucking day I log on and I watched Ben Shapiro and was a Trump supporter, but now I watch ContraPoints and I'm a good person. So back when you were a Trump supporter, these people think it's okay if you got shot. Convenient for them that they were born morally lucky and they came out of the womb as leftists. I'm actually going insane. I'm becoming the Joker. I thought at least one of them would have a normal take on this. But no. Behold! This is my circus. These are my monkeys.
No, you can't say that anymore.
No, you can't. She was just racist.
Yeah, just talk about orcs. We all know what that's code for.
And notice our humorless friend down here's got nothing to fucking say.
Of course not.
Okay, so let's check the comments real quick. I just want to see her. Here's her audience, okay?
Oh no, he's checking comments. Oh no, he's checking comments. No.
Having a baby and retiring, Shoe has become a trad wife. The only reason America is in shambles is because Shoe hasn't uploaded a Hell World in 2 years. Kamala, don't come Trump, I'm going to come America. If there's any reason to vote for Kamala, it's just to make Hillary extremely mad is probably the best campaign slogan yet. Okay, they all just seem like memers.
One of them actually went to the audience to find out who the audience is, Jack.
Yeah, it probably still fucked it up, too.
Did you hear all those right-wing comments he read?
Yeah, well, right-wingers are very sneaky.
Oh, did I miss the dog whistles in there?
Yes, they were in disguise. They were in burrito.
I need to get one of these leftists who can hear dog whistles to let me know when there's dog whistles. Hey, I gotta blow my nose real quick.
Okay. I think you'll be disappointed because a lot of these people that can hear dog whistles are really fat.
Hey, I'm fat too.
Yeah, but you're not a leftist with like pink hair because they seem to detect dog whistles super easy.
Is it the weird hair dye that does it?
I think it might be.
Okay. All right.
Okay, good. Diagnosis memers.
I don't know. I think that Shoe is just kind of a memer. I don't think she's a bad person.
Oh, good. YouTuber Alec Gunter doesn't think
Nice.
I'm a bad person. I must postpone my suicide at once. Okay, this next video people are responding to.
She said suicide, guys, because Pussy here won't let it play on his stream. Which is really weird to me because this is a live stream, but he's watching a video, and I don't know if on the live stream if those words were actually said and then an editor came in and bleeped them later for the upload of the video.
Yeah, he might have got a clip version or something.
Yeah, it's just the word is suicide. It's not bad to say it. I'm gonna get hit. That was some shit that happened way back with what's his name? Repsion, where in the adpocalypse they got very, very sketchy with what words you can say. You can't advocate suicide, but you can say the word.
Is the one I made after the election called The Downfall of the Democrats. Let's see.
Okay, so we're getting to her post-election coverage, and this is where his part will pop up. I think he's the second person. Or maybe he is the first, and Gnome Guy's the second person.
I don't know, but this is getting painful, dude. This guy's fucking stupid.
I will say I've seen part of what's coming up, but only because it was in his coming up section of him yelling that she said something. I forget exactly which part it was.
See what people had to say about this one. Okay, this guy is called Hutch.
Oh, this is him.
Title: Shoe0nHead takes an election victory lap. What video did this?
In my defense, I think my editor titled that video.
Dude, watch the shoe.
It's on your fucking channel. Change it then. What's it titled now, Hutch? I happen to know it's still titled Shoe0nHead takes a victory lap.
Well, he didn't say he wasn't lazy, monkey.
Shoe0nHead from Earth 2. Hat on foot.
Actually project. Not to throw him.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe he put up that 2 hours. Maybe he's changed it since he uploaded this video.
Shoe0nHead from Earth 2. Hat on foot.
Actually project. Not to throw him under the bus, because I did have to give it's not his fault. I take the blame.
Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. Do you really think that the Democratic Party is...
Okay, this gets a little convoluted, so I'm going to just go back for a second. When she appears on the screen here, this is her in the response to the response. Once the video stuff starts, that's how the original video started. This is what I was telling you about, where she hadn't said anything yet. So,
fighting for you? The overwhelming answer is no.
I am so frustrated with this argument because policy can only get you so far. Like, good policy is good, and we should do good policy. For sure. I don't think we should adopt Republican policies.
Wait, what argument? You just watched a montage of Trump winning. Where did I say adopt Republican policies? I haven't even said anything in this video yet. I haven't even appeared on screen.
I'm not actually reacting to anything that she said specifically here. I think...
Clearly.
You said, I hate this argument. Who was arguing?
The montage, monkey. He hates the montage.
The montage showed headlines that said Trump won over the working class, and Bernie Sanders said, if you think the Democrats are going to do anything for you, they won't. And then he goes, just like when he went off on his tangent about the inauguration when that had nothing to do with it. That's what he did here.
He's arguing with the montage.
He went outside, got himself some straw, formed it into a humanoid shape, and started kicking the shit out of it.
Well, that's the only way it's going to learn.
Fuck, man.
I think I was reacting in that moment to someone in chat, or I was reacting to what Bernie was talking about, but she seems to be internalizing the criticism as though I was talking about her.
I would have thought the same thing, dude.
This is your video. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, Jack, and say that he was arguing with his audience. After he sat there silently with his audience on the screen so you could read what they said. And that's what he was responding to. Then you need to have a talk with your editor because he fucked that up, because that's not in any way clear. Now, the idea that you were responding to Bernie didn't make an argument about acting like the Republicans. So that doesn't make sense. None of the articles said you needed to act like Republicans. So that doesn't make any sense. You're just a liar. Or you have a bad editor who you should probably fire.
Who are these people responding to? There she goes, hat on foot, making videos talking about adopting Republican policies.
I think we should pursue progressive policies. I think we should pursue policies that help working class people across this country, whatever the term working class means now, because it's so nebulous at this point.
I like that.
She's going to make this point too, but working class is now nebulous, Jack.
Oh, it's no longer like working class, middle class, upper class.
Nope.
Oh, well, I guess everything's changed. How many genders of class is there now?
Hey, look, George Soros works, so he's working class. That's science.
Sure, why not? Fuck it.
The term working class is now nebulous. Now that they're losing the working class.
It is, though.
Oh my God, we use the same verbiage too.
Like, how would you? I would just want to ask her, like, how would you define working class? Like, there's a lot of people that work in tech, for example, that make.
People who work in tech are not working class; they're blue collar
or upper class, depending on the, like white.
Or
collar.
sorry, white collar. I said blue collar. They're white collar. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're like assembling the chips or something, you're blue collar. But
yeah, this isn't nebulous. It's only nebulous because you don't like that she pointed out you're an idiot.
Or he doesn't know what the word nebulous means.
Or what working class means. I mean, I have heard these guys just parrot talking points they've heard before without knowing what it means. So maybe he was just being the most honest he's ever been. Hey, Satsu, how you doing, my friend?
Hey, Satsu.
$50,000 a year living in the state of California. But by traditional standards, the traditional definition, they wouldn't be considered working class, but aren't they?
But we're lefty, so why do traditional definitions mean anything?
I mean, they hate tradition.
That's colonialist definitions.
Yeah. They hate tradition unless it involves them punishing black people for some reason.
They kind of. Like, if you're making $50,000 working in like IT in like a suburb of like Silicon Valley or whatever, like, are you not working class?
No shit.
Like, you are bad at your job.
There are, and I believe at the time, like, I was getting into arguments with people on Twitter because I was calling attention to the fact that the term is kind of like loose these days. Who the?
You're the one who's decided it's loose, and so now it's loose. Did you catch that?
Yep.
I was arguing with people that they were wrong, that working class has a definition. Therefore, it is whatever it means these days.
It's whatever I say it means.
Jesus Christ. Snubber, thank you. If you live in California, where rent is 3 times what I pay, yeah, no path. Sorry, no. Can you read that?
If you live in California where rent is 3 times what I pay, yeah, no shit they are poor there.
Does that actually say shit?
No.
Okay.
Missed. Spit.
All right. As bad as my normal reading is with my eyesight, it's even more fucked up. So if there's a typo, I am just lost. Because my eye is looking for familiar things to be able to read it properly. Okay. Thank you for reading that, my friend. Thank you for the donation, Snub.
Knows what it means, right?
That's just like working class.
I would just suggest that the people you were arguing with knew what it meant. You're the only one who doesn't seem to know what it means.
There's a lot these people don't seem to know. So
okay.
It's like the typical standard definition of working class is people that work in like manufacturing jobs. But again, like so much has changed.
Blue collar jobs, yes. Oh fuck.
In industry over the last several decades. So like working class, you know, that definition might.
Then you don't change the definition, you use a different word. Thank you, Keldrig. It's loose like a lefty woman. Wow.
What is a woman?
Might have made more sense like 50 years ago. But there are legitimate questions as to what it means now. As far as the idea that the Republicans are.
Because he has them, they're legitimate questions.
I really don't like this guy.
This guy's a retard, and I'm enjoying myself. You should see the smile on my face.
I know. I don't doubt it.
Can you hear the joy in my voice?
Yes, I can actually.
Are the party of working class now? What did the exit polls show after the election in terms of like voting habits from income? It might be true that
the elites went to the left and everyone else went to the right. That's what it showed. You had the Teamsters come out and say, we're not going to support a candidate because when they let their union vote, they wanted to support Trump.
Yep.
What does working class mean anymore?
Yeah, they don't want to admit they lost the working class, so they have to change the definition of working class. That's really insulting to the working class.
It really is, but, you know, they don't care.
Yeah, of course not. Everybody's disposable to them.
Dude, they are willing to call dudes women and say they are women and should go to every place women are. They don't give a shit about anyone.
I still have not been thrown out of a Target women's room.
Have you used them?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Nice.
Income. Let me do Control F. Income less than $50,000. It was 50% Trump, 48% Harris.
So they went for Trump. What was it for Biden?
They did technically over.
They did technically win. You mean win? They did win.
But I don't like that, so we're going to alter definitions.
They did technically win. Just because they had the higher score.
Who made less money, less than $100,000. It was 51% Trump, 47% Harris. There was kind of like a bifurcation, or what's the word I'm looking for? There was a new kind of polarization that took place this election. That is a bit of an outlier when it comes.
It's actually not a bit of an outlier. The 2020 election is the bit of the outlier, but we're not allowed to talk.
Yeah, it's an outlier because it doesn't fit his narrative. So, this evidence contradicts this. Clearly it's a one-off.
The only group that really moved towards Biden, if I remember correctly, racially, was black women. Or did she even lose with that demographic?
I bet she lost with that demographic.
I mean, not lost, but lost ground. She still won the demographic.
Real quick. Thank you, Evolved Potato. You know what the major thing that's changed with the working class over the last 50 years? Their jobs got shipped overseas.
Yep.
And Trump is trying to bring them back. That is a big part of why people were upset, is they do all this stuff for the Democrats and vote for them all the time. And what happens? Their jobs still leave. And the Democrats don't give a shit because they take people for granted.
But notice how he's trying to reform the definition along class lines.
Oh, of course he is.
To be just monetary. Just monetary. You could have been working poor. That's the term you're probably trying to use. And have a white collar job. White collar doesn't mean that you make 6 figures or 8. It just means you have a job in a fucking office.
You're describing us.
Yeah. I'm no collar. I'm usually shirtless when we do these.
Oh, you.
Yeah. It hurts to wear a shirt, motherfucker.
That's an excuse, not a reason. I'm gonna need you to report to the office on Friday. Monkey?
I'm back.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, you said I need you to report, and I unpaused the video and paused it again real fast and said, go ahead. And it was just dead. And then the screen disappeared for me.
So I'm going to need you to report to the office on Friday.
No, I can't because I'd have to wear a shirt.
Oh, show off.
Thank you, Cryptic. Why does it have to be white? Yellow shirts exist. Okay, Dwight.
Modern elections, typically speaking, people that made under $50,000 were typically skewed more to the Democratic Party, and then professionals, people with advanced college degrees. These are people that were typically more conservative, and then that's shifted in modern times. But this idea that the Republican Party is now the party of the working class because Donald Trump won the demographic of less than 50,000 by 2 points.
The Teamsters went for him, you retard. Jesus fuck, man. And the whole shit about the poor have always gone to the Democrat. That's not true either. Reagan won them.
Oh, yeah. Well, a lot of the college people have gone over to the left because they've been indoctrinated by all the commies.
Yep.
I think we're, if he won by like 60 points or 70 points or 75, like if it was an enormous victory, then I think you get to say, well, the Republican Party, now they're the party of the working class. It's pretty evenly split. That's not a like.
Okay. Let's say it's evenly split. I'm going to give him a little bit of grace here, Jack. It's evenly split now, even though 2 points ahead. That is a major shift from where things have been since Clinton. That is a huge shift since then. And having that massive shift, maybe it doesn't make him the party of working class, Jack, but it's certainly the trend.
Yeah. Well, it depends how much you shift that goalpost.
Well, I'm pretty sure his goalpost is on wheels. They just put it on a Segway and let it run wild.
I'm starting to think that too.
Victory for people that make less than $50,000.
What does that even mean? Is it too late for the Democratic Party, or can they turn this around? Will the Democrats learn from this?
To be clear, in 2016, it was the same discourse. Is this the end of the Democratic Party? Dems in disarray. Are they ever going to?
That did not happen in 2016. In 2016, we heard, but she won the popular vote.
Yeah.
The majority of Americans really liked her.
It was her turn.
For an asshole who did have enough history in him to point out that she was wrong about the healthcare thing, you'd have thought he paid attention to this. No, that's not to say nobody was like that. You did have Cenk Uygur doing it and Kyle Kalinske, but pretty much only them. It's where they came up with their nonsense Justice Democrat thing, remember?
Yeah.
To recover from this? It's the same discourse every single time. Yes.
Okay, but Kamala did historically bad.
No, she didn't.
She absolutely did.
Well, she didn't do like Walter Mondale bad, but she did bad. Especially because she's a woman.
Well, in the Mondale case, that was against an incumbent president.
Yeah.
So even then, there's a major difference here. But goddamn.
I'm agreeing, but this guy's never going to admit that Kamala wasn't the chosen one. He's probably going to tell us that the election was stolen.
On the screen, the clip that she's showing points out that Harris did the worst of any Democrat on the presidential ticket since '88.
Which was Mondale.
That was '84.
Oh, was it? Oh,
yeah.
My bad.
'88 is the George Bush election. Who the fuck did he run against? I forget who ran against him in '88.
Somebody very memorable, clearly, because neither of us can remember.
Yeah.
No, she didn't. Again, I can forgive a little bit of hyperbole. It's fine.
Was it Dukakis? Oh, yeah, Dukakis. It was Dukakis. She did. The last person to do as bad as her was Dukakis.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
It wasn't a great election for Democrats. Losing all 7 swing states, these things, matter. I mean, that's a decisive victory. It was a close election.
It was not a close election. What the fuck are you talking? He must be talking about the popular vote.
Even that. I mean, come on, man.
He's got this is the problem with people like you. Seriously, Hutch, I hope you're watching this. This is the problem with you. You can't even admit that she's right about this. Remember people were giving Trump shit for going to New York? Like, why is he wasting his time going? And again, not Republicans, Democrats were like, why is he wasting his time? And then he did the best of any Republican since George H.W. Bush. Hutch is really huffing the copium heavy. Yeah, he's it's okay to admit when your side or your team. This is why when people try to fuck with me with the Chargers, like, I know how bad they are. You're not hurting my feelings. I've been fans of them for a long ass time. You have to be honest about your side, your team, just for honesty's sake and your own fucking self-preservation. You will go mad trying to make arguments like this.
Yeah, this is a fool's errand. But these people they're almost like cultists. They buy into the propaganda. They can't turn away from it. I mean, this guy will get in line for some Kool-Aid if he has to, or some grape flavor aid.
Yeah. Shoe is a liberal. She is a socialist. She is a Democrat. She wants her party to win, and she's just pointing out mistakes that you made. And you're like, nah, you're probably a Republican in secret. That's why you talk about how much you love Bernie.
And that's why the left will not win again if they keep this shit up.
Yeah, unlike 2016, this is one of those moments where if you guys do not get your shit together, and I'm praying that you don't, you won't win again. You're moving towards the part where you're going to have an actual party break to get rid of the horrible people in your party if you ever want to win.
Yeah.
And there's just too many of them.
I don't know how many times this needs to be said. It was another close election. This time it was a little bit less close than 2016 and 2020.
It was a little bit less close. Okay. He just said it was a little bit less close than 2020, which, if you're looking at the numbers in 2020 and believing them, was a blowout for Biden.
Yeah.
It was an absolute blowout for him. 10 million in the popular, and what was it, like 3? It was 3 something to 2 something. He blew him out. This one was less close than that one, though. All right.
What was the margin? What did the margin end up being? So, like in 2016,
you don't even fucking know. This was a close election. What was the margin? You might want to know that before you say stupid shit. So
why?
Proudly. God damn.
It was a margin of, I think, 80,000 votes across 3 swing states that ended up making the difference. In 2020, it was a little bit closer. It was a margin of like 40,000 votes spread across 3 swing states that ended up deciding the election.
So his definition of close is just the swing state differences. If that's your definition, I do have to give it to you that 2020 was close. But this was not, it wasn't a close election. God damn it.
Is he on Twitch or something? What is that donation? Like how much
that's
is
Twitch.
Oh,
those are bits. He just got 500 bits. He got $5.
I'd like to point out that we're about an hour into his stream. Is that what that says?
53 minutes and 46 seconds.
Okay, this is only his second donation.
Yeah.
That's rough, man. That's rough.
Well, I'm guessing.
Like, share, subscribe. Oh, sorry.
I'm guessing his target audience has, let's call them guardians, and they won't give him the credit card.
Wait, retard. Do you mean the underage kind or the retarded kind?
Retard. Totally retarded.
Working class shouldn't be simply defined by how much money they make, but how their relationship to the rest of their fellow man looks like.
What the fuck? One of the tards got a credit card. Oh my God.
Problem with billionaires isn't that they have a ton of shit. It's that their personal interests are divorced from that of the common man.
That's right. I mean, like
500.
That's the problem with billionaires.
Yeah, it's they don't have the same interests as common man, like, you know, movies, TV shows, sports. Can't relate to them at all.
Can you remind me who most billionaires voted for?
Kamala Harris.
Oh, okay. It was probably a psyop.
Yes, it's very clearly a psyop.
Fuck.
God damn. Where do you find
that's
these
right,
people, dude?
I told you YouTube recommended this shit. Blame YouTube for this one. Dark Conservatarian, thank you. Wow, you guys still at it. I've jogged, ate breakfast, worked 2 hours, just got off a 15-minute break, and you two are still at it. Have some money for your efforts. Why, thank you. This is the hardest job out there. Whatever you're doing for work right now, trust me, I wish I could be doing, because this is backbreaking work over here.
Oh, according to Hassan Piker, this is the hardest job in the world.
I've never
crab fishing's got nothing on this. Breaking up domestic disputes, that's a walk in the park comparatively. Yeah, no, we're still at it because this guy is mega fucking retarded, and well, our job's awesome.
How's your social battery? Just fine. No, totally drained. Give me money.
Yeah, we are poor, so feel free to give us money.
Feel bad for my social battery. I need money to recharge it.
Yeah, I don't know what a social battery is, but if it means getting money, I need to refill it.
I've been lobbying the federal government to get me social battery recharging stations put in all across the U.S., and they're just not listening to me.
Right? And every time I try and get money out of an ATM, it asks for a credit card or something.
I know.
I don't have anything like that. I'm poor. So yeah, we're capitalists around here, so give us your hard-earned dollars for all this tragically difficult work we
do. All right.
I'm getting a little goofy here. Sorry.
Ashran in his chat said, yeah, but the 07 in the swing states doesn't really make it close. True.
So the term working class is not specifically about like how much money you make. So it's not,
No, it wasn't. It was about the kind of job you had.
Yeah.
And you're the one trying to define it by the money.
Yeah. Plumbers are working class, but they make good money. Well, good ones do.
Snubber, thank you. Looking at his channel comments on this video, they are not kind to this guy. They keep insulting him, saying, you are, what does it say? A fine, distinguished gentleman. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you for the donation. For anybody who doesn't get that, Shoe said that's what you should say instead of being rude to people in the comments.
And this kind of surprised me, but the traditional definition of working class, you can just look it up. We're typically talking about people that are working in like manufacturing jobs.
Yes.
What is
This surprised me. Why are you so confident to tell people they have the definition wrong when you didn't even know it and were surprised by the definition? And
yeah, working in manufacturing doesn't pay that badly either.
No. Working class was never about money unless you're talking about like over in Tsarist Russia.
Yeah, or like 1900 before labor conditions were improved and like places were firing death traps.
Working class meant people who were working with their hands, doing dirty work or hard labor, and you had your white collar workers who worked in office buildings. Do you think everybody who had a white collar job before whatever time frame you've decided is where things switched was filthy rich?
Apparently.
Because that's not how it works.
No, just because you have a white collar job doesn't make you rich.
Anyway, the balls on this guy. I didn't even know what that meant, but I know it's wrong. Jesus.
It's a sort of useless arrogance of these guys. They're so cocky, but they don't know anything.
It is the kind of arrogant ignorance that you expect of a young man in his early 20s, not somebody in his mid fucking 30s.
Yeah, it's like a sophomore in college, a wise fool.
And I'll still mock him, but I can at least forgive it of a younger man because I've been there, Jack. I would not be so proud to be this ignorant publicly now.
Oh my God, no. But they embrace it. It's a social status thing. I mean, look at all the tards on TikTok that we see all the time.
Oh God, how much longer do we still have 30 minutes of this asshole. Okay.
Traditional definition of working class.
Just
Consists of people who perform manual, industrial, or service-oriented labor for wages. Distinguish.
Ding, 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 ding.
As opposed to slavery.
Between upper and middle classes by their reliance on hourly or salaried employment and their generally lower levels of income and wealth. But again, you have something like the tech sector become way bigger in the 21st century. And so now you now you have a lot of positions.
That doesn't change what working class is.
It does if he says so, apparently.
Is there nothing they won't just redefine?
No, because it suits the narrative.
And working class, let's just be honest, this is some communistic language.
Oh yeah.
This is some stuff they used to use for class warfare and stuff.
Yeah, because Marxism was conceived during a time when there was much more rigid class structure in Europe.
These are your terms, and now you're like, nah, I don't like that one. We're gonna just change what it means.
Well, they've done it several times before.
Yeah, I mean, with something as set in stone as what is a woman. So I know. I'm fighting an uphill battle with a retard, and
they're gonna win.
Don't worry, it'll be close.
Working in tech, I mean, I know like a lot of these people that work in like it's technically tech or like video games. You call that are video games tech? Would you call it?
Yes.
Do you call technology stuff tech?
God damn it. Do you call coding tech? Yeah, that maybe you don't because you make up your own definitions for shit. I actually think people who work in the video game industry are plumbers.
No, they're blue collar because they get their hands dirty with all that coding.
Jesus.
This is so insulting to people with real jobs.
This is insulting to people with intelligence.
That's what anybody with the intelligence of above a squirrel. Yeah. God. This is one of the more painful things we've watched in a long time, man.
It is, but again, I'm still having fun.
Well, tech. How many there's so many game developers that live in Los Angeles, which is a pretty expensive place of the country to live in, and they're making $50,000 a year, $60,000 a year.
Oh my God! Again, that's piss wages in LA. What are you talking about,
buddy?
You're gonna be living in Compton in a sketch neighborhood with that kind of money.
That makes them poor, not working class.
Yeah.
This fucking guy's killing me. Oh God.
Are they not working class? This is what I mean when I say like, I don't, we should probably like adjust that definition to include a lot of new kind of emergent industries and sectors.
I just found out about something and I don't like it, so it needs to be changed for me. I'm in awe of the arrogance. I really am. He just told us he just found this out. He was shocked to learn what it meant, but he was out there arguing with people, and now he's doing it. Oh, hi, Shoe0nHead. How you doing? The arrogance of I didn't even know what this meant, but I know it's wrong.
I really don't get. Oh, hey, Shu. I thought you were making a joke there. That she's
no, she's in chat.
Oh, I really don't understand how this person has survived this long by being this arrogant and ignorant at the same time. This is confounding on so many levels.
Okay,
Like, does he have a carer? Does somebody help this guy put his pants on? Because I think he needs it.
Shoe, I just have to tell you, because I know you're not on Twitter very much, but I did send you a DM. There's a chick who is in love with you, not in a creepy way, named Brit Reacts, who's been reacting to your videos. Check her out. She's one of my favorite React channels. Anyway, where? Oh, back to retard boy. Oh fuck, here we go.
That have
Did I read that? Oh shit. Thank you. This is Kyle. I would say game devs are exterminators, but they don't get rid of any bugs. You're not wrong. These days they really don't. They used to though.
Yeah, well,
at least as many as they could. They used to try at least.
That's a whole other problem.
Come about in the last like 20 years. Forgot the point that I was making. This was not a historic loss. You want to see a historic loss?
Jesus Christ. You started making the point 30 seconds ago. How'd you forget?
Because he keeps going off on shit that has nothing to do with anything.
Is he going to start talking about the inauguration again?
Oh
my God. This is painful.
Oh, funeral. Let's talk about the inauguration.
Let's take a look at an actual historic loss. This is a historic loss. This is Mondale Reagan, 1984. Ronald mother Reagan won 49 states. 49 states.
The only way to have a blowout is a 49 state victory?
Apparently.
What about 48? Is that still close?
No, not good enough. No, it's been decided. This guy knows everything, as we've discovered.
Well, fuck.
So,
for all we know, close doesn't have the same definition anymore either. So
no, close doesn't count except in horseshoes and hand grenades. He heard that somewhere on the internet, I bet.
In this country, landslide elections used to be somewhat normal. Yeah, base Minnesota, nice.
You mean like in 1960? That's a history joke for those of you who know it.
1968 election, I believe, was a blowout. That's a blowout. 1968, that's a blowout.
What's the final total there? It's hard for me to see. I would have to see that up close. Sorry about my bad eyes, guys, but that doesn't look a whole lot different than the map for Trump, except for the whole left coast isn't blue.
Nixon blowed out. I'm sorry, I said that. That sounded so up. He did really well. 1972, I believe, was even more decisive. He blowed out. 1972 was another. Just look at that. This is a historic loss. Nixon won 520 electoral votes. He lost Massachusetts. He won every other state. 1972. Nixon was wildly popular. These kind of elections were so much more common back then because
they weren't really all that common. This one, I mean, you're coming off of Johnson and Johnson getting us deeper into Vietnam. Oh my God.
His historical context doesn't matter if he doesn't know what it is.
The third election in the United States had to be decided by Congress.
Look, hate fact. Okay.
And now you can say that there was a blowout. I mean, Adams was but Jefferson ends up in a tie with Burr, and they end up having to have Congress decide it.
Do you think he knows who any of those people are? Because I don't.
Who is it? Truman, famously, with his paper, holding up the paper, said, Dewey beat Truman. Totally blowout election. They just got that headline completely wrong because they were drunk.
That was just a whoopsie.
Thank you, Space Trucker. To quote Reagan, the problem with our well-meaning liberal friends is that they know so much that isn't so. True. Reagan was great with quips, man. Anyway.
it was less polarized. There were the cultural.
I'm sorry.
Nixon was wildly popular. These kind of elections were so much more common back then because it was less polarized.
I know people think the polarization is bad now, but it's really not that unusual for our country.
No, does he not know what the Vietnam era was?
No, he just said Nixon was wildly popular. If you want to go back to that era specifically, because he seems to be hanging out in the 60s and early 70s, you see a lot of the parties getting punished for what their last president did. Nixon's win is a repudiation of Johnson.
Yeah, because Johnson dragged us further into Nam, which was very unpopular.
Carter's win is a repudiation of the Republicans for the shit Nixon pulled and then the pardon from Ford. Reagan's win is a repudiation of the Democrats because of how bad the economy got under Carter.
Yeah.
You had a lot more where we were willing to punish the president for how bad shit went on his watch. And you really see a change in that with Reagan, to be clear, or to be fair. I mean, people remember the great times under Reagan, but inflation was bad under Reagan for many years. The inflation, when they compare the Biden inflation, it's to Reagan's, not to Carter's. The unemployment, with all the women entering the workforce, unemployment just blows the fuck up. And if you went back 10 years and he had that same first term, he probably loses the second one.
Yeah.
Anyhow, Reagan also had the advantage, because Reagan's was a very specific case where America's just down. It is, everybody's depressed.
Well,
and,
you had a lot of stagflation, and gas prices were gas itself was a problem because the Middle East was on fire.
Yeah, you had your gas lines and shit, having to wait an hour to get gas in your car if they even had enough.
Yeah, and you had to go on certain days only.
And so you have this resurgence. I mean, the only reason we still talk about the 1980 gold medal hockey game is because it was not just a win for the U.S. over the juggernaut of the Russians, but America needed that. We needed something we could all get behind at the time. I was 5, so I say we, but as Americans. Yes, I'm that old. I don't care what you think.
Whatever, old man.
You kind of have a change in the dynamic where stuff that Reagan would have been punished for even a decade earlier, people were willing to put up with it because of how bad the late 70s were. Anyhow, sorry, there's your history lesson for the day.
There were the cultural.
What was that? I'm sorry, bud.
One of many we've done today because this idiot doesn't know anything.
Oh, we had to do a history lesson over the difference between Carter's funeral and the inauguration, so
we had to explain that water pumps are a thing. So
this has been
hard.
I've had so much fun with this one. I really have.
Okay. Allegiance to political party was not like it is now.
Are you insane?
Now in politics, in terms of culture, people's political identity have become fused with their actual identity. Now being MAGA is like a part of your personality in a way that that just wasn't the case for a long time in the United States.
That has dealt, he's not wrong about that part, but that is a difference in interpersonal relationships more than voting trends. Republicans were still staunchly Republican, and as always, your elections are decided by those of us who refuse to tie ourselves to a party. The party themselves have not changed. Oh, thank you, Shoe. That's very kind. Okay, I have to go. Have fun reacting to the guy. LOL. Good luck. If you haven't watched this, Shoe, you really should. When he goes off about the inauguration, is fucking wonderful.
It takes him forever to get to anything, though, so you're gonna suffer through a lot of stupid. But yeah, the guy's an idiot.
In fairness, she'll be watching without me interrupting the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. But my God, he forgot that he wasn't talking about a funeral anymore, and he switched it to the inauguration. The man's an idiot.
Wolfgang, thank you. Hey, Monk, in Vegas, and no cyber trucks have blown up, I think. Wow. Can you?
Nuke Panama, deport Californians, and own the libs. Found cartels in Arizona, by the way. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Stay away from them. They're not good people. Thank you for the donation. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know why my eyes will let me see part of it, but not everything.
Because it's the color background. But thanks for dropping by, Shoe. You got some fans here in the audience, so thanks for the donation, Wolfgang.
When she leaves, I'll mention that I'm a fan too. Like I said, I disagree with her on the socialist stuff, but the girl's funny. I don't care what anybody says.
Well, again, this guy doesn't understand jokes, so.
08 was another like blowout. It wasn't like these kinds of blowouts, but it was a very decisive win. 08 was really the last time we had like a kind of a blowout election. This was technically a blowout, 365 to 173. That's a very decisive victory.
Did he just say this is kind of a blowout?
He said this was more of a blowout.
But wasn't he saying a few minutes ago that it wasn't a blowout?
I'm guessing.
I'm
lost
a little bit here.
Well,
I'm very lost.
The one on the screen right now is the 08 election that he is saying is a blowout. Anyway, I don't know why he's this ass mad over her saying that it was a decisive victory, basically.
It's like he's being so pedantic just for the sake of that he doesn't like her or something. I don't even get what what his point is with a lot of this stuff. It's just irrelevancies.
You'll notice, like right now, he's going way further in than he has with anything else. And that's because she's directing it at him right now. It's his ego.
He's really taking this too personally.
It's his ego.
Very comfortable popular vote margin. He won by 10 million. 52.93% for Barack Obama, 45.65% for John McCain. So he won by about 10 million votes. That was a decisive win. That was a comfortable win, but it was not a historic win. So if the Obama win was not
the historic part is that she didn't flip a single county. Not one. Not even in her home state of California. Just the margin.
Swing states. Jesus.
There are other things that can make it historic besides just the final tally.
No, it's been decided. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. You're all wrong except him. You dummies.
Historic win. This presidency, this 2024 election, obviously not a historic win. Maybe she means historic by modern standards. And
notice he didn't bring it up though.
Yeah.
Because the map looks really close to that one you said was decisive, at least.
Terms of like the inroads that Trump made with certain demographics. You know, you can say it was a really good election for
all but one demographic, you mean?
Yeah.
It was historic in some.
It could be historic because
Go ahead.
It could be historic because he had split terms. That's not that common in history. There's lots of ways this could be historic. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I stepped on you there.
Man, he was ass mad about it.
Yeah.
For Donald Trump. And if you're Republicans, you're probably chomping at the bit and salivating for how can we expand on those margins in the next election. So how do we expand our support with Hispanic voters? How do we expand our support with white voters? How do we expand our support with black men? There are opportunities for them to make inroads to potentially lead to something like a historic election, but this was not a historic win by any reasonable standard. So that,
and he gets to decide what reasonable is.
Yeah. Apparently.
Part right there in terms of her analysis is just wrong. It's just like she's
it's absolutely not. Cult of Krill, thanks so much for that feminist $12 who says have money. Thank you.
Nice.
I like having the monies.
Yeah, money's cool.
It's just not true that Donald Trump won a historic election.
Stop picking your nose on camera.
Is he gonna
and this
eat
time he's pulling something away.
Is he gonna save it for later or eat it on the screen? Because I'm going with he's gonna eat it on the screen.
Dirty, nasty motherfucker.
You know, perhaps it's historic in the fact that we've never had somebody that was a quote convicted felon as president before. Would that not be historic?
It was the historic first win against a black woman candidate.
Yeah. Well, and an Indian woman.
And an Indian. And
whatever
so many
Tim
other
Walz
things.
is. Real fast. Thank you, Cult of Krill, for that feminist donation. Also have money. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right.
She did not flip a single.
There was a jump cut there. You know he just ate that booger.
I'm telling you, this thing has been edited.
Watch how he's pulling that booger away, and suddenly
the Donald Trump won a historic election.
She did not.
Yep. That there was a little snacky in there.
Little booger eater.
Yeah. St. Fugi said picking your nose on stream is a dog whistle to Fuentes. Yes. I believe that. That's science.
You people are on camera. Stop picking your nose.
Flip a single county. A Republican won the popular vote. A Republican. Do you know how rare that is? And all the data shows.
Wait a second. Wait.
Won the popular vote. A Republican. Do you know how rare that is? And all the data.
He went to say something there and they cut it out. Maybe he was responding to a donation or something, but I want to know what he said. I'm going to have to go watch his whole fucking stream, aren't I?
Probably, because this looks like there's been parts edited out.
Data shows young people, black people, Latinos, women moving more right. Now, could this be a Trump
historic win by any reason?
I don't know what just happened there.
Something got cut out. I'm telling you. Reasonable standard. So that part right there in terms of her analysis is just wrong. It's just like it's just not true. But Donald Trump won a historic election.
What is wrong with his goddamn nose?
That they replayed the same thing. So his editor put the booger picking in twice.
Well, good on the editor on that case.
Wow.
He did not flip a single county. A Republican won the popular vote. A Republican. Do you know how rare that is? And all the data shows young people, black people, Latinos, women moving more right. Now, could this be a Trump-only thing? Sure. And as I said in my video, there could be a pendulum swing.
Shoe, are you even going to mention the fact that the entire world went through inflation? And
what? Huh?
What? The inflation that they denied existed and then tried to blame Trump for?
Why would she? She didn't say anything about the economy. She just pointed out that all of these people went that way.
Dude, I'm telling you, he has a cabinet full of these beautiful, beautiful straw men that he created. He has got to beat them up sometime.
Okay. He made all these inroads. Maybe it's a Trump only thing. Hey, and he really means it because he pulls the mic into his mouth. Are you even going to mention that there was inflation worldwide?
I don't know what his point with that is, but it's irrelevant.
It's another inauguration moment.
Yeah, he's got to set that straw man up because it's a beautiful straw man, best straw man ever. So he's got to beat the shit out of it.
All right, we're going to push through.
Basically, every government sustained losses. Every incumbent party sustained losses around the world. Are you gonna bring that up just one time?
Oh, okay. you don't need to bring up inflation if all you want to do is say that worldwide people had losses. Did they all lose in a similar way where the demographics completely are shifting? Because that's her point about it.
Yeah. You know who I don't think slipped in popularity at all? Kim Jong-un. So not all around the world. Same with Putin. I'd be willing to bet his numbers are rock solid, according to Putin and Kim Jong-un.
Just accept she was a bad candidate.
No. You're just wrong. You're just a right-wing shill if you say that.
That's right. They figured out what the real problem was on that podcast he didn't watch. I forgot. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure. Just one time.
And we'll get like another Obama after Trump, or the Democrats wake up and actually run a good populist candidate. I don't rule this out, but to pretend this wasn't a particularly bad loss is just straight up delusional.
True.
Yeah, you mean the candidate that nobody picked because she wasn't in a primary?
Wolfgang, thank you. Worldwide inflation, maybe thanks to sanctions on Russia, which didn't stop the Ukrainian war. Russians are used to suffering. Thank you. Russians are used to suffering, so it was a bad idea. Yeah, we talked about this. Do you remember before the war? I was like, because Biden was like, we'll do something. And I was like, yeah, you'll put sanctions on them and it won't mean shit. I don't know why they thought that would.
They're not losing money. They just sold the oil over to China.
You know how long we've had sanctions on Russia?
Right? They're used to it. And they're actually doing pretty well right now because of all the relations with North Korea and China that we've pushed them into.
N47, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Donation with no message. Thank you. All right. I want to get through this. I want to do the whole thing, and we're already at 5 hours, and we still got half an hour to go. God damn.
Oh, real quick. Thank you, N47, for the very generous donation. Appreciate it, man. Or lady, whichever. Much appreciated.
Jack, can I just point out that we're an hour into the video. We're 5 hours into our podcast. That means we work 5 times harder than he does.
Yeah.
Science.
Yeah, that is science. It's indisputable science because we said so and we've manifested that into reality. I'm pretty sure that's how his logic works.
And because of that, we're now working class.
Yes, we are working class. I am going to get my fingernails dirty later. Totally not touching myself. Yeah, we're gonna just declare ourselves working class, and also we're going to say how we have the hardest job in the world so we can live up to the standards of his heroes.
Just don't get your fingernails dirty the way he's been doing it all stream. Use a tissue for fuck's sake.
Picking my nose. It's fucking gross. I'm on air.
I don't think I pretended. I did not pretend to like this is bad. I mean, I was telling people before the election, this is a really important election. If we don't, and especially if she wins.
I don't think I was telling people it wasn't bad. You just spent a whole long time telling us how it wasn't. You even went to Wikipedia to show us other elections. I don't think I'm doing that.
Yeah, and he did just misgender Trump.
Oh God, this guy.
Trump wins. If the Republican Party wins control of all 3 branches of government, particularly if the Republicans get the Senate and Trump wins, I've been telling people for months and months and months, it would be really bad. It's not going to be good if he wins. And
she didn't say anything about what you believed before the election, asshole.
Big, beautiful straw man.
She was talking about how you were pretending it wasn't a massive embarrassment to him.
It wasn't an embarrassment. It was just a mild embarrassment. More of an inconvenience, really.
It was super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Barely an inconvenience. Just a speed bump. So you don't know what you're talking about. Shut up.
One of the reasons I like doing videos like this is because it gives the audience who's not on Twitter a glimpse of how arguments go on Twitter.
Oh, this is a lot like reading Twitter arguments you have.
It is, because the guy is just dumb, and instead of addressing what's said to him, he's got to talk about everything except that.
Yeah, because a lot of times it's indefensible, or he's just wrong, and he's not going to accept that he's wrong. And it's gross. It's really gross.
All right, let's see.
And after the election, I participated in the discourse along with everybody else, you know, about doing postmortems, trying to figure out like what exactly went wrong and what could have been done differently. And I don't think at any point I've downplayed. Like, have you guys heard me say a single time, chat? Like, well, it's not that bad, you know.
Literally a minute.
20 minutes doing it.
Have any of you guys heard what I've said for the last 5 minutes?
Jesus Christ. Well, I wouldn't say it was historic. It was just a little historic, you know.
It was close. It was close.
It was within breathing room, but nobody's heard me downplay it. Fuck off.
Oh my God.
You know, like I've told you, like, I think we'll survive. We're going to get through this. We got to keep our chins up. This sucks, but we're going to get through this. But I've never said like, well, you know, it's not that bad. I don't know where she's getting this idea that I didn't even stream for like a week. It was.
Were you sad?
It jumped mid-sentence there. Just notice that?
It did. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, seriously, just rewind yourself a little bit. I don't. And did you see how he tried to change the subject there again?
Yeah.
Like I said, we could get through it. We'll be fine. Nobody said you didn't.
Yeah, what does that have to do with fucking the price of tea in China? I don't understand where he's going with some of these random statements that he makes.
This is how morons argue. All right. What did I say? Damn, Alzheimer's got him young. Has anybody heard me do it? It's literally what I just did. Fuck.
Psychologically crushing. It was bad. Yes.
I'm blaming the American.
Oh my God, he really did take a week off because of the loss. I was making a joke there.
That's pathetic if that's true. Like, my parents died. I took like 3 days off, dude. Come on. Selection. It's not like a lot's gonna change.
That was psychologically crushing. It was bad. Yes.
From blaming the American people to blaming Joe Rogan, the Democrats and the media are having a hard time coping with their loss. And
this logic that you can't blame voters for the outcome of elections is insane to me.
She didn't say that. She said blaming the American people. It's a slight difference, but I do need to point that out.
It's an important difference, though, because he's kind of a tard.
Yeah, because when you're talking about blaming the American people, like, oh, America is racist. That's blaming the American people.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's not like definitions mean anything to this guy.
This logic that you can't blame voters for the outcome of elections is insane to me. There's no responsibility on the voters, like none whatsoever. Who else am I supposed to?
You blame your party that lost. You blame your candidate. Why were the American people more willing?
And the voters, like, okay, so everybody in America, they know who Donald Trump is to a certain extent, right? Like, people are probably really familiar with who Donald Trump is. We all experienced the Trump presidency, and we know what that went like. We certainly.
I'm betting dollars to donuts that you don't know what it went like.
It's said on Wikipedia.
I've heard your rehashing of even recent history, and I have no doubt you don't know.
We experienced a once in a generation pandemic under Donald Trump. We saw what that leadership looked like. And people saw Kamala Harris.
Yeah, they called it a hoax. Remember that?
That happened under Donald Trump. That doesn't mean Trump went out there and coughed on everybody.
And the voters, a plurality of voters made the choice that Donald Trump was the better candidate. None of.
Yeah, that's kind of her point, and she'll get into it in a minute when you let her finish speaking.
No, that's not going to happen.
But your candidate was so bad that no matter what you say about Donald Trump, people are like, fuck it, I'm going with him instead.
And all the celebrity endorsements that she paid for didn't do a damn thing for her.
There's a guy that's going to come up when I disagree with Gnome Boy in a minute. He's going to say people didn't know who Donald Trump was. This guy just told us people knew who Donald Trump was. All of this slander against Trump and the valid criticism, everything bad about Trump, real or imagined, was known. And your candidate was so bad, people chose him.
Yeah.
Yes. Why are you blaming the people? Your candidate sucked. If you gave them somebody to vote for, they would have voted for him. But see, this is no, we don't make mistakes. We don't make mistakes. She was a good candidate. It's just those people are bad.
Those people.
The responsibility is placed on voters when we have a democratic process where the voters, we have institutional barriers like the Electoral College. There's nuance there or whatever, but ultimately.
Okay.
Oh, dear God. Is he going to talk about that too?
I hope not. If you're talking about the 2020 election, I've said this many times. I don't blame most voters for not knowing who Biden was, because unless you're a political junkie like we are around these parts, you might not have known much about him.
Yeah.
Because the press kept it hidden. You can't make that claim about Trump. Wolf, and he didn't even try to. At least if he would have tried that, people just didn't know who Trump was. It'd be stupid, but at least it would make sense with his argument of blaming the voter.
Yeah, that's fair.
You should have went out there and done more research on the guy. That's a fair argument if you believe that they didn't know who he was. But we all knew who Trump was, and we saw Kamala and went, no, fuck no. Thank you, Wolfgang. It is totally the voters' fault for not having poop for brains. The party knew they were in a tough spot, but these socialists believed their farts. Well, the problem is either way they were going to lose, because they really don't have a deep bench right now. Biden was going to lose. He was going to get blown the fuck out. That would have been Mondale-esque, I believe, because we all saw he had dementia and there was no getting around it anymore. And the closest thing they had was their DEI VP. They should have done better I'm not trying to help the Democrats out here, but if we're just looking at it, politics, not policy. When she couldn't make it to the starting line in 2019 with the fanfare she got when she came out, 2016, the fanfare that she got out, that should have been, okay, she's not going to go any further. We need to find somebody else to be the heir apparent.
Yeah, because they needed that money because it was locked up with Biden.
Even if they knew, or even if they thought Biden was going to do 2 terms, your vice president typically is setting up for the next election after the incumbent doesn't run anymore, can't run anymore because of the law. And they went with somebody who couldn't make it to the starting line in her own party. That wasn't the general election. That was the fucking primary.
But she was on civil rights marches, Monkey, where she said, freedom. Oh.
I was correct the first time when I said 2019. Thank you, Ham and Beans. I'm getting really tired here.
This guy's killing my brain cells. I don't know about you.
We can just generally say the voters decided that Donald Trump was the better candidate. And I'm not allowed to criticize voters. I'm not allowed to say, I'm not allowed to voice my frustration with voters. Give me a break. Voters.
She didn't say voters again because that's not what she meant. But even in that case, why would you blame the voters instead of your candidate?
Yeah, the candidate that spent $1 billion, had every celebrity endorsement you could hope for, and still lost in a massive, massive loss. Come on. She didn't even gain any ground.
This is the problem with being so tied to your party where you can't see anything else. It turns you into a retard. Although I'm pretty sure this guy was born that way.
Yeah.
Voters have no agency. I'm so sick of people.
You haven't even
like
listened.
just absolving.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got to do it again. You haven't even listened to her argument about why yet.
Oh, he knows everything, Monkey. You don't need to listen to an argument. He's got a legion of straw men he could prop up if necessary, and he's a very intelligent man, and you're all just a bunch of dummies.
For all he knows, and she's not going to, but for all he knows, she's going to say, you can't blame the American people. You can only blame the voter. But he doesn't know because he hasn't listened to. It's just like when he freaked out at the beginning and it's like, I hate this argument when no argument had been made yet. But boy, is he upset about her arguments that he hasn't heard. Okay.
Every American of any kind of responsibility for what takes place in this country, you know? And this is what populists do. The populists will tell you, like, none of this is your fault. It's all the oligarchs. It's the bureaucrats, the fat cats in DC.
No. She said Kamala was a bad fucking candidate, put up a good candidate. Did you hear her say oligarch?
No. Or fat cat, no.
Oh, maybe she dog whistled it and we didn't hear it.
Oh, man. Should get my hearing checked. I never hear these dog whistles.
It's your boss. It's the man. It's the you know, like.
I don't know what that means, but I'm not familiar with that.
That is the most coherent argument he's made yet.
You know what's sad is that's probably true.
Thank you, Zoe. Damn, y'all are still going. Yes, we are.
Regrettably, in this case.
I am determined to get through this one. Mostly because I want to see Gnome Boy.
There's nothing. Your hands are clean, American people. Any kind of problems that we have in this country, none of you guys have anything. It's all the politicians and the media and the corporations. This is what populists do.
Never said that. She never said that the voters are have clean hands in this. It's just that Kamala was a shit candidate, and if voters don't want a retard, they didn't vote for her because, well, she might have been just drunk. But
true,
there's a lot of reasons not to vote for a candidate, even on your own side.
When it comes to an election, you're talking about a popularity contest. That's what all elections are. And when your guy isn't as popular as the other guy, that is a problem with your candidate. Whether it's their policy, their personal behavior, just their general look, whatever it is, that's on the party for picking them. And in this case specifically, the party picked them, not the voters.
Yeah.
Harris wasn't voted to be the representative. The party did that. You know, the ones that you were just dismissing, them being the ones who did it. It was them. Christ, man.
Hate fact.
And I'm sorry, but like, if you live in a country and it's a democratic country, you know, and for all our faults and for how.
I like if you live in a country.
As opposed to the ocean. A strange island in the middle of the Pacific. I mean, what are you talking about, dude? Most people live in a country. I would say 99.9% of people live in a country.
Doesn't pretty much everybody live in a country?
Unless you are like in a tribe somewhere on an undiscovered island, or a castaway,
I suppose,
or a fish man. I don't. Maybe mermen live in a country too. I don't know.
Imperfect our democracy is, and it is imperfect, you know, you get a say. You have a say in how things go. You can directly impact, and especially if you organize, like, you can directly impact the outcome of these elections. You can choose to engage and inform yourself and take steps
to. What is he even going off about right now?
Others
I don't know.
He's motivate others to get engaged. Like you can directly participate in our democracy. You can take such a direct role, and there's nothing stopping you. There's no laws, no government guide, no law enforcement's going to show up on your doorstep and tell you, "Don't organize. You can't do that. Don't mobilize. Don't."
You can be told not to vote if you're a felon.
You can be told not to organize.
Yeah, there's lots of
specific reasons for it and stuff. I mean, we just went through this literally.
But this guy doesn't know how anything works. He has no life experience, and it shows. This is depressing as much as it is infuriating.
How do you get to be this age and this oblivious to the world?
I don't know.
Anyway.
Wolfgang lives in the vacuum of space. Just letting you know.
Okay, so we found the one that doesn't live in a country.
Apparently, Wolfgang's a superhero.
If you live in a country. I'm going to rename the stream If You Live in a Country.
Don't participate. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. And so, no, I reject the premise that populists go with, which is just like, you're these poor babies and you have no control over everything and everybody's you. And it's not like there are no institutional problems. Like, it's not like American voters don't.
I just want to remind you, she hasn't even got to make her argument in this case yet.
Nope. But he's got a whole cabinet full of straw men, Monkey.
We're not burdened with anything with the inadequacies of our federal government. That's certainly, I'm not saying that, but this idea that I don't get to blame voters for the outcome of an election. All right. Okay.
Willing to vote for the
one, she wasn't saying can't blame voters. She was saying that the real blame lies with the candidate and the party that picked her. That's all.
I think he did say we were unburdened by what has been, though.
God damn.
I don't get to blame voters for the outcome of an election. All right. Okay.
Willing to vote for the guy who did January 6th over your candidate full of hope and joy and rainbows and unicorns or whatever? Is it because the voters are just all stupid idiots? Or is there something a little less simple that you just want to avoid talking about? Taking a step back.
It's B. It's 100% B.
Well, absolutely B, especially with this guy. 1000% B.
And looking in the mirror is going to do you real good.
Democrats don't have a messaging problem. America has a racism problem. Kamala ran a flawless campaign in 100 days, and I refuse to let y'all gaslight me into believing anything other than that.
Did she just put up 2 random Twitter users? Do we know who those people are? Who?
You can't have an opinion unless people know who you are, Jack.
Yeah, look, if you don't have clout, you're a nobody. Also, he was just blaming the faceless voter base.
Yes.
So he could have it both ways, I guess.
Who are those people? I don't even know who those. I'm pretty sure they were just random people.
Random Twitter users whose posts went viral. Yes. It's a small sample.
So, yeah, people whose tweets went viral.
Yeah, if you wanted to know who they are, there's a search feature on Twitter where you could have went and looked it up and seen that it went viral.
Yeah, their names were right there. But typing is really a lot of work, Monkey. This job is hard enough.
I can't figure out why she'd highlight these 2 people. How do you think she saw that? You think she was randomly, hey, show me people with 5 followers?
Hey, Monkey.
Yeah.
You got 2 super chats in the queue. Snub pointed out. I will read them for you if you like.
Where?
They're up a little bit. One from Snubber, thank you. It says, have Jack read. Such a hypocrite. You know damn well he has not blamed a thing on his precious marginalized communities. Yeah. Yeah, even though they're voters.
I am so sorry. I missed those. Thank you,
He
Snub.
apparently wants to attack. Yeah, I missed him too. I wasn't looking at the chat for a long time. But yeah, he apparently wants to attack voters, though, which means he attacks black men.
Mm-hmm. And black women.
Maybe, yeah, well, maybe dusting off the old white tablecloth. And thank you, Wolfgang Deo. Voters vote once every 4 years. What did the parties do 24/7, 365 in preparation for the election? Did they not realize there was an election? Look, you guys are full of hate facts. Hate facts.
Look, for all the bullshit about Biden not getting out of the race and it's his fault, the party did not want him to get out of the race because they desperately wanted to beat Trump a second time where they could say, hey, see, there was no fishy shit here.
Yeah. Yeah. Old Joey was just that good at it.
Anyway.
Discourse happening amongst the people, which is pretty important to show. I know the concept of listening to average everyday people is completely foreign to you, but
I'm glad she called him out on that.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's right, though, because he was just dismissing them as like, oh, they're nobodies.
Yeah. He stops and laughs here as she just points out what he literally just did. But then again, he just asked his audience to point out what he had literally just did. So, this guy is an insufferable idiot.
Yeah, he's really bad at this.
There's the populist. There's the populist. There's the populist. First of all, her net wealth is probably 30x mine.
So what does that have to do with anything?
You realize you just made her point in that you care about what she says and her net worth is so high, right? You get that, right?
Yeah, because she has status, and that's all that matters to this clout chasing little piece of garbage.
I do care about the little people. That's why I'm responding to you.
Rich white lady. Ooh, so
Richie
brave.
Rich. Fuck, man.
For the record, and I almost guarantee you I probably directly engage with more working class people than she does.
When you ordered Starbucks?
Fucker, she just dropped in on a stream with 300 people. Get fucked.
Yeah, she was here for a little while. We're fucking nobodies by her standards. Give me a fucking break, you fucking tart. This is the worst kind of first of all, it's clout chasing, but this is the worst kind of bigotry. He thinks because he's attacking a rich white woman that he is somehow more pure because he's allegedly poor. I don't know. I don't see poverty written all over the back of his room there. But this is stupid. This argument makes no sense.
I just and especially in the context of what just happened.
Yeah. Does he think he's punching up because he just dismissed two random nobodies
and then pointed out that she's rich and that's who he's responding to?
Yeah, but all the other two weren't worth his time. But he's going to blame the faceless voters, the unwashed masses of voters. But he's punching up by attacking the white lady.
This is amazing.
You can't have it both ways. Are you for the working class or are you? I'm
Bro,
done.
He sucks so bad he has me rooting for the white chick. Okay, you made me root for the white women.
Like I would firmly, I would bet a lot of money that I do.
It is important to show what people.
That's how he ended it. I'd bet a lot of money that I make less than you to prove that he cares about the face. That never mind. God
this
damn
is
it,
dumb, dude. This is enraging, man. This guy has no self-awareness whatsoever.
People are saying about their country's election, not just what politicians and the media are saying.
The Democratic Party, we have to contend with progressives that are constantly shitting on the Democratic Party for not being socialist enough.
Yes.
And we have to contend with MAGA, who are constantly shitting on the Democratic Party for, eating children and worshiping Satan.
And then you got the weirdos who believe both those things.
For people like Shoe0nHead, it's like, okay, it's easy, man. You just don't be woke, don't be feminist, don't root for like black lesbians in Disney shows, and then just do socialist policies.
All right.
Yep, that's what I heard her say.
I mean, not wrong in that case. That would be a lot more successful of a platform.
It was the black lesbian part that stuck out to me when she said it.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't hear those exact words, but I mean, he had a straw man that said black lesbians on it. and needed punched in the face apparently.
I need that Mike Harlow meme that he has of himself fake blowing his brains out.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
All right, back up. I am not delusional. I do not want to implement socialist policies in America because, first of all, I do not trust America to do those correctly. I'm talking about basic, normal, social democratic policies like Norway and Denmark have. Universal paid family leave, universal health care, at least a public option, better transportation.
Okay, I'm against the white women again.
Look, I believe they prefer to be called people of the pumpkin spice. Yeah, look, I disagree with her politics on this, but I have a feeling this guy's going to find a way to fuck that up too. Even though she's very explicitly clear on what she's talking about and compared it to a specific location, I don't trust him not to somehow connect this to North Korea or something.
And what she's doing here, again, politics versus policy, she's pointing out that she believes that if they went actually in on these populist socialist policies, then they would win. I disagree with her, and I hope I'm right, because please God, don't let the country be that fucked. But he's just like, nah, and making shit up instead of actually listening to what she was going to say.
Well, why would he want to listen to what she has to say? He apparently doesn't like white women.
Like a high-speed rail, better protection for workers, higher wages, blah, blah, blah. And yes, no woke shit. You know how popular a platform like that would be? You gotta...
She's literally doing the... She's literally the thing that I said she was doing. Just
giving her opinion that she's been stating publicly for almost a decade?
Yeah.
That bitch.
Yeah, monstrous.
She's literally doing the thing. I wonder which thing it was he said and whether it's real or not.
I believe the word he's looking for is consistency.
Fuck me, dude.
Just do the thing.
What thing?
It's easy. Yeah. It's easy. It's so easy. And populists like Shoe0nHead, they can see through all the bullshit. They can see the path, they can see the Politrades, the narrow way through.
Says the guy who's been building straw men for the past hour.
She believes that those policies are good enough that if Democrats would just latch on to them, as Bernie did, whatever you think about Bernie, at least he was honest about what he believes, other than just admitting he's a commie.
Yeah, he was fairly consistent on his stated beliefs.
Yeah, I've said for a while. I've said for a long time the one thing that I do like about Bernie is at least I know where he stands.
Yeah, which is rare for a politician.
Can you say that about Joseph Biden? Even before dementia?
No.
Cryptic, thank you. Norway and Denmark citizens are born poor and stay poor. Yeah, there's no upward mobility in the Scandinavian countries that all of these people want us to mimic.
Yeah, none at all.
They get taxed so highly they cannot move up the ladder. Shoe doesn't understand basic economics. It's the socialist brain where it just hasn't been done right.
Well,
or
what matter if you could move up or down if everybody has the same?
Right. Or they just think that it'll be good enough that nobody would need to move up. So yeah. I don't want to speak for her in that regard. Me and her have never had a deep discussion on that. Go ahead, bud.
No, I was just agreeing with you. That it looks like to me a lot of the socialist arguments are basically like if everybody has the same, we're all going to be doing well enough.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of striving for better unless you're not getting paid for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I forget which Scandinavian country it is. There's one of them where the upward mobility problem was such an issue, they actually started relaxing things to try to fix it.
Yeah.
Because born poor, die poor. Sure, you got socialized medicine, but you're poor and you're never going to get out of it. Yay. But anyway, again, she's just saying it's easy to do. She believes in the policies. Do you not believe that your policies are popular enough that if they were just plainly stated, people would believe in them? Or did Kamala just do such a shit job expressing those policies that people didn't get to hear it?
Now, there's a lot of obfuscation, confusion out there, but she can see the way through. And what is her solution? Just do these things. Just do these things.
Run on these things. These are what she wants. This is what she wants a candidate to say. And she understands that there's a governmental process that you got to go through. What she's saying is, if you have a candidate who's promising that, why are you making me defend socialist bullshit? If you have a candidate who runs on this, she believes that being honest about it and just telling people, hey, this is what we're going to do, then they'll vote. Where's she losing you? Oh, it's a straw man, isn't it? There's so many straw men, he can't see the real argument.
Well, it's hard to see through straw.
Wolfgang, thank you. Shoe is not a populist. Hutch is. Shoe is a comedian. That's why she can spew, what does it say? Wanting socialism, yet always court the conservatives with these skits. There used to be a time when comedians, people who tell jokes and stuff, could tell jokes about both sides. And she does tell jokes about both sides. I reject the notion that she courts conservatives, because I've watched. She was just talking about socialism, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I think she has some things that people agree with that are politically diametrically opposed to her on other things.
And this is why she says she believes in socialist populism, because these are populist socialist ideas.
Mm-hmm.
There's no conversation about like, okay, well, in order to do these things, that requires legislation. And in order to get legislation done, you're going to have like a really strong electoral strategy to elect enough people to these seats that would be willing to do these things.
Because she's not having that argument over and over. This is the problem with this guy. You're having an argument that she's not having. She's talking about how a president can be elected. She hasn't gotten into actually getting the stuff pushed through. Yes, what you're pointing out is true. This is why people are like, politicians lied to me. And a lot of the times it's not that, because they tried that with Trump, right? With the wall, like he promised and he didn't do it. Well, because there is the legislative process. But he did get elected by giving that argument. God damn, this guy's an asshole.
Cabinet of straw men.
Wolfgang, thank you. She knows we laugh at her Bernie cisness. I just think she's funny, and if somebody's funny, I will watch. I'll still disagree when she goes socialist, though. Thank you for the donation.
And now you have all these like regional differences. You can have two states that are right next to each other that are totally different from one another, wildly different electorates. So how do there's no consideration for any of that. And that is these are the most important things to consider if you want your goal to be like, hey, let's be like Norway. Okay.
Did Trump get elected saying, hey, as long as Congress is in my corner and you give me a super majority so I can get my agenda passed, then I'll pass my agenda? Or did he say, I'm going to do this?
Well, first he tailored to each individual state.
Yes, he did.
I don't know what the fuck he's on about now. I'm seriously think my brain cells are shutting down as this goes on.
Fair enough.
Consider if you want your goal to be like, hey, let's be like Norway. Okay, now you got to have a conversation about like messaging. You have to have a conversation about funding. You have to have a conversation about media strategy. You have to have a conversation about like just practical considerations, the logistics of like running campaigns and all.
No, and this was part of Kamala's problem, is they thought that they could do all of that and be like, if we just get our message through Taylor Swift, then they'll come vote for us.
Yeah, unless they don't like your message.
Exactly. And Kamala had a problem within the Democratic Party itself. They didn't like her, and especially once the whole, I don't want to get in Palestine, but the Israel-Palestine thing blowing up, that hurt her within her own party.
Yeah. That's why she picked Josh Shapiro, which would have been a much better choice, but we won't discuss that. Also, can we point out that most of the places named are racially homogenous? Like culturally and racially, they're almost entirely homogenous, except for the recent immigrants.
I mean, we can.
But like, we're a much bigger country with a much more diverse. I mean, like he said, you go from state to state, you're going to have different cultural things going on. Alabama is different than Maine. We're not going to have that kind of homogeneity that they're going to have in Norway. It's going to take a lot more to convince people that to spend all the money on all these socialist programs.
And her only argument is that she thinks if you just put that out there, it would win. I disagree with her. I still think America mostly rejects communism, although it's leaning. And yes, I know they say democratic socialist, whatever. I think most Americans still reject that, but it is okay for her to believe that.
Yeah.
He's challenging that she thinks, hey, be honest and tell people this and they'll vote for it. Do you guys have beliefs where you're like, I need to lie to people about it? Because that's probably not the best way to be.
Stay out of my porn tabs. Just saying that. That's the extent of that.
Oh, somebody in there told him you're so full of shit, bro. Hey, he's got one smart audience member there.
All these different states. You need to have like infrastructure in place in different counties and districts and cities, and you need to have a conversation with the voters themselves and then ask them, like, what do you want me to do when I'm like, there's so many considerations.
No, see, this is another dumbass idea. If you don't know the topic, then yeah, what do you think I should do is a perfectly valid question. But by the time you are a presidential candidate, you should have your idea for what you. He's doing that government by committee bullshit.
He's kind of describing like offices, where like the DNC would have their own office. Like a lot of this stuff already exists. What's he talking about?
Yeah,
like they never had any infrastructure in the DNC ever before now.
No, you have to do that rather than worrying about what your message is.
I don't understand this man. He is very confusing.
I would argue Kamala would still lose even if she did what I'm about to say, but Kamala would have done better if she actually had a message besides Trump sucks.
Yeah, but her messaging was joy and Trump's a bad man. Yeah. She couldn't answer any questions with a straight answer, which tells me she doesn't have a message.
No. The problem is logistics. God, this is fucking retarded.
I mean, UPS figured out logistics. I'm sure the Democrats could steal that idea like they were Chinese government or something. Fucking hell, man. He's talking about shit that already exists.
Wolfgang, thank you. I have a belief China is a problem and lie about it so that I can get spies to reveal themselves such that Big Brother snatches them up. LOL. Fair. It's okay to do that with commies.
It's so much more complicated than just like, hey, let's just be like Norway. And that was essentially like,
you can have babies with them. You just got to take them away and never let them see the other parent. Tell them Stalin killed them.
Redistribute the babies.
What I was saying when I said her
photographs, so that it looks like they never existed.
No, it's got to be obvious that somebody's there. It's just gone.
Yeah, literally, just take white out.
Her solution is just don't be woke and do socialism. That was my short form version of exactly what she's saying right now, which is just like, don't be woke and be Norway. She's literally doing the.
No, she's saying, say you're going to be Norway. Did Kamala do that? No. And there's a lot of Democrats who believe the reason that they lose is that they won't just embrace this, and that's where Shoe falls in. I think they're wrong, but none of the Democratic candidates come out. He was talking about, if I told her that Bernie was going to win, he'd be the most progressive person ever. Where is all that progressiveness? Even the progressive bullshit that Biden pushed through, he fucking lied about. He sneaks through major parts of the Green New Deal as part of the Recovery Act. Even in that, he lied about it. Maybe there's a lesson here about not lying, homie. Thank you. Oh, I already read that one. Got it. Okay. But that one looks new. No, okay. We're all caught up. Let's go.
Thing that I told her that she was doing.
No woke shit. Do you know how popular a platform like that would be? You get a candidate up there like that, you're winning all 50 states.
You can't have a platform unless you talk about how you're going to win Congress, and if you win Congress, then you can do stuff. How come you're not talking about that, Shoe? There are people suffering in Uganda. How come you're not talking about that, Shoe? I'm just trying to be him for a little bit and just say random shit that makes no sense.
Has she disavowed the Klan lately? Because I don't think she did.
So explain to me why the candidates that are pushing these socialist policies are not making it out of Democratic primaries. I already know.
Maybe it's not popular.
No, actually, a socialist candidate could do pretty well, just not Bernie, because you can't be that far yet. A large part of it is because of the Democratic machine. Look, Bernie still was going to lose, guys. He wasn't cheated. They just planned to cheat him. And there's your answer. They'll cheat him even if they do win, because they know they can't win the general that way. Look, I don't think Shoe's right about this, but it's just her opinion that if they did that, then it would be fine. And he's like, no, you have to talk about Congress.
Oh, the answer to that question is because the whole thing's rigged against them. And this is the populist thing. Our platform is so massively popular that you would win in a 50-state landslide if you ran on free healthcare, free college, free paid family leave, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You would get a 1984 49-state landslide if you just ran on being Norway. Okay, how do you explain that the candidates that are doing that very thing, that are promising these things, are getting mopped in the primary process? Is it possible that rather than our primaries being rigged, is it possible that the electorate is probably a lot more moderate than you think? It's
both are true, actually. Thank you, Wolfgang. Is this Shoe or hat on foot? I think it's deep. It's a deep fake. It's hat on foot that he's watching. We're watching Shoe0nHead.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I got to check something.
Sure. We know that the Democrats funnel money to specific candidates. Both parties do it. They're preferred candidates. That's what they do. These are corporations. Nobody likes to talk about that, but they're corporations and they run a business and they want to win. So yeah, they're doing it because they would probably do better with younger people if they did this, because young people have been brought up to be little socialist communist shitheads. Would they win a general election? No.
One thing for Americans to say that they want, like public opinion polls, honestly, you guys, at this point, they don't mean much to me. They really don't. Like, they really don't, because it's.
Once again, polls do have a value, I guess is the word I want. They have a value if you know how to read them. If you're bringing up a Politico poll that shows everybody wants to be communist, you can pretty much throw it out and be like, yeah, that's probably not true. Just like if you bring up I don't know, some far right group and it says everybody wants to ban abortion, you can probably write that off as bullshit.
There's other factors that you need to consider. So you can have a policy like paid family leave or whatever, and that is a policy that has like overwhelming support. But you have no.
Does it? Okay.
No idea what those numbers are going to look like once the right-wing media apparatus starts spinning their wheels.
The right-wing media apparatus. They have it in their head that they've lost because the media is against them. He was just doing this with the party, like, oh, they'll say it's rigged, but he can't take responsibility for how bad the Democrats did here. Look, this is fine, okay? Because I don't necessarily disagree that socialism wouldn't sell as well as Shoe thinks it would. However, can you point to me the massive things that Kamala did that you think the people resonated with? Because if she had, she'd have won. Monk, why are you live 5 hours later? Because this is a hour and 28-minute video, and I'm planning on doing the whole thing, and I can't shut up. That's all.
Because they will go into overtime. It will be a full court press, a full-on blitzkrieg across all channels.
Because they're Nazis.
Across Fox News, Newsmax, OAN, Daily Wire, Timcast. It's going to be a blitz of them saying they are going to destroy this country with communism. And then those numbers all of a sudden go down to like 30%. My point is that voters are fickle. It's not enough to point to like the popularity of a proposed policy and say, well, it's like, it's simple, right? Just run on that policy. It's not.
That's what populists do. And for the record, they said the same thing about Trump. You can't just say that. Weird.
Yeah, strange how that works, isn't it?
Understatement. Thank you. Bernie may have been losing, but cover-up is always worse than the crime. See the third Black Hawk pilot drama. Also, did you guys see that DM I sent? Wild. I don't know. When did you send it? Because if it's been in the last 5 hours, no. Yeah, everybody talks. My problem with the Bernie thing is that everybody gets the story wrong because everybody like, he would have won. He was cheated. He wasn't cheated. They had a plan to cheat him, but they didn't need to use it, which is why it was so dumb that they had a plan to use it. The reason that they had the plan, we should talk about this briefly. The reason they had the plan to use it is because of Barack Obama. Hillary was supposed to win in 2008, and Barack comes in, no big deal. And then he kicked her ass. And so they wanted to make sure that didn't happen again. So they were like, if this happens, the super delegates will fix it. But it wasn't going to happen because in 2016, definitely we weren't there yet. What's up, my friend? Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Chrome's mad at me today.
Not that simple. It's not that simple. These are not static sentiments. These are fluid. They're dynamic. They're always shifting around. And look at how voters have changed on immigration just in the last 5 years. Okay. In 2019, Kamala ran on like super kind of woke progressivism stuff, right? Because she thought that, like a lot of people thought at the time, like, oh my God, the country's like really rapidly moving left. It's this pendulum swing from Trump and and so she ran on like she was like trying to out Bernie. And boy,
Kamala, are you thinking of Elizabeth Warren here?
I think he is.
Kamala did not try to out Bernie. Oh my God.
Boy, was she wrong. Because look what happened in the last 5 years. Now you have all these voters shifting to the center and shifting to the right. You cannot like definitively evaluate what the electorate thinks about anything. Because what the electorate thinks changes.
It's almost like you could take a poll and find out what people think.
Okay, well, here's my question for you, sir. If you can't just have policies that you believe will win, what do you do? What do you run on? Something will happen if you elect me. I can't say what, or you might not vote for me. So I'm almost certain I will do something in office.
Almost certain.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Year to year, sometimes from month to month, they change. So no, I don't think like, hey, just be Denmark is a compelling argument. It's just not. It's baby brain shit. It's just complete.
Oh, pot kettle, what?
Yeah, I just want to point back to glass houses, pot kettle, the usual for this video.
Completely myopic. You're not thinking about like 50 relevant things to consider in this moment when it's like trying to figure out like, okay, no.
She's actually thinking about the polls that you say you can't trust. The polls that do show that this is what people want. You even pointed out earlier that everybody wants this paid family leave. That's what she's basing it on. At least she's basing it on something. You're just talking out of your ass and saying there's no reason to even have a policy platform because people are fickle. And then the right wing will be mean to us.
No.
Christ, you're a dumb pussy.
What are my long-term goals? My long-term goal.
Oh, Jesus, I can't wait to hear his long-term goal. All right, are you ready to find out what this guy has for a long-term goal? I bet it is peeing standing up.
Trying to get a girl to touch his wiener. Or a dude, I don't know.
So my biggest long-term goal is universal health care in this country. You can't chart a path for 20 years and be like, you can't think of like, okay, let's say we want to get it done in 10 years. Okay. All right. Well, first we got to do this and then we got to do this and then we got to do this and then we got to do. There is no perfect. Nobody knows what the path is. You have.
I have this goal and you can't have a plan to get there.
Nope. Why try? Let's just quit. Real quick. Thank you, Wolfgang Deo, with your mom. Musically, Kamala's campaign problem was likely the campaign and the Democrats, not Kamala. She was doing proper conservative things like not disparaging one's boss in an interview. It was why joy happened. Holy Spirit has fruits of joy. I think she couldn't find her messaging, and they were trying all this stupid shit, and none of it was sticking. She was just a terrible candidate. Thank you, Wolfgang.
He clearly didn't go to school when we did because they taught you to make goals and set a plan to get to there. And he's like, I want this to happen, and I hope magic is real.
Dude, I will give you $5 if this guy doesn't have a vision board.
Fuck.
To react to the moment in real time. You have to deal with what's in front of you, and the dynamics shift all the time in this country. Am I making
what procrastination means? Have you ever heard the term "kick the can down the road"? You know, like all of Social Security.
My God.
Fuck is he talking? Is he my life coach now? What is happening here?
Oh, my daughter sent me a picture of her baby.
Aww.
The youngest. She's so cute. Got a big head like Grandpa.
Watch me pull universal health care out of my hat. Exactly, devil.
Yeah, well, that's his plan. Like, no, you have to react in the moment. Okay, you can react in the moment, but you still need a plan. You need a path. In football, Jack, let's use a football analogy because I know how much you love sports.
yeah, got me.
You draw up a passing play.
Okay.
You drop back to pass, and you weren't expecting a blitz, but it comes. You don't just go, well, fuck it, I'm done playing the game.
Yeah, take your ball and go home because your plan is capable of success now. You don't adapt. What? No, you just give up.
Yeah, and your goal is still to get at least 10 yards.
No, your goal is to get all or nothing. If you can't have it, give up.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Kamala's a Californian. If she had a message, it would have gotten her canceled. And Trump was already running, so she wouldn't have won over MAGA. Trump could have lost this election. I know people don't like to hear that. but it would have taken the right candidate, and they didn't have one because all of their candidates have moved so far left, and we're tired of it as a nation. It's just funny to me that this little commie fucker is like, you can't plan ahead. Remember when they infiltrated Hollywood in the 20s to make sure long-term they could have us thinking how they wanted?
Do you think he has a 401k?
No.
Or an IRA, anything?
I think he has a colorful xylophone set. That's a kid joke. All right.
Sense. Am I talking out of the side of my mouth? Yes, she is doing the thing I told her that she was doing. Just do socialism and you're going to win. Okay, talk to me when you guys can.
Because you keep making it do socialism. She's saying offer socialism, and there's a huge difference. Again, I disagree with her, but huge difference.
Win a primary. Talk to me when you can win a primary. Their whole premise.
I'm sorry. You're defending Kamala and saying, talk to me when you can win a fucking primary?
Well, she couldn't. She did twice.
You have to do it the way they did it because you have to win the fucking Oh. Wolfgang, thank you. I think Kamala's campaign was to get Trump to win. Oh, it absolutely wasn't. They did not. They wanted this victory more than you possibly could imagine. They wanted it so they could rub it in MAGA's face and be like, we told you he lost. Anyway, sorry. Hey, Hutch, when are you going to talk about her not winning a primary? When? I have a challenge. Am I doing this right? I have a challenge for you. Talk about how she didn't win a primary. Do it now. Or you're just a dummy. No, you're just a dummy anyway. You're just a poo-poo head. No, that doesn't work either. You're just a shitty person.
Commie. Oh.
You're a dumbass, man.
You got to pick your nose while you make these arguments too, Monkey.
I'm streaming. I'm not picking my nose.
Right?
I'm not even on camera, and I'm not going to pick my nose on stream.
Yeah, I know, because it's gross. I feel dirty doing that.
The last 8 years, Bernie would have won. Bernie would have won. Bernie would have won. I find that argument so uncompelling. You want me?
Okay, Kamala couldn't win either, so why did she get to be the one that they just picked? You can't make this argument, especially when you're like, hey, they just think the party's against them. They didn't pick Bernie to run, or Elizabeth Warren, or anybody, AOC. I don't know if she's even eligible yet, or any of the really progressive people. This argument is so stupid with the election we just had.
Need to just accept this premise that you have that the person who lost to Hillary Clinton would have beat Donald Trump, that the person who lost to Joe Biden would have beat Donald Trump. It's unfalsifiable. You can't. So
Bernie lost to Donald Trump. Did I miss an election?
I don't know what. Let's talk about Kamala again.
Maybe. Okay, I got to hear that again.
Who lost to Hillary Clinton would have beat Donald Trump. That the person who lost
he said
to
Biden.
Joe Biden would have beat Donald Trump. It's
okay, that's fair. That was my bad. I'm zoning out a little bit. I probably should close this down. My apologies, Jake. For once, I thought you were dumber than you are. That's on me.
No, I maintain he's that dumb. I just misheard him.
Falsifiable. You can't. So they can just make that claim, and there's no way to technically prove them wrong. But the premise is,
you could have ran Bernie instead of Kamala Harris. Just saying.
So unbelievable to me that Bernie had a better chance of beating Donald Trump, but he couldn't win the primary.
Bernie did have a better chance of beating Donald Trump than Kamala did. 100%.
That's the point of the primary, is to determine how popular, like who's the most popular.
He doesn't know that Kamala didn't do a primary, does he?
I, honest to God, don't know. Ah, fuck. Hi, baby. Oh,
Hi.
thank you. My woman brought me cigarettes and drinks.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Oh, thank you.
Nobody does that for me.
Probably going to be here for at least another. Jack, how long you think? Like an hour here?
You're fine. I gotta get back to work.
Okay, love you. Thank you.
Just the roads are starting to turn into shit, and it's supposed to be more shit roads coming the whole week. So.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I had to get our son-in-law's Christmas or birthday card out in the mail to him.
Oh, right.
So I ran it down.
I love you. Thank you. Apparently, I have food waiting for me upstairs too.
Ooh.
Good, because I'm hungry. Oh, I said this to my wife the other day. I miss not being hungry, Jack.
Oh, I imagine.
Oh, I hate the feeling of hunger.
Well, if you don't
I
have
know.
it for 7 years.
I know. That sounds like a stupid thing to say. No, I'm good, baby. Thank you.
Yeah, bring it to him. Real quick. Thank you, Cryptic. Democrats preach democracy, and first chance they have, they appointed Kamala Harris without a single vote.
Yep.
Yeah, but that appears to have escaped this clown.
Well, that's not true. They had a vote. She just didn't win it because she wasn't a candidate. I mean, technically, they did have a vote. We give them some credit. That's just not who they ended up running.
But he was trying to make the comparison that Bernie would have won over Kamala if they had voted for him.
Yeah.
They could, because that matchup was not an option.
Well, here, let's do it this way. Who lasted longer in 2020, Kamala or Bernie?
Bernie.
Who got more votes from Democrats, Kamala or Bernie?
We'll never know because she dropped out before the first one.
She still ran. She threw her hat in the ring and she got none.
Yeah.
So you can sit there all day and be like, you can't do it because he lost the primary. So did she. And he beat her. So if you're using your logic, they should have went with Bernie. He's the one who stayed in the longest, both in 16 and 20. He was second place in both of those. Or maybe, did Warren stay in longer? I can't remember. Maybe Warren.
Tulsi was in for a long time in one of them.
Oh, Tulsi doesn't count, though. She wasn't real. That was in 20. Anyway,
politician that we have.
He not only is he politically ignorant, he steps on his own argument constantly. You are a dumb man, dude. Somebody needs to tell you this because I'm sure you haven't been told enough in your life, but you are fucking dumb. I see. Did I have a donation that I missed?
You sounded so much like Anna Kasparian right there.
Oh, did I?
Dumb.
He is. Dark Conservatarian, thank you. Hutch,
I know.
Hutch, the booger-eating, inbred Democrat shill with a name too masculine for what he actually is. That is what he should use that as his Twitter bio. Okay.
Generally speaking, that person's going to be best positioned to beat the opposition party.
Shut
I feel
up,
like I've got
Booger.
it out of my system. So, I mean, I would love to hear what she suggests besides just, no, I don't think Bernie got robbed. Unless, listen, Bernie was robbed by the voters. The primary voters across this country, they rigged it against Bernie.
And that is fair, but the Democratic Party had a cheat in place just in case. At least be fully honest about it, dude. Wolfgang, thank you. Elections are weird. Win a primary, lose a general. Yes.
The voters
Those might have new definitions. We have to ask Hutch.
rigged it against Bernie.
Put up a good politician. That is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Someone who actually
Put up a good politician. Anybody has the freedom to run. She's doing this.
Oh, fuck you. Yes, anybody has the freedom to run as long as you get your name on a ballot and have enough money. Sure. But not anybody can win a primary or even make it all the way to the primary. Kamala.
Yeah, not everybody's a good candidate.
Yeah. She's saying it is a popularity This is why it's always funny to me when people are like, damn populist. It is a popularity contest. Who do you like more? This guy, or who do you dislike less? Whichever way you want to say it, it's the same functional outcome. And she's like, put up a good candidate. And he's like, that's stupid. I hope the Democratic Party listens to you, Hutch. And by their recent internal elections, it seems like they might be. Because I want Democrats to lose, because most of them are way too communist for my taste. But you're an idiot, dude.
Thing where it's like the DNC decided who the nominee was going to be, and then that was the nominee, and that's not.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did with Kamala.
I want to get this whole thing. I'm not going to interrupt till he finishes what I just heard him saying.
A good politician. Anybody has the freedom to run. She's doing this thing where it's like the DNC decided who the nominee was going to be, and then that was the nominee, and that's not how any of this worked.
It's fucking literally how it worked.
That's exactly what they did with Kamala Harris when they pushed Biden out. Like, literally, in the actual definition of the word literal.
That's not how it worked. No, it's not how it's supposed to work, but it's 100% what happened here. The voters voted for Joe Biden, and then he dropped out. And instead of having another primary, the Democratic Party went, let Kamala do it. Maybe he's got like history amnesia, where if he learns some history, it immediately drops out of his brain, because that just happened, Jack. We're not having to go back to the 72 election like he was doing earlier. This is not even 6 months ago. What is it, 4 months ago?
I hate to tell you, Monkey, but this guy's just dumb.
All right. I will give him credit for his pause face there, because that's monkey quality pause face right there.
Yeah, that's like Shoe's O face. Jeez.
Yeah, Shoe looks like she's having a good old time.
Yeah.
Run in primary processes.
It looks like she just got a call and her phone's on vibrate.
Run campaigns and
she's one of the few of the more left-wing commentators that actually smiles.
Yes. And you know why? Because she has a sense of fucking humor.
Oh, yeah, we're not allowed to have those.
Primary contests, and then they make their pitch to the American voters, and then the American voters show up, and they jot down, I want this person, or I want this person, or I want this person. They choose who the nominee is. It was
He's about to say it was a little different this time. I just have to point out again that if you're talking about between Bernie and Kamala, people did actually vote for Bernie. They can't say that for Kamala in either race.
a little bit different in 2024. There were no great options once Joe Biden decided to drop out of the race. We could have done like a mini primary or whatever, a contested convention. It would have been the same outcome. Kamala would have won that race, I guarantee you. And that, you know, that would have taken like a month and a half out of her.
It's amazing that earlier he was saying we can't know what would have happened, but now he has guarantees about what would have happened.
He's like Nostradamus, dude. I'm telling you.
He doesn't even have principles in his own rhetoric bullshit. Fuck, man. All right.
Her campaign in the general, where she would have had to focus on the primary. It was the lead.
If they had a real primary, I don't think Kamala win. Well, she might have still won because she's the heir apparent, but there was a real chance to knock her out of the primary.
Yeah, they could have got Bernie or Gavin Newsom or somebody.
Yeah, because she is a bad candidate.
Yeah, she's unlikable.
And who knows what would have happened if there was a challenge there? Do I think Bernie would have beat her? No. But I guarantee it would be the same outcome. It's likely, but you can't guarantee that.
Least bad option that we had at the time was to just give Biden's.
Can you imagine your defense against, hey, we should do what people want is instead we went with the least bad option?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy sounding. Like, Well, no matter what, we're gonna die, but at least this way it'll be mostly painless.
Jesus
What do you
Christ.
mean? What do you mean we're gonna die?
Delegates to Kamala. It was the least bad option. There was no better option. Don't tell me a contested primary, a contested convention would have been better.
It would have been, because at least then the candidates would have had to answer for something, or at least try to answer for something.
What? Be held to account? That's so plebeian.
And it ended up reflecting the will of the voters anyways. By the time it was announced, and like a week after it was announced that she would be the nominee, she had the support of like 93% of the party.
Because they rallied behind the candidate for the party, you retard.
Yeah, because there's no other option. I mean, some of them may have gone to Trump.
Well, this is like saying that DeSantis never had any support, really. It was always Trump's, because once the general started, everybody was on his side. Yeah, because he was the candidate at that point. This happens in every election. You rally around. Yes, some people are like, well, fuck it, I'm not even voting. But the party itself largely coalesces around whoever the fucking candidate is. Even if they were shitting on him 4 years beforehand. Or 8 years. What do they call that?
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say 8 years in the case of McCain. What do they call what?
What do they call that when people coalesce together and for a common cause? Teamwork?
Yes, something like that. Yeah.
Don't tell me that's not democratic.
Actually,
it 100% wasn't democratic. Even after they pick her, the entire party, she gets 110% because they're Democrats. 110% of party support. That doesn't make how she got the nomination democratic, you fucking retard.
Well, she got the support afterwards, so that makes it totally democratic.
That's not how democratic works.
Yeah, you had to elect her to find out what's in there.
Fuck.
Cares about the working class. Not Bernie Sanders. He's like 100 years old. Someone like Bernie Sanders, sure. Bernie Sanders with more of a spine. Combine Trump and Bernie Sanders.
This is, and now Bernie's like too establishment for them. Like Bernie.
Did she say he's too establishment?
She said he's too old.
Too old and needed a spine were the two things that she said. Now he's too establishment. Oh, fuck, you're an idiot. I'm just gonna make up my arguments against him like he's doing to her from here on.
Well, I didn't have any pre-constructed straw men, but I could probably build some in the next 10 minutes or so.
Oh my God. He's a sellout. He's a politician, Faithless. Bernie Sanders, at the end of the day, even if I think he believes what he says, which I do, I believe he's a commie. He's an opportunist. That's what politicians are.
Now, the last thing this kid said was that Bernie Sanders was too establishment, but I would argue that Pepper is not good on subs because Salt has a more universal appeal, but Pepper just gives it a little too much something, and I think that's a big turnoff.
You're not wrong, and I don't like pooping in public toilets.
Yes, which is exactly what this guy just said, right?
Yeah. Yes, 100%. He is a booger-eating, public toilet pooping, pepper pudding asshole.
Yeah, and nobody likes that. Nobody loves you, and you're gonna die a virgin. But that's neither here nor there.
Wait, hey, we were making up stuff. Those last two were real.
Oh, my bad, Yana.
Okay, back to booger picking public pooper here.
Bernie dropped out and endorsed Biden and supported Biden and blah, blah, blah. And now a lot of these people hate Bernie because Bernie is a pragmatic politician. He did the same. Bernie dropped out in 2016 and he practically begged his supporters to vote for Hillary Clinton. And it pissed off so many of these lefties.
I am committing.
She didn't say anything about him being establishment.
What is she doing with her hands right there?
We'll see in a second. I don't remember. Oh, she's making a mash of she's like pretending she's shoving Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump together and twisting them into one person.
Okay, she's doing this. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I wish we would have kept a counter of how many straw men this motherfucker's erected.
Oh, dude, it's got to be close to 100.
Which is worse, his straw men or just when he's completely goes off? I actually kind of appreciate those, except for they go on way too long.
I don't know, man. They're both really painful. I think it's more annoying to listen to when he creates the straw man.
Yeah, I like the unhinged tangents. The inauguration part is probably my favorite part. Because I'm just wondering what the fuck he's talking about, how he's going to tie that back into the actual thing on the screen of the funeral.
Yeah, and then he doesn't. He just forgot that he was talking about the funeral.
And then when he finally does catch up, quite accidentally, because he backed up further than he meant to, he's just like, but the same stuff applies.
Yeah. It's the worst cover ever.
It was, fucking brilliant.
Voter fraud and voting for that man 300 times. I am
What he cut off there is if you mix those two together, I'm going to commit voter fraud and vote for him 300 times, proving she's a Democrat.
yeah, it's true.
Thank you so much, Dark Conservatarian. Bernie is spineless. Remember the two BLM hecklers? Oh yeah, Bernie is spineless.
Oh yeah. Well, he's a communist, so.
Storming the is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Someone who actually cares about the working class. Not Bernie Sanders. He's like 100 years old.
Backed it up again.
Someone like Bernie Sanders, sure. Bernie Sanders was more.
Here's a hot take. I think Joe Biden genuinely gave so many f***s about the working class. I think Joe Biden was the most working class friendly president of my lifetime.
Did you back this up to interrupt her with nonsense that doesn't have anything to do with fuck all?
Yes, he did. He backed it up so he could create another straw man about Joe Biden and the working class. I don't even know what the fuck that has to do with anything.
This fucking guy. How does he have 187,000 followers?
I don't know. Seriously, what are we doing wrong? That do we have to just like suffer traumatic brain injuries?
I am not picking my nose for viewers, okay?
No, me either. So looks like he's digging in again.
He's moving his glasses.
That's sure he is.
For some reason, he's squeezing the bridge of his glasses, not the bridge of his nose, the connecting arm of his glasses.
Well, when you're an intellectual, you grip the center of your glasses as opposed to the bridge of your nose, because that's what the pores do.
Oh, right.
By far, used everything at his disposal to bolster domestic manufacturing jobs, to create blue collar jobs, support.
What?
Suddenly they're not nebulous anymore.
Yeah.
Unions. He was the most pro working class president in terms of like the ARP was the single largest investment in like domestic stimulus programs, direct assistance in my life. Biden was that guy. So
in 30 some years.
Yeah, I don't believe that either.
So out of what, 5 presidents?
Doesn't like, well, give me someone who cares about the working class. I feel like I want to give her the benefit of the doubt, but the way that she talks, like I feel like if I told her like,
did he just say I want to give her the benefit of the doubt?
He hasn't given her the benefit of the doubt once. He's been constructing straw men to defeat the entire time. Like he must be like a level 75 straw man slayer.
Jesus, Mother of Mary. Okay.
Give me 5 bills that Biden signed into law. I don't know if she'd be able to answer that question. Because how else do you say that? Like, how else do you imply that Joe Biden didn't care about working class people? How else?
Did you not pay attention to the economy while he was in office? You can't even define working class, but you're telling me how much Joe did for him?
That was like 5 minutes ago, monkey.
This fucking guy. Thank you, Snubbers. There is footage of Biden dropping both N-words, working class my butt. The only one I know of him dropping the N-word was when he was reading what somebody else said in Congress, just to be fair to Joe. It is still amazing to me that even at that time they could drop the N-bomb on the Senate floor. It was actually in a committee meeting. Thank you, Wolfgang. Pineapple belongs on pizza. Aloha to all. Or to hail. What? No, what does that say? Aloha. Aloha. I can't speak Jap or what are they called? Hawaiian. Aloha le, however you say that. Don't use weird words. I can't read. I can barely see the letters. And yes, I like pineapple on pizza.
How else could you say that unless you just genuinely have no idea? And if that's the case, if she really couldn't tell me, like, name 5 bills that he signed into law, then why is she qualified to be making 45-minute videos about politics?
What? You can't even pay attention to the 45-minute video on politics that you're watching. You can't address a single thing actually said. What qualifies you, dickhead?
Break. Do some homework.
No. You don't get to say that.
No, he doesn't.
Tell me about how they use magic fairy waters to put out fires in California.
Well, they can't because there's no pumps, remember? So they can't get the water up the hill.
Can you read that? Thank you so much, Wolfgang.
Why
Is that just
thought a deer Offchpak Maga Sadiko food?
Cool. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, my friend.
Yeah, that's why you keep your own.
Before you make these videos, for Christ's sakes. And when I say do some homework, I don't mean like browse Reddit and Twitter posts and shit. You know,
No,
that's not what I mean.
Looked up the definition of working class ahead of time.
Yeah. and then disavow it because you didn't know what it meant. Jesus Christ.
Do some research. Shut up. You don't get to say that. You're too stupid.
Combine Trump and Bernie Sanders. I am committing voter fraud and voting for that man 300 times. I am storming the Capitol for Donald Sanders.
After this, the Democrats are going to move right in the dumbest.
What qualities that Trump possesses does she want to transfer to Bernie?
The backbone, you fucking idiot.
The backbone, the Carnival Barker-like atmosphere that gives him the ability to draw in massive crowds. Bernie's not exciting. I've heard him speak live.
Yeah.
It's not that exciting. He can kind of work a crowd if they're already with him, but he can't get people like up and cheering the way Trump can.
I would be afraid of a socialist candidate with Trump's charisma. I really would.
That would be like very Hitler-esque. Yes.
We could end up with a socialist president that way.
We would end up with a dictator that way.
Mm-hmm. She's not wrong about that point. The things that Bernie lacks that could really help him sell his bullshit socialism is that charisma that people respond to.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to be charismatic and a communist.
True. Because you don't have to be charismatic as a communist. You make people do what you want them to.
Yeah, you redistribute the charisma.
You mean like just be thoroughly corrupt and like break the law? Or like what is she talking about?
Ways they're going to become like the new neocons, but gay.
I think they will too. And one of the reasons why they're going to do that is because they know people like you are not a reliable voter.
She's going to go off on this in a minute, but let me first. Why are you a reliable voter? You're a Democrat. So if Donald Trump, this guy you just told me was a horrible criminal, somehow got the Democratic nomination, because he could win a primary, you would have voted for him?
Apparently.
You're a reliable voter, right?
Yeah.
Reliable voter should mean that you can be relied on to vote, not that you're relied on to vote for the party. But nothing matters more to this guy than party because he's a douchebag commie.
Yeah.
They're going to change to suit you. Probably not. They're not looking at Donald Trump and going, we need to be more like Bernie Sanders. Anyhow.
You're not.
You are correct. I am not a reliable voter. I will not vote blue no matter who. And guess what? Most of the country is like me.
And most of the country should be like that. You should not be that tied to a party. That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's dangerously stupid.
Would you vote blue when, after we have like hands down the most progressive president of my lifetime? If you won't vote blue.
Okay, let's say that's even true. It's not. But for argument's sake, let's say Biden was the most progressive candidate of your lifetime. What does that have to do with voting for Kamala?
Because you have to vote blue no matter who. Duh.
Remember, she told us they're obviously different people.
Are they? I didn't know that. I thought she was an old man with dementia too.
Even if you believe that your party did something right, like take Reagan, for instance, right? Still, despite what this idiot says, wildly popular with Republicans. Let's say you loved him, but the next candidate was John McCain. Are you forced to vote for John McCain because Reagan existed?
Yes.
No, that's retarded.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh. Maybe that's why George H.W. Bush didn't get a second term.
Oh. After we had the most progressive president of my lifetime by far, then
you do not look young enough to have been born in 2017.
Right? Obama was way more progressive than Joe Biden.
No Democratic Party nominee moving forward should ever prioritize you. Why would they? Why would they try to court you? So you're volunteering.
Because you can't win without her.
Thank you. This is the guy who's going off earlier about what? You can't, the voters don't vote?
Yeah, you're not going to win by appealing only to your far extreme ends. It's just the way it works. Most people are way more moderate.
It reminds me of that scene in The Office where Andy and Michael go out on a sales call and it doesn't go well and they're in the car afterwards. And Andy's like, did we even want them as a customer? And Michael's like, yes. Do we even want you to vote for us? If you want to win, you want as many people as possible.
I don't think he understands that. I think he thinks that most Democrat voters are as extreme as he is.
Even if they were, you still need the middle to come to your side.
Yep. There's just not statistically enough people for either side to win without catering to the moderates.
Voluntarily.
And real quick, I didn't even think of this earlier, but when he was talking about how this isn't the historic thing, it didn't even get brought up that for the first time in as long as I can remember, there are more registered Republicans now than Democrats.
Yeah. For one, welcome our new orange overlord. We've never had one before.
True. Well, we did once. Same guy, though.
You don't know that. That might have been a movie I saw.
Even with Trump making it so there's more Republicans, neither the Republicans or Democrats can win with only their voters.
Yeah.
Gorak says, still live. Yes, I am. Let's see. How much time? We have 17 minutes left. Let's take a poll. I'm not going to make one. You guys just guess. How much longer will the stream go?
Making yourself irrelevant, which is kind of the point. Like people like her, they're not interested, like ContraPoint said, they're not interested in power. They're interested in endlessly critiquing power. They're not.
Okay, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm 99% sure she voted for Kamala. She still wanted a Democrat to win. Just because she saw the writing on the wall that Trump was gonna win doesn't mean she wanted him to.
I hope to God she voted for Trump. That'd make this so much funnier.
Do you think I enjoyed telling the audience in 2020 that I thought, 2020 that I thought Biden was gonna win?
No, I don't. I know you did.
Thank you, Wolfgang. No one wants progressive ideas. That's why Trump won. Shoe literally is saying, stop being progressive, be socialist again. Left went so far gone. This is why it's so funny to me when people attack her as being, like a Republican plant or something. She's not been shy about what she believes all along. She just doesn't like the woke shit. And she believes if you drop the woke shit, I told you guys more than a year ago that what was going to cost the Democrats was the trans thing. And I still stand by that being what did it. Yes,
the assassination attempts.
The assassination attempt, the lawfare, but the one that really got people motivated, your normal people who have been on the side of, well, is it really hurting anybody? Was them seeing how far they were going with this shit.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
we were getting everywhere from 1 hour to 3.5 hours.
It won't be 3.5, I don't think. 1 hour sounds about right to me. How long have we been going? 6.5. Fuck me. It honestly only feels like half an hour to me, guys. This is how motivated when I saw this idiot start speaking earlier.
Yeah, look, I've said it before. Those pussies over at EFAP don't know who they're talking to if they ever call out us.
We're every frame a pause at least once. Nuts, did you sleep at all, or have you been here the whole time? I hope you got some sleep.
Interested in actual political power. Not a priority for them. There's all this discourse about what the Democratic Party could have done differently to get more voters to support them in 2024. There's no discourse internally from them. Like, well, how do we get our progressive candidates over the finish line so that they can be in a leadership position in the Democratic Party? They're not doing the same. They're not directing it inward.
She just said, run the candidate who's being honest about it and forthright about it. That's what she said. I know you got to have a brain to have picked it up because she didn't just directly state it for your dumbass. But that was her point. Been here the whole time. I haven't put you to sleep yet? Wow.
Words. You understand? The critique that they're leveling at Democrats, like, you lost. I can't believe you lost to Donald Trump. He did January 6th. How could you have lost to that? Well, why did you lose in 2020? Why did you guys lose? You guys
Had 2020 happened yet? Maybe you shouldn't point to that example.
Yeah. Coughs and burst water pipe.
Why did you guys lose in 2020? Like Kamala.
An opportunity to make
He undercuts his own arguments constantly.
He's bad at this, dude.
Case to the American people that the progressive wing of the party should be in charge of the party. Why did you lose? The reason they don't answer that question is because they do the same thing that Trump does. It was rigged against them.
You mean win? Oh.
It wasn't a fair fight. How could we win? I mean, come on.
And again, if you're talking about 2016, that's a fine argument to make. But we're talking about 2024, where it was literally rigged.
2020.
No, 2024. This election.
Oh.
Literally rigged. Because 2016 is when they say it was rigged against him, against Hillary. And in this one, like 2024, the Democratic primary is rigged because they did not have a primary.
I thought I misunderstood you. Sorry.
No, you're fine. The one that they did have, they called a do-over on and then didn't actually do it over.
Yeah.
Like, I do over, now I'm not playing.
A conversation with a lefty, like, when was it, like a month and a half ago? And he's just, I think it was Ogre Boy, if he's still in the chat. He's like, somebody said, Hutch, I'm a leftist. We're just used to failure. Like, okay, then why the f would I take advice from you? If your movement is in part in...
Is he making an argument to Shoe about a guy who might have said something in his chat?
Well, you see, Shoe is capable of demonic possession. It's a little known fact that she has this power, but she can teleport herself into other people's bodies through astral projection. I know it's complicated. I'm not going to get into the specifics. But that guy who was being possessed by Shoe at the time had this argument with him. So it's not a straw man. He's not misdirecting. He's saying that that person was inhabited by Shoe's astral spirit at the time.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's probably what happened.
Oh, hang on real quick. Thank you, Wolfgang Deo. I'm your dad's bed for the number of the beast donation. Stream still has 5 more hours to go. Oh, no, it doesn't. Also, I'm a libertarian and I've never voted Trump. I did donate in 2020 to Trump's campaign, though. If I voted Kamala, then Shoe voted for Trump. Lol. Secret ballot election allows for funny stuff. World's a weird place, dude. But thank you for the donation.
You know what I just realized because of the amount of time that's left? He's not going to go over her full video here.
No, there's going to be a part 2 that you're going to torture me with.
He's going to end with just his part on this. So he watched all of the beginning up to where she's commenting to him and then stops. So we're not going to get to see Ogre Boy or Gnome Boy. And the thing I wanted to point out about him is he said that our democracy wasn't really right because in a democracy, the people are educated and people just didn't know who Trump was. And I was like,
what?
Everything you just said is wrong.
It's stupid.
Yeah, there is nothing in the definition of democracy that says you have to be educated.
No, also we don't live in a democracy. We live in a representative republic.
And the idea
I'm so tired of them.
Yeah, and the idea that people just didn't know who Trump was is fucking retarded on a level that is hard to comprehend.
Yeah, did everybody move here after 2020? Like, seriously, how do you not know everything about Trump at this point?
Thank you, tall person. You gents are still going. I had a short shift at work and just got home. Looks like a meaty episode. Please don't delete this before I watch. So far that I know, I haven't said anything delete worthy. The worst that we might suffer is this asshole might try a copyright claim. I don't know him well enough to know if that's something he would try. But we would win that in an easy appeal because...
Oh, yeah, in a New York Minute, dude. Because every frame we are literally pausing to tell him he's wrong.
Yeah, if anybody could get us for copyright, it would be Shoe, because I've just let her part mostly play so we could get to his response.
In large part defined mostly, by perpetual failure. Why would I take your input? You fail. Like nothing.
Well, by that measure, you should not listen to anything Kamala ever says.
Yeah.
Just in case 2028 she thinks she can run.
But at least Democrats, you can point to like recent wins. We had a good stretch of 6 years, really good stretch from 2018 to 2020. Well, excluding 2024 specifically. Why are you in a position to like, if you're going to be lobbing hand grenades at the Democratic Party establishment or whatever you say that is, I want to know that you're capable of self-reflection. I want to know.
No. It's another one of those things you're never allowed to say. But it is fine to criticize something and not have the total answer.
Yeah, you can say that was dumb.
Yeah, which, by the way, is not what Shoe's doing here. She has what she believes is the right answer. And now you've taken what one of your audience members have said and put it on her. And now you want her to answer for that.
Oh, my God. Oh, real fast. Thank you, tall person. And some for you, Mr. Jack. Happy National Carrot Cake Day. Oh, thank you. That sounds way more fun than whatever this guy's doing.
All right.
So that you're capable of looking inwards and asking yourself, why do we keep losing this?
She literally just said what you'd have to do for Bernie to win is mush him with Trump. And you were like, what does that mean? Well, she gave you hints with the no backbone and too old thing, but you're not smart enough to catch literally anything.
No, he was probably imagining some sort of Frankensteinian monster where they're going to stitch them together. And he took it like quite literally that you mash them together.
You know, with what we've heard so far, would not be surprised if he was that dumb.
Tell me about
I don't want to think this poorly of humanity, man.
Well, I do anyway. But it's just, this guy is a product of the Department of Education, which is all the reason that we need to shut it down, is this man right here.
This dude is a product of political argument on Twitch. He's a debate bro guy. Whether he actually does the debate bro thing or not, he comes from the Destiny Hassan horse fucker guy. Oh, it was a goblin fucker. I'm sorry, not a horse.
Goblin fucker.
It's that mindset. You don't actually have to know anything. You just have to tell other people that they're wrong and to look stuff up.
Fight to lead the Democratic Party or to lead the left-wing movement in this country. Why do we keep losing that? And I want your answer to not be, it's rigged against me. It's not fair. The APAC.
How okay. How do you sit there and brag about Joe Biden being so progressive and then be like, but Bernie couldn't win?
Bernie's not mentally ill enough yet.
I don't understand how this guy's head hasn't exploded from all of the contradictions inside.
Because he has a cabinet full of straw men. And when you have a cabinet full of straw men, you are not a hypocrite ever.
How am you supposed to win elections when AIPAC is spending like $20 million in an election season when like $5 trillion were spent?
Did you just blame the Jews?
I think he did.
Hang on. I don't want to take him out of context because hang on.
How am you supposed to win elections when AIPAC is spending like $20 million in an election season when like $5 trillion were spent? And AIPAC spends, $22 million, and these people are like, the Jews bought.
No, I was wrong. He's accusing her of saying the Jews robbed Bernie.
Well, Bernie Sanders is Jewish, so that makes him Jesus, I guess.
Oh,
he's socialist Jesus. Because the Jews turned against it. I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm tired. I'm feeling dumber by the second. Seriously, I think I'm regressing to like middle school at this point. But Kamala spent like 1.3 billion, wasn't it? Like that was way more money than Trump spent.
Has she suggested anywhere in here that the Jews kept Bernie out?
No, and she didn't say anything about the budget either. She like how much money anybody was spending. She just said you need to have a spine and probably be more charismatic. That's all I got out of what she said.
This last rant of his is literally because she said just put up a good candidate. And he's like, fuck you, good candidate's bad. Because you're gonna blame the Jews.
He's such a contrarian that he looks like either a giant hypocrite or a complete retard. Probably both. I don't know anymore.
Oh my good God. All right, let's move along.
Bought the election this year. They're just not serious people. They're just not serious people. Okay, I feel better. See if we can calm down.
You shouldn't. You should feel bad about yourself.
Yeah.
I troll Twitter and deal with lefties all the time, and you've shocked me with how dumb you are.
It's impressive. I've seen you argue with people that I'm surprised can write on their own.
Yeah.
And this guy is like leaps and bounds dumber than some of them.
This guy needs a caregiver.
Yeah, and maybe make it Brooklyn Dad just for comedy value because I watch that show. Or Lakota Man, is that his name?
I don't know. Brooklyn Dad's the guy on Twitter, right?
Yeah, Lakota Man's another one. He pretends he's a Lakota Indian.
Oh, I know who that guy is. Yeah. I'm not as familiar with him.
Don't bother. Trust me.
Brooklyn Dad, he blocked me years ago, and I don't even think I said anything. I had said stuff to him before, but then just out of nowhere, he blocked me. Like, okay.
Wow.
I piss people off even when I'm not talking to them. That's skill, bro.
True.
Scare you? Good. Me not being a reliable voter is not an excuse for Democrats to not listen to voters like me. If anything, it's the complete opposite.
It's not an excuse. It's just a reason. Like if
why win new people over? Fuck it. We lost you as a voter. Well, too bad. Fuck you. You're blocked.
Wolfgang, thank you. The Juice, I'm pronouncing that properly, did 9/11. I don't think OJ was involved, honestly.
I do. I do now.
I do now too, yeah.
If Democrats,
those planes did slice through the buildings.
Uh-huh.
Democrats do
almost decapitated them.
They did fall down.
Like what Joe
There were two of them as well. Sense of the connection.
Mm-hmm. It's all connected.
Opposite.
It's not an excuse. It's just a reason. Like if Democrats do like what Joe Biden did, for example, Joe Biden was historically very moderate guy, definitely not a radical.
Is he going to say Democrats need to lie to get elected?
Probably. I mean, it's inferred, but
you've been bragging at least twice. You've bragged that he is the most progressive ever, and now you're like, he's a moderate.
A moderate, ultra progressive. It was the most popular in history.
Let's see. I shouldn't have stopped there. I should have let him finish that thought because maybe he won't say something retarded, but history's not on his side here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what on earth would make you think that?
Oh fuck.
Interested in bipartisanship throughout his entire tenure in the Senate, and definitely not a socialist. If someone like him was willing to do everything that he did to make concessions to the left flank of the party, which he did dozens of times during his presidency, and
or he's a closet commie, too much of a bitch to admit what he really believes.
Yeah, or he wasn't doing any of that, and it was like his chief of staff or whoever.
Right, yeah, because we know Biden wasn't in charge. We're not even pretending here. And no, it wasn't just the last year, the last 2 years. It was all fucking 4 of them.
People like her. Is she an American citizen or is she Canadian?
Oh, for Christ's sake. Could she even vote? You just got to that? Like, you could have led with that.
All right. For argument's sake, let's say she was Canadian. She's not. She's a New Yorker. You might be able to tell by the accent.
Yeah, a little bit.
But even if she wasn't, it doesn't make her arguments invalid.
No, it just means that she's from a state that's very similar to Canada. Commie. Yeah. Oh.
Look, if a Canadian comes to me and says, I love America, I'm going to go, fuck you. Are you even American? You're allowed to have opinions on stuff, and you're allowed to just dismiss those opinions for silly reasons, like I do if I hear foreigners' input. But to just dismiss, to now try to dismiss it based on that is just asinine. That should have been your argument from the beginning. I don't even know if she's American, so it's not even worth listening to.
Yeah, I mean, we could have done that an hour and 20 minutes. And at the beginning of this thing.
You can't pull that shit at the end.
No.
I mean, you can, but it's going to make you look retarded.
Yeah, he's really good at that.
All right.
I can't remember. People like her weren't willing to, like, if that's not earning your vote, then they're never going to earn your vote. And so, like,
No. Okay. Once again, what Joe did in office has nothing to do with who Kamala is.
Yeah, I don't base my opinion off the previous person. If I'm hiring somebody, I'm not basing my interviewee on the work that the guy who left did.
Okay.
you're not, at this point, you're not a part of the coalition. You're a liability. That's what you are. So
your vote is a liability to us.
Yeah, you're basically MAGA at that point. Even if you were going to vote for Jill Stein, if you're not with us, you're against us.
His literal thing here is that even if you vote for us, you're a liability.
Yeah, because you need to just blindly have allegiance, Monkey.
Does he not understand how elections work? You need her vote, dummy.
No, because she's a liability. Win her over? Oh, I don't fucking think so. We have to do work too? No, you just vote for me and shut up.
And look, I hope they take his advice. Don't listen to anything that'll make Democrats more popular. I don't think hers would, but I don't want them to listen to anything. You plug your ears and go, la, 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 la. It's Kamala or bust from here on out.
Yep.
That's what I want. I want Kamala as the perpetual candidate for the DNC until she wins.
Yeah. And then we could welcome President J.D. Vance and President Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yep.
People like her, they voluntarily make themselves irrelevant. And then they...
You have an opinion I don't like. You've made yourself irrelevant. She's not making herself irrelevant when she has a slightly different opinion than you, and you're like, I don't even want your vote.
Yeah, all those people that say, I didn't leave the Democratic Party left me, this is what they're talking about.
Yes.
Like, why don't you just fall lockstep in with everything we say? Oh, it's too progressive for you? You want us to dial the rhetoric back? Fuck you. Get out. You're a liability.
Just to repeat, he is making this argument because she said put up a good candidate.
A charismatic one with a spine.
Wolfgang, thank you. She was from Botswana. You see the flag behind her. Yes. That's the Liberian flag. You just can't see the other stripes.
And then they sit back and then they complain that the Democratic Party doesn't do enough for them. Like, what do you expect? What do you expect them to do? What would you do if you wanted to win?
They should be.
If I wanted to win, I would put forth what I thought was the best policies.
With the best candidate, yeah.
With the best candidate, yeah.
No. Well, you'll get what you're given and you'll like it. Very communistic of him.
Thank you, Pepe. Shoe's husband is a far-right tradcon who is in real life friends with JD Vance, LOL. Is that why JD Vance is mutuals with her on Twitter? I saw her mention it in a video that she was mutuals with JD Vance.
That would make sense.
Uh-oh, we shouldn't say that. This guy's going to hear that. Say, see, I knew she was a plant.
It's one of the really long game plans,
yes.
You know.
You've gotten to the point where you're like, socialists aren't welcome in the Democratic Party.
Because they're too right-wing.
Jesus Christ.
Trying to get the votes from people like me. Politicians and parties are not owed your vote. They have to earn it. They have to work for it. And many people thought the Democrats did not work for it.
So why did the Republicans earn your complicity? You understand that not voting is...
Okay. I wish she was on Twitter because I'd reach out to her and ask her, did she vote and did she vote for Trump? I do not know who she voted for. Given everything she said, I think she either voted for Kamala or didn't vote. And he's like, she's like, you need to win my vote. And he's like, then why are you carrying water for the Republicans.
He hasn't proven that she has in any regard done that.
No. She's saying be more socialist, and you think that's speaking to Republicans. I'd ask you if you're retarded, but it is so self-evident that it would be insulting to ask.
At this point in the show, yeah, it would be.
All right, let's hear that again.
So why did the Republicans earn your complicity? You understand that not voting is an action? You understand that you can't get off the train. The train is on the track and it's going.
I've seen her videos and I do not remember her saying she didn't vote. So this is either a straw man or he saw some shit I didn't see.
I mean, let's look at his track record. That cabinet is getting emptier and emptier, dude.
Looks like a tornado went through a hayfield around his house.
Oh, shit.
Going straight. You're going to come to a fork in the road. And you have the option in this country. In
and I took the road less traveled. I read Robert Frost, too.
Yeah.
And come to a fork in the road. And you have the option in this country. In America, you have the option to put your hand on that lever and try to pull it in a certain direction, right? You know, you don't have unilateral authority to determine the direction of the train, but it's going to go one direction or it's going to go another, with or without your input. And if you decide in 2024, I'm going to sit this one out, and I can't in good conscience make a decision. My conscience won't allow me to vote. Then you have effectively supported whoever won. Whoever won.
Well, then how is that helping the Republicans? Just because they won?
Apparently, because they won because she sat out.
What you're saying right now is that if she didn't vote, she's irrelevant to the outcome. But it's totally the most important thing to the outcome.
Yeah, because it means that she's a traitor and handed the election to Trump. Somehow.
And this, I mean, you know how much I've gotten this over the years because of how I vote.
Yeah.
The way I vote is only ever a problem if the person I'm talking to doesn't like who won. It's a weird thing that happens because everybody thinks I caused their candidate to lose. But at least those people don't then have the nerve to come out and then go, but we don't want your voting anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you're complicit with the enemy.
You can decide which track they go down, but if you don't do anything, then it's going to go down that track anyway. So nobody should vote for the Democrats is what I'm hearing here.
What I'm hearing is that this man is very confused and doesn't know a whole lot, and he owns a lot of straw men.
Who listens to this shit and is like, yes?
I don't. 13-year-olds? I don't know.
You got there in part because of your inaction. So if the Democrats didn't earn your vote, why did the Republicans earn your complicity?
Maybe it was complicity for the Democrats. Maybe she thought Kamala was going to win secretly, and it was just a psyop to tell people that Trump was going to win to keep them from voting.
Why does the fact that she didn't vote for the Democrats make her complicit with Trump? That doesn't. There's no evidence for that. He hasn't shown us anything. Maybe she's complicit for the Green Party. I don't fucking know.
If her vote would have been a detriment to his side, how is her not voting helping them? This is such asinine logic.
This is child logic from like middle school.
You just said 13-year-olds a minute ago. I think you're being way too mean to 13-year-olds and middle schoolers.
I've met a lot of 13-year-olds, dude. They're really dumb these days.
Not this dumb.
That's fair.
Explain that to me without absolving yourself. Don't blame me for Trump. I didn't even vote. That's part of the problem.
Okay. You just said that they shouldn't try to win her vote and that her vote would hurt you. He literally said that her vote would be detrimental.
Yep, he did.
That's the exact wording he used.
Yeah, he's not trying to win her over to his side, and he doesn't want her voting for Trump.
No,
but by not voting, she's just as complicit. I don't understand how you win in that. What kind of weird Kobayashi Maru is this?
Well, let me fuck with your mind a little bit more, because he hasn't spoke about her voting for Trump at all. Given what he said so far, the only thing she could have done right in this situation is vote for Trump. Because if she voted for them, it would have been detrimental. Her not voting cost them the election. So the only choice left is they would have won if Shoe0nHead would have voted for Trump. We finally figured out why Kamala lost. Shoe0nHead didn't vote for Trump.
Is this how ranked voting works?
Jesus
so
Christ,
homie. I don't think he realizes what he's saying here. I really don't.
He is just talking and throwing out what comes into his empty little fucking head. Because there's no way he's put any real thought into this. Because no.
It's one of the.
I have a new theory about why we have all the jump cuts. It's the caregiver coming in to wipe the drool off his face.
Oh, that's a possibility.
And to tell him to stop eating boogers.
Stop shouting so loud. Everybody else in the group home went to bed.
Reasons why he won. A lot of people just didn't vote. That's a necessary part of the equation. Can't escape that. You can't escape arithmetic. You can't absorb.
I'm sorry to keep pausing with the same point, but how can you blame her? Again, we don't know how she voted, but how can you blame her and you're telling her you don't even want her vote? How does she win in that scenario? Help me out here.
Kobayashi Maru.
I was joking at the beginning, but I'm starting to think he just hates women.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Solve yourself. Your hands are not clean.
In fact, I don't even think they wanted to.
And now Donald Trump decided. Donald Trump is out here saying, like, well, maybe I think we just need to get rid of Gaza. And we told you.
Did Donald Trump say we need to get rid of Gaza? Because I will vote for him today if he said that.
I don't think that's exactly what he said, but I think he said that like the Palestinians should be let back in or something like that until they sort out the Hamas situation. It was way more nuanced than what he's saying.
I will write his name in 2028 if Donald Trump said the words, "We should get rid of Gaza." Pepe, thank you. JD Vance invited Shoe and her husband to a con in 2022 called Restoring America. This is kind of secret info. Well, then why are you telling us? You're not supposed to share that shit. Wait, are you secretly Shoe? She's also friends with Blake Masters. Shoe is closer to Republicans than she lets on. She's friends with Republicans. I don't doubt that. We've seen her with them. It's just my contention that she's absolutely the socialist she says she is.
Yeah, but you can be friends with people with different political opinions. You just don't have to talk politics. Real quick, thank you, Wolfgang Possessed by Shoe. Oh no, she's done it again. I vote for the candidate that I want to see get shot.
Nice.
As such, I've never voted for Trump. I have worked to allow his policies and his ideas to go forth. I voted for Kamala to put her in the target seat and was happy when she was squished on issues. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Thank you, spiritually possessed Wolfgang. Shoe, stop taking over people's bodies and creating arguments for people to straw man. But yeah, I hadn't considered those options. Thank you.
Thank you, Dragon Mage. I think this guy has stock in strawmen. It's something because this dude is fucking insane.
I'm telling you, it's like a cabinet of Dr. Kilgari there. Endless straw men. It's a cabinet of holding. It's like goes to Narnia, but full of straw men.
I'm more bothered by shit like this, though, where your vote would be detrimental to us, but you not voting helped Trump.
Yeah. I mean, how does that not make sense to you?
That is so ridiculously illogical that seriously, he should have just fell over because his brain's not working.
I mean, you're not wrong.
This is who public poopers are right here.
Put the poo in the loo.
He was going to do that. We told you. I was having arguments with people in my chats for months. I'm like, you realize he's just...
Maybe he's just not delineating who he's talking to here. But he said, I told you, and then I'm talking to my people in chat. Did you tell Shoe or the people in your chat? Because I'm gonna be honest, it's hard to follow you.
No, they're all the same person. Everybody that disagrees with him is encapsulated in the form of Shoe0nHead, because she spiritually possesses them with her astral form, as I discussed earlier. So anybody that disagrees with him is astrally possessed by the spirit of Shoe.
Thank you, Wolfgang. I'm so right-wing, my only friend, Monk and Jack. Well, we're happy to be your friend, my friend.
Yeah.
Just going to tell Netanyahu to fully...
We do the jobs Americans don't want to do.
That's why we lose viewers occasionally.
People in my chats for months, I'm like, you realize he's just going to tell Netanyahu to fully annex the West Bank and Gaza, right? Like, you realize that's what's coming next, right? He's going to do it. People are like, how could it get worse than it? Like, really? You're going to do worse than a genocide? Is what I heard people say. It's like, the situation that's going right now, they
don't have to annex Gaza. It's part of Israel. But you were saying they're going to annex it and basically get rid of the Palestinians. And they were like, how can you do worse than a genocide? You realize those two things are the same, right?
Well, I mean, they could move them all to like another
the West Bank. I know, because you said the West Bank.
Oh, there's an ocean right there.
Okay. We are all dumber for this stream.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm so sorry, guys, if you guys are drooling right now.
I'd like it noted it took him 7 hours and 10 minutes to apologize for this.
And I'd like it noted I didn't mean it.
I know.
Snubber, thank you so much. Gaza is the black sheep of Palestine. Even its defenders get annoyed by it. Well, again, Gaza is run by the People Too Extreme for the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, there's a reason Jordan and Egypt won't take in refugees, because the last time they did, the Palestinians tried to overthrow their governments.
And they'll do that themselves. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they prefer to keep that in-house.
Will get worse if Donald Trump is elected. It will get worse. And now Donald Trump's like, you know what? I feel like we should probably just kick everybody out of Gaza, send them to Jordan and Egypt. And on top of that, let's deport anybody who was like at a pro-Palestinian protest and is here on a student visa.
That's actually within our legal authority to do.
100%, yeah. You don't have to like it, but...
Yeah, but it's not like he's breaking new ground there.
I wonder if any of these...
You have people out there protesting in the streets for terrorists.
Yeah.
It's okay to kick them out when they're not citizens.
Lefties are going to acknowledge at some point, like, you know what? In retrospect, maybe Donald Trump actually could be worse. At some point, it has to get so comically, absurdly clear. Sending tens of thousands of deportees to...
Comically absurd would be a great way to describe his entire stream.
Yeah, or his debate style, or whatever you want to call this, his reaction style. Comically absurd.
His grasp on reality?
Yeah. It would be a straw man wearing a t-shirt that says comically absurd.
All right. Guys, we are in the last 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes and 15 seconds left.
That'll take us 20. Don't worry. We'll find a way to drag that out. Stupid shit, man.
Thank you, Wolfgang, who says, from the river to the sea, Israel will be free. You're going to make some Palestinian supporters really upset with that.
I can hear the son crying right now.
Oh, you know, at what point are these insufferable leftists are some of them gonna have a moment of like, ooh, maybe I should have voted in Pennsylvania, you know?
Win, but that's
Was Pennsylvania voting down in 2024? Does anybody know? I'm pretty sure the voting was up in Pennsylvania because of all the Amish.
Yeah, I think it was up.
Huh.
a whole nother
I honestly
can of
don't know.
worms I don't want to open right now.
Large factions of the left condescendingly believe that dumb people are the reason Trump won in 2016 and won again in 2024. And that
Well, I mean, you know, yeah. I regret nothing, and spare me your.
That's the problem with you, is that you regret nothing. You are incapable of learning.
Sure,
You
looks
should
that
be
way.
you should be embarrassed. Cryptic, thank you. Up with lots of downs. Amen. Cute little buggers.
Yeah. I regret nothing, and spare me your pearl clutching. I regret nothing, and spare me the pearl clutching about this. Give me a fucking break. You're going to clutch your pearls because I suggested there are stupid people in this country.
She hasn't even made an argument yet. Thank you, Wolfgang. In peace comes justice. Piss off LM2 or BLM2. Oh, I see what it was there. I couldn't see the B at first. It just kind of blended. Thank you, sir. Thank you. He's doing it again. He's having the argument she hasn't even made yet. But trust him when he tells you at the beginning, when it looked like he was being a dick, talking about shit that hadn't happened yet. He was totally probably talking to his audience.
Right.
The fact that he's repeated that behavior so many times should be disregarded.
Are you kidding me? The premise that there are lots of stupid people in this country is basically the premise of like every sitcom in.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree that there's a lot of stupid people in this country. There's one on my screen right now with a beard. But did you really try to prove there's stupid people in this country by pointing to sitcoms? Because sitcoms have stupid characters in them?
Yeah, see, I saw this documentary called Seinfeld. And everybody in it was really dumb. Sitcoms are science. They're like reality TV, right? They're totally factual. So that's obviously a representation of the people, right? Not mocking people by using extremes or caricatures. No, literal, real people, not realizing they're being filmed.
Is he the last of the latchkey kids?
No, he's the one the latchkey kids beat up and locked in a trunk for 20 years like Sloth.
God bless. This isn't okay. Make your dumbass argument. Go ahead.
In the history of ever. Every great comedian throughout history, American history, 90% of their material is about like how stupid people can be sometimes.
Oh, this is where he makes the George Carlin comment. This is where it came from. Fuck. No, that's not true. I mean, and most of their best bits aren't even based on people being stupid. It's usually life observations.
Yeah, well, if you are making fun of somebody for being stupid, it's because it's funny. And they did something silly. It's not because, like, everyone's a dum-dum but me. Nobody likes that.
It almost reminds me of the South Park episode where Whoopi Goldberg is at the award saying, Republicans are stupid, and everybody just laughs. I think that's what this guy thinks. If you just say everybody's stupid, everybody will laugh. Anyway, yeah, all right.
Material is about like how stupid people can be sometimes. George Carlin, the greatest comedian of all time, that was the central premise of like everything he said. Is that
you clearly did not watch a lot of George Carlin.
Human beings
not the greatest comedian of all time. Sorry.
I love George. I think he was one of the best. He is easily in my top 5. But what made Carlin so good was he was a fan of linguistics. He concentrated on word usage. It's why so many of his bits are about word usage.
Yeah.
Are irrational and stupid, especially when we get together in big groups. And on top of that, Shoe0nHead, as you clutch your pearls, as I suggest that voters did a stupid thing. On top of that, I've had to listen for the last 6 years to...
Real quick, there's a difference between being stupid and doing a stupid thing. Smart people can do stupid things. They do it all the time. Ginger Snap, thank you so much for that sticker. I appreciate it. Being smart does not mean you never do something stupid. You agreed that people are just stupid. That's why he won. Different things. Even if you believe that they were dumb to vote for him, it doesn't make them stupid. Dummy. And you are in no position to call anybody stupid. Like, somebody should come in and slap you every time you make that suggestion.
Oh, man. I don't want to watch that. That's a lot of slapping.
Thing. On top of that, I've had to listen for the last 6 years to mainstream Republicans accuse people like me of wanting to mutilate and sexually abuse children.
I don't know what that's in reference to, but I'm guessing you want to mutilate and touch kids.
Yeah, because you said people like you. Well,
Yep.
They usually say that about kid diddlers. And
yep.
What,
but not him.
Is he trans?
It would make so much sense.
Does he like go to libraries and read to children and have them crawl on him and shit?
Know me. I got Rob Knorr telling me that I'm trying to groom kids, and it's like a totally normal thing to accuse me of. These people accuse
you specifically of?
Yeah. How often does this happen?
Versus society in general just being dumb because you said so? There's arguments to make that society's dumb, Jack.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a kid diddler until he started saying people keep accusing him of that. Now I'm worried.
That Always Sunny thing, the way to make people think that you're a kid diddler is make a song about how you're not one.
Yeah, exactly.
The left-wing movement in this country, or rather the Democratic Party, of being interested in destroying God, destroying the nuclear family, destroying capitalism, destroying America. It is so...
Those are all things liberals and not just fringe people on the internet have written about.
Yeah.
So much more intense than me suggesting that there are stupid voters in this country. And for her...
Did you catch that? Watch this dirty little booger picker.
Suggesting that there are stupid voters in this country. And for her...
He went to pick his nose again and there was a jump cut.
Yep. I bet it was delicious.
He got hungry.
Then he snacks in the fridge.
Booger eating public pooper.
Oh my God. He said that there are stupid people in this country. Give me a break.
This is the part he thought was so good he put as the coming up section at the beginning of the video. Wow. His argument that people are stupid because there's stupid people in sitcoms.
He put the last 2 minutes of his stream as the coming up.
Yes.
That's insulting.
Vance, when you win 2028, put me somewhere in communications. Let me run your Twitter account.
The whole premise of her video is that Democrats are stupid. Am I crazy? That's the whole premise of her video.
You're not crazy per se. You are dumb, and you have a lot of straw men.
That's not the premise of her video. It's that the Democratic establishment is stupid. And they keep putting up candidates who the people don't want. And this is how fucking arrogant and thin-skinned this prick is. Her making that argument is, you called all of us dummies. And I'm going to make sure that's the beginning of my video. Holy shit, guys. We have less than a minute.
It's good. 6 or 7 more minutes to go. 20 minutes later.
And now we got to go back because I started it before you stopped talking. That was my bad.
Democrats are stupid. Am I crazy?
Yes.
That's the whole premise of...
No, you're not crazy. You are a fucking liar and you're retarded.
Mm-hmm.
That is an insult to crazy people to ask if you're crazy. You're retarded.
Her video, they're stupid. They just...
And not the good kind of retarded that means you can get a job at Walmart. You are just fucking retarded. And gay.
Denmark. Don't be stupid. Just be Denmark and you'll win elections. That's the premise of her video. But because I just said it out loud, I think people did a stupid thing. I think there's a lot of uninformed people made a real...
That's not what you said, though, you lying prick.
That's not what she's saying either.
Her premise was that you guys were just saying people are stupid. And you're like, I said people did a stupid thing. Those are different. I know you don't get it. I understand. But only because you're retarded.
Really uninformed decision.
Full of them, dude. Whole cabinet.
Tune in to hear we're calling Hutch retarded. Insta sub. Thank you. This is the most I've ever watched of this guy. Before this, the most I'd seen was Shoe's video. And god damn, man. Less than 20 seconds now, Jack.
And did a stupid thing in 2024. And it's not going to be the last time they do it either. People are going to make stupid decisions in this country again and again and again. That's democracy. Whatever. It is what it is.
Too. Nobody will know the difference. Plus, we wear the...
Keep your finger away from your nose.
No. That's where snacks are stored.
I feel a tasty one.
Same amount of eyeliner. Okay, that is enough Hutch. For one lifetime, thank you. Next, please let the next...
She's probably right, and we probably should have only watched as much as she did.
Yeah.
Person.
All right, that's the end of it. So there we go. How long did
Fugi said that Hutch is live now. We could live react for another 8 hours.
Oh, fuck that. No, we're done. We're done. Where's the proper one of these? Is this it? No, this one.
Yeah.
No.
That's so small.
I'm just going to keep clicking them till I get one I like.
Oh,
there we go.
There
it is. Anyhow, guys, we've been live for 7 hours, 23 minutes, and 40 seconds now. So we're going to wrap this one up. Sorry for the short stream, you guys.
Yeah, we'll try and do better. We're trying to compete with Chud Logic, apparently.
Oh, God. That's a real person, Jack.
I'm sad to admit that might be a real person. Not Chud Logic, this ass clown Hutch. Yeah, I have feelings on this, a lot of which involve anger and mild bit of euthanasia. But what are your thoughts on him, Monkey?
Let me grab this and then I'll answer that. Wolfgang, thank you. Here's the invoice for all the brain cells I lost. Good luck collecting that.
Yeah, we don't have any money. You're at the wrong stream.
I think this is indicative of what's wrong with the left, because instead of, even if you disagreed with what she said, you can listen to her. And his answer wasn't that. As we get to the end, it's, we shouldn't listen to you. We don't even need your vote.
Yeah.
And we've seen this in the leftist sphere, and it's starting to infect the right more and more, just to be fair.
Yeah, sadly.
But where if you don't agree with me 100%, then that 99% you do agree with me doesn't mean shit.
Well, we've seen them do this in the entertainment industry for years now.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Look how badly those products have done, because they say, we don't want you around, so people stop showing up and they stop spending their money. So the thing falls apart and then they get all pissed about it.
Yeah, wasn't it Charlie's Angels, where this isn't even for men and then got mad because men didn't come watch it?
Yep. Same with Terminator Dark Fate.
Yeah.
Madam Web, a bunch of other stuff. They cannot get out of their own way. They keep tripping over their own propaganda. I'd say their own dicks, but they don't really have any.
Well, some of them do. You can see them Never mind. Yeah, I just think he's indicative of what the problem is, and I hope it continues because I do not want the Democrats winning. So
yeah,
that doesn't mean I want the Republicans to win. It depends year to year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what they're talking about, what's going on. Yeah, it's always something you have to win me over for.
Lucy says, while the right waits with open arms. Yeah. He's like, and again, your vote would hurt us, but why didn't you vote at all? Again, not knowing that she did or didn't, but that's the kind of logic that they have.
Yeah. Well, it's always all or nothing with them. And there's never redemption. Once you're outcast, the best you can hope for is to be ignored.
Yeah. So that was that, guys. Thank you so much, especially those of you who were here for all 7.5 hours of this shit. You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
All of you are awesome, but some of you guys are troopers. Thank you for the donations. You're way too kind to us, but please don't stop. Dragon, thank you so much. I go to bed, wake up, and you're still live streaming? LOL. Old man energy right here. This is old school monkey streaming.
Yeah, this is pride in the workplace. This
We're
is
getting
what
close.
happens when you like your job and it's super duper the hardest thing ever in the world.
The longest monkey in the morning stream is like 8.5 hours. So we got close this time.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
we've
been
got
a long,
close a couple of times, but
it's been a long time since we've gone 7 hours. Usually it's like 6.5, and that's like the debate ones.
yeah. Well, I mean, we're pretty old now, so this is a lot harder than it used to be. 20 years ago, I wouldn't have had a problem, but now, you know.
Wolfgang, thank you. Shoe totally voted for her mutual JD Vance. Duh. All right. Thank you guys for everything. Jack, anything you want to show?
Nope, I haven't finished anything in a while, and I'm probably not going to today either. But thank you guys so much for all the donations and all the support you give us, and for sitting with us through this entire mess. You guys are awesome.
Nothing else to add. I'm gonna go eat and probably take a nap, Jack, because I did not sleep much last night. So thank you guys for joining us. Jack, a pleasure as always.
Always glad to be here.
Everybody, take care of yourselves. We love you. We'll see you next time. Bye now.
Bye, everybody.
Here's the song I sing at the end of the show. It changes every day. That guy was retarded. That's it. Bye, guys.